All right. Good morning, everybody. Sorry, I'm like starting right as the match started because I didn't expect it. It started early, and I like had it on my second monitor. I was gonna go live at 1, and then it just went live, and I was like, oh shit. But we're here now. Pigeons versus Alliance Guardians. This is kind of a big match because for Alliance Guardians, losing to Energy Academy the way that they did was probably not the most motivating. Energy Academy is clearly a very good team. I mean, they beat M80. M80 is the longest standing team in Challengers, which I guess is like could also be a bad thing if you think about it. But you know, it depends on how you decide to look at it. But I think in general, that's a you know, it's not the toughest loss in the world to lose to who clearly might be the best team in the tournament. So for Guardians, this match is kind of a chance to just prove themselves against a team that is definitely not... I don't think most people are thinking of Pigeons as a top 8 team right now. And so for Alliance Guardians, this is a really good opportunity to prove themselves. For Pigeons, this is obviously a chance to bounce back after losing last week as well. So we'll see where it goes as we get into it. We do have Alliance Guardians heading towards C to start off. Riker's going to take out Anderson. That's going to open up the C site, so they're going to be able to get the spike down. I want to make it clear I'm sick. My throat hurts very badly. It doesn't hurt too bad to talk. My throat just kind of hurts in general. Hopefully it gets better the more that I talk. I don't know why that would work, but that's what I'm hoping for. Ooh, okay, really good retake to start. Able to get 2. It's just the players down long remaining. Spike's going to be smoked off. Oh, they're able to use the shock dart to take out the diffuser. Oh, it's just Poseidon, and it's smoked off. The smoke's going to drop, though. Going to have to get the kill. Koff can't get it, and that's going to mean that it is a 1-0 start for Alliance Guardians. We don't know map picks because this is the B stream. But that's a really big start. I do want to take a look at the compositions really quickly. Both teams are running double duelist. We've got Neon Yoru, and then we've got Neon Jet for Pigeons. That's an interesting composition. It's 2 dive duelists. You don't see that a lot. In general, on Haven especially, you do sometimes see 2 dive duelists like a Jet or a Neon and Raze on split. Because that's a very defensive sided map, so sometimes you run double duelist. It's kind of the meta right now, double duelist, double controller. To break through that defense-sidedness. Oh, and Kobrik's gonna shoot their clone, but Riker's standing right behind it, so Riker's gonna fall. But it's immediately traded back, and then 2 more are found, so that does put the Guardians up 4v2 now. Atlas is able to take out Koff, and it's just going to be because in a 1v4, Atlas is going to meet them with an Outlaw. Superior gun to the Marshal. That's 3 kills for Atlas, and the Guardians find themselves up 2-0. They're able to convert the anti-eco. That's what you want to see. Now they move into bonus, and the Pigeons are going to be on their anti-bonus. We'll see if they're able to get a round win, which they should be able to. The restream streak. Big cheeky. What's up? I hope you are well. I am not. So. Lance Guardians are once again going to aggress C. 3rd time in a row. Anderson's going to be the one to see it with the Vandal. Going to win the first fight against Riker. Slammed is able to enter though. Spike's going to get to go down, so at the very least the bonus does result in a post plant. Slammed is able to take out Anderson, and that's going to be a Vandal picked up. So Cypher Cam's going to spot Neon pushing up through mid. They're aware of at least one player coming from garage, and off of that, Atlas has decided to flank, finds both of them with their backs turned, manages to take out Koff, but Cuz does dash into garage and get away. Able to pick up the Vandal, their teammate dropped. Zamal's going to take out Slammed, coming in from back sight. Poseidon, though, is going to take out Coburg and Zamal. Cuz comes out of garage. It's a 1v2. Cuz able to take out Snarly. Last player is known, and Cuz is able to get the clutch. That's 3 kills for Cuz, and the Guardians do fall, but... barely enough time. So clutch does come through. But that is going to be kind of a big round for Alliance Guardians regardless of losing, because they did kill all but one of Pigeons players. That's probably not where you want to be. We do not have the maps. That's not something that they provide to us, unfortunately. Because this is the B stream kind of. And it looks like timer's pause might be a tech pause, which is actually the first tech pause I have had to sit through this entire Valorant season so far. That's good. While we wait for that, I suppose, we can talk a little bit about Pigeons, because I'm not super familiar with them. They did play their first match against Winthrop, and they lost 2-0. Winthrop's a pretty solid team, and they kept it pretty close. Pigeons got 10 rounds on the first map and then 11 on the second, but they did still get 2-0 regardless. They did play in Funhaver's Back to Basics 12 and did pretty okay. They did lose to a few pug teams. They did beat Evictix, who is a fellow Challengers team who also qualified just before the start of the season as well. And it does look like we're getting back into the game, so that's good. By the way, I want to reiterate, I am sick, so I apologize if I don't have as much energy as I had last time. I'm not really sure what happened. I felt it coming last night, and then by the time I woke up this morning, it was over. But anyways, Guardians are defaulting here. They're playing much slower. Never apologize for being the sickest person in the room. Thanks, man. Owl Drone's gonna clear out A lobby. It's not gonna see anybody. Oh, it does spot Koff, or at least it should have, in A long. That's kind of big info. They're gonna smoke it off and kind of give a little bit of potential presence, but most of these players are in towards mid. Regardless, Alliance Guardians are still here. What's up, Chrissy? Pigeons are mostly leaning towards A. We'll see if the Guardians are able to recognize that. There is a player in garage. They end up deciding to go there. Coburg is there. Zamal is going to be using the Guardian to take out Slammed and Snarly, and then Cuz is going to push out a B main and take out Atlas as well. That's going to make it a 2v5. Riker is able to trade it back a little bit, taking out Coburg, but Poseidon's going to get taken out by Zamal, and then the left click's held down as well after, because why not? Riker's going to take out Zamal, but Cuz is going to finish them off. So 2 players down. Not a great round for the Guardians. They stalled out a lot. You know, you're running Neon Yoru. You do still, like, I mean, it's Haven. You want to work them up a little bit, but they really didn't do anything. I think the only thing that they did that could have maybe done something is they sent the Owl Drone down A lobby, and they spotted Sova and then threw a smoke. And it did lean Pigeons more towards A, but the Guardians just went mid, and Pigeons weren't all on A. They had a lot of players mid, so not, oh my god, and Cuz is just not cleared out of A long, and that means they get 3 before getting shut down by Poseidon. Snarly did expend the Hunter's Fury as well on an eco round. The Snarly will fall. It's a bit of a sloppy round, if I'm being honest. I think so far, Koff's probably the player performing the best out of what I had come into this anticipating. We're going to get a timeout called here from the Guardians. Not super surprising. It's really interesting after watching tier 1 yesterday. I think one thing I noticed is kind of a big difference is yesterday I noticed the tier 1 teams just did not want to call timeouts. Like they wanted to avoid them as much as possible for some reason. But to, you know, when I watch tier 2 or I watch Game Changers, the teams are much more willing to call timeouts, and I think that that's better. I feel like if a coach sees something that needs to be changed, you should just do it. Like, you don't want it to be a problem that gets worse as you know, as time goes on. If your players aren't playing how they're supposed to, then you should correct that, I think, especially if it's leading to losses and they're losing. So Guardians won pistol and then they won anti-eco, but they have not won any since then. So getting the opportunity to take a timeout here, I think, is beneficial. Again, they're playing very slowly. Obviously, that previous round was an eco, but before that, they were playing pretty slowly, and they weren't really able to take advantage of any working of the map that they did. They just ended up going mid, and I feel like it's going to be pretty difficult unless you've shown a lot of presence towards one of the other sites, which they did not do.
Who's next?
They're going to take this round over towards C. Send the Sova drone down. Atlas is going to use the dimensional drift, get in towards back site. Sees the chamber. Nobody else is here. There is one in towards CT. We'll see if they're caught out. Chamber does manage to TP out, so the overdrive is expended by Riker, and it's not going to find anything. But the site has been cleared, so Spike can go down. Shock darts do a little bit of damage to the planter. Slammed is able to take out Cuz, who's dashing in from CT. Snarly takes out Zamal. Anderson manages to get a trade pick, but it's a 2-for-1. Anderson does get another to even it out before Poseidon takes out Kolf to keep the Guardians with the advantage. Cobra, though, going to take out Atlas and Slammed before getting shut down by Poseidon. It is a 1v1 between the Sentinels. The Spike is being held. Neural Theft was expended. Spike is held to half. And off of the cam going out, Anderson decides to swing, but Poseidon's ready. That's 3 for Poseidon, and that is a massive, massive win for the Guardians as they come back after that timeout to take their 3rd round. You stop streaming at 3 a.m. It's ruining my stream streaks. Well, that's when Pacific was happening. Sorry, man. I don't make the rules. I just play the game. I just realized that the Pigeons, like, abbreviation is coup. That's kind of funny. Sleepers is EP. I think that one's pretty good. Anyways, the Guardians are now going to play a little bit slower again, but they are looking to maybe angle back towards C. They had a lot of success on C their first few rounds. Granted, those first 2 rounds were pistol and then anti-eco. Zamal's going to take out Poseidon, who was lurking over towards A lobby. Despite that, C is going to be aggressed into, and it's going to be taken as nobody was here. It's pretty much a free site. It is an eco coming out from Pigeons, so decide to play aggressive here, and they're punished. Cuz is going to take out Riker. Big whiffs there. Atlas is going to trade it back, and then Slammed and Snarly each find one. That does give the Guardians the player advantage back. There's an operator on flank, though. It's Anderson, who's going to take out Atlas, sorry. Nearly lines them up for the collat, but does not do so. Snarly's able to take out Anderson, and that's an operator if they want it. Which they do. Shows down to Kolf now in a 1v2. No smokes to help you defuse. Spike is tapped. The jump peek confirms that they've gotten off of it. Jiggle peeking confirms once again they're not on it. And then the operator shot is good from Snarly. And that's 3 kills for Snarly. That's going to be another round 1 for the Guardians. And that was really, really good. Again, they're working the map a little bit, but they're able to commit towards one of the sides of the map that has a little bit less presence. They lose a player tonight. Let's just go see. And it works out. I think a much more impactful round given the way that those previous rounds had gone. It's a good bounce back to win 2 in a row. Granted, Pigeons was on an eco, so there's that. Do you guys like potato corner? I don't know what that is. So, we're going to see a buy now coming out from Pigeons. Anderson does have the tour de force. And it's holding a lobby, so fortunately, if a swing does come through from this cipher here, they're gonna have a good angle on them. But they don't. And the operator's pushed all the way back. Slam manages to take out Cuz, who's trying to find some info, peeking out a garage. Anderson with the Tour de Force is holding long here. Swings out into the gun of Poseidon, and that opens up A if they want it. Off of realizing A is open, Pigeons start to rotate over, which means that they're going to be meeting the Guardians over near A. They obviously still have to take recontrol of mid off of losing their player in garage, so that means there's only going to be 2 players waiting for all 5 of the Guardians on A. And Cuff is able to take out one before falling, but Snarly will trade it back. Coburg swings out, is able to take out Riker, entry duelist, and now it's a 1v3 on site, trying to TP. Coburg is taken out, and that does make it a 1v3 now, and the health is very, very low. Probably not worth trying. So Samal's going to save the Vandal, but that's another round 1 for the Guardians. Off of that timeout, they've now won 3 rounds in a row. It looks like they might be back in this. I did get a little bit worried of losing the first 2 rounds. Dude, this is really hard when I'm sick. What do you have? I really don't know. My throat just hurts really bad. It doesn't hurt too bad. Like, it doesn't hurt really worse to talk. How does this work? First to what? Bro doesn't know how Valorant works. It's first to 13. Unless it's tied 12-12 and then it goes to overtime where you have to win by 2. Just want to educate you for the same thing. You have strep throat. Thank goodness you live in a different state. I'm gonna hope I don't get that. I think I got this from my brother. And honestly, I have 2 brothers. It could have been either one of them. Both of them have been sick, I think, with different things at different points. So I do know that. No, I do know though that my older brother had like a lasting infection in his sinuses. But hopefully I didn't get that. Anyways, off of round win, the Guardians are going to try and convert. Anderson's holding with an op on platform, 2 whiffed op shots, and that's going to open up the C site, and Snarly takes out Anderson, punishing those missed shots, and that does open up C. After losing a player near A lobby, C is opened up. Spike does get to go down, and the Guardians just get to play post plant, which they've been pretty good at so far. Cuz is coming for a flank. Slam just jiggle peeking with the knife out, and Cuz is going to take them out. Pulls out the overdrive, immediately gets shut down by Snarly. Riker's trying to do some damage in towards CT, and it's gonna see Zamal staring at a wall. Atlas is gonna take out Coburg. Kof pulls out the Hunter's Fury, takes out Snarly, but it's a 1v2, and Atlas with the operator is gonna shut them down. And that is now a 6-3 lead. The Guardians, at the very least, cannot go into the second half with the round disadvantage. And they're just 1 round away from going into the next half with the lead, and maybe some more, because they're looking pretty good. 4 rounds in a row. After losing 3 in a row, they do seem to have figured out the Pigeons just a bit. Again, I'm not super familiar with Pigeons coming into this. The only player I was aware of coming into today was Coburg. I have casted some matches that Coburg has played in. And I think they're probably the best rated player on the team, but there isn't necessarily a player that I think is gonna be able to best the Guardians. The Guardians are down a player here, though, in this round. They left the spike in their lobby. Attacker side spawn. Snarly takes out Kof and does quite a bit of damage, but can't finish them off. The operator on Atlas is going to be taken out by a stinger from Anderson. Poseidon does trade it back by taking out Coburg on B. That does make it a 2v2. Again, that spike is still in that attacker side spawn, and Snarly's going to pick it up. B is completely open for now, although to get there means walking past Zamal. Snarly may struggle here. There's a good player that's going to come out of garage. There's a player that's going to come out of mid window. Yeah, Snarly, none the wiser, back turned. It's just down to Poseidon on B. None of these players' positions are known now. You did know one was, of course, mid window. That's Zamal. But they've moved around. They decide not to watch the spike. Pigeons did not watch the spike. Means that it does get picked up here, and that does mean it's going to get to go down.
30 seconds left.
Question is, does Poseidon Gonna take out Poseidon. Anderson manages to find a player that's not moving, and that's gonna be an easy kill. So they get their 4th round. Bit of a I think misstep there for the Guardians in a few different ways. Obviously, it was a big default heavy round for them. That's why they left the spike in their spawn. But they did get picked off very, very slowly, and then they had no info. You got no info, you don't know where these players are, you still got to try and do something, and that did end up punishing them. So we'll see if the Guardians can bounce back once more. It's now going to be 4-6. The Pigeons are 2 rounds away from tying it up going into the next half. Slammed. Paranoia going to throw it down A long. Nobody's there. It is going to be an execute over towards A, though. There's nobody lurking, so there's no info on mid or garage to potentially back out to. The Guardians don't want to aggress this too much, though. They made quite a bit of noise, and now they're backing out. They didn't really make much contact, get much info, and I think that kind of scares them. So they're heading over towards mid. Anderson has an operator here, watching, peeking out of garage. Oh, they saw the arm. Oh, but they're not going to get swung into. And that does mean that the Guardians managed to get away. The Sova drone is going to clear out the chamber in garage. Anderson staying here, though, wants to continue to maybe try to find something. There is a Yoru clone on the right if they want to try to shoot that. Zamal is sitting here on B, holding this corner. I doubt they get cleared out. They do, actually. Riker's going to take out Zamal. Anderson, though, is able to swing from C-Link and take out Slammed. Does make it a 4v4. Atlas going to take out Anderson, though. That makes it a 4v3. Poseidon sneaking up behind these defenders, and they're going to find 2 kills there. It's just down to Coburg in a 1v4. All of these players on site, excluding Riker, who's in garage. So Coburg is going to have to push into them. Atlas with the operator swinging out, gonna spot them, and the shot is good. Coburg will fall, and it is now 7-4 Guardians. They will go into the next half with at least the lead, but they can take a little bit more if they convert this next round as well, which they should be able to, given the low economy of Pigeons, who are currently going to have to go for this weak eco half buy. They do have some guns to work with. Some Hall is just going to run with the Shorty and the Blade Storm. We'll see what the Guardians do here. I think that previous round was a much better example of working the map effectively. They made a bit of noise A, and then they back out, move over towards B. Hopefully for them, they're able to do it again. Or at least something similar. Coburg takes out Atlas to start it off. That's over on C, so the Lurker is going to be punished. And now you do see the Guardians kind of stalled out here. They lose their Yoru. It's okay, you still got another duelist to work with. Owl Drone is going to be expended by the defense to try and see if they can find anything long. It doesn't, though. There's still 3 players here from Pigeons. The weaponry, again, is still weak, though. Blade Storm on Zamal, not going to do anything. Riker's going to take them out, and the overdrive comes out. One duelist ult into another. I believe Riker may have stunned themselves. Poseidon's able to take out Kolf. Anderson trades it back, but then Slammed and Riker each find 1. It's just down to 1. It's Coburg in a 1v3. Spams through the smoke from CT, is able to take out Riker. Okay, it's a 1v2 now. Slam's going to be watching Heaven. That's where this player's peeking from. And Coburg not watching the angle. Slam is able to swing, take them out. And it's going to be 8-4 Guardians going into the second half. It's starting to look pretty good for the Guardians. I would not be surprised if they are able to take their first map here in North American Challengers. The Guardians, by the way, I think probably had one of the more difficult paths coming from Premier before the end of last year. And then having to fight through the Premier Ascension bracket. Pigeons qualified through a qualifier that happened at the beginning of this year. So they had a little bit of an easier time in terms of the caliber of the teams that they were facing were not teams that had already proven themselves to be in Challengers. And so I feel like the Guardians wins are a little bit more impressive in terms of the match history. And so I definitely still favor them coming into this. That's one of the many reasons I favor them coming into this. I also just think they're a better team in general, not just given the match history. But Pigeons start their attack, their pistol, making quite a bit of noise in mid. Now they're aggressing over towards A. Snarly's going to be the first to see them. The bandit shot is good. Kohlberg will fall, and that does make it a 5v4. It's going to be an A commitment here from Pigeons. They want to commit to this, and it's going to be... Oh, okay, it's a well solid. Zamal's going to find 2. Anderson's going to find another. And the fight is good for Pigeons to get themselves into A. Because going to be cleared out here, trying to lurk up through B. But Anderson's taken out Slammed, who was all the way over trying to walk up into heaven. And now Poseidon's alone in a 1v3 to try and keep the pistol round in the hands of the Guardians. Gonna have to push into their sight line. And Zamal is going to take out Poseidon, who was worried about somebody standing up in heaven. You can't blame them. Zamal was up in heaven. Zamal now has 3 kills on the round, and that's going to be the 5th round one for Pigeons. So they're going to move into their anti-eco. This is exactly what the Guardians did as well. They won their pistol round, moved in their anti-eco, and like most rounds, or most games, I should say, the team that wins pistol will likely win anti-eco here for Pigeons. They are, looks like, going to be a little bit split up again to start. Maybe a little bit of defaulting, which on an anti-eco, I don't know how much. Would agree with that. I think you should just go for it. Anderson, though, is going to take out Snarly, who is swinging out of A long. Ares is making quite a bit of noise over towards Garage as well. .5v4, the Pigeons are stalled out. They're hoping that the Guardians play aggressive into them, but that's not going to happen. Guardians are all just holding A off of losing their player there. They really are banking on an A hit. And it might be good. It looks like that's where the Pigeons may end up heading, although they are maybe aggressing in towards mid as well. No, they're backing out. They're going to go towards A. So Guardians' gamble stack here is good. They're going to have an opportunity to do some damage. Watching their backs, making sure they're not getting flanked on. They're not. Pigeons are lurking their way up towards A long. There's 4 of them. The Owl Drone going to be the first sign of presence here. Does ping 1, and off of that they see the heavy presence, and Pigeons will back out. It looks like they're going to go all the way over towards C. You can see, though, that the Guardians are pretty red. Oh, never mind. The call was made to go back towards A. It is a misstep, and probably the wrong comm. Now, as the entry onto C happens, the Guardians start to rotate. Had they been committed in their rotation over towards C, they probably could have defended this a little bit stronger, but it is what it is. They're going to get the spike down, and Guardians are going to play probably to die to the spike here. You can see them not really pushing to try to retake, given that they're on eco. It looks like we're just going to be stalled out here for a little bit. So I'd say that was a good round for Pigeons. They did a really good job of finding good info on A, and then they just backed out, went all the way over to C. I don't think that that was a bad plan from the Guardians. I think if they had managed to take out that Owl Drone and hadn't shown as much presence, there's a chance they would have been pushed into there. Okay, not sure. Okay, Cuz just overstayed their welcome. Saw a few of the Guardians players there at the end, but no kills found for either side. Instead, the 4 remaining Guardians do die to the spike there, get a little bit of extra money. And now, 8 anti-bonus from the Guardians. They're going to be able to get a full buy going, kinda. They do have a Guardian and a Spectre. It's not exactly what you want to see on a full buy, but you work with what you got. It's actually going to be a Guardian and a Bulldog. And for the Pigeons, this is a chance to try to redeem themselves after losing 8 rounds on that first half. Snarly's going to take out Anderson. Now before Anderson gets a nice shot off first, so Snarly is down to just 1 HP. They're not exactly 1, but 1 hit point nonetheless. The Owl Drone is caught off guard by Jamal, is able to dash up and take out Snarly while they're in it, so that trades it back. It's a 4v4 now. And A site is somewhat open, but it doesn't look like that's where Pigeons want to take it. They're actually going to take it over towards C, as Omen has managed to lurk their way up in towards that long cubby. There's a Cypher setup here that they're going to have to push through. Okay, Sova Dart comes out. Presence is noted. There's 2 here. In fact, all of the Guardians are here now in back sight. They're going to have to take out every single one of them. Slammed and Poseidon each find one. Poseidon finds another. Cuz and Cuff each find one, but the Guardians' presence is just too much for the Pigeons to handle, and it's just down to Cuff in a 1v2. You back out. Going to go over towards B, maybe even run over to A. Nope. You're going to stick it over near B. We're going to have a bit of a pinch here. Player coming in from mid, most likely. The player coming in from C Link. Kof is gonna play from A Link. I mean, they planted for A Link. I'm not surprised there. Players are split up. The fights could be separated, but Riker's just gonna win the first gunfight, and Kof can't do anything else after that. So it's gonna be a 9-6 lead as the Guardians do secure a win on their anti-bonus. Now we're gonna move into the first full buy for both sides on this half. I will say the Guardians did, struggle a little bit early on in that first half, and then they bounced back. We will see if the Pigeons are going to face a similar fate, or if it will be a bit more dominant in favor of the Guardians this time around. It is an offense-sided map, so for Pigeons, they do have that in their pocket. I will say the Guardians, who are trying to put together as much of a buy as they can, do still have a Bulldog on one of their players, so they're not able to get a complete full buy going. They also only have a Judge in the hands of one of their players as well, so it's not the strongest buy in the world. Who slammed, who was in their smoke on top of that center box, could have gotten punished but didn't. Recon Dart's going to spot them before getting taken out, so heavy C presence noted by Pigeons. They're going to back out and try to work their way up over towards A. There's just a Cypher here and a Cypher setup to go along with it. And it's the Cypher who has the Judge and is gonna find 2 and pick up an Odin off of Kof. And the Neural Theft is expended as well. Zamal will trade it back, but it's a 2-for-1 special that puts the Guardians up a player. It's a 4v3 now, as the retake's gonna come through. You've got a flank coming through. The Shock Dart takes out Cuz. Slammed is able to take out Zamal. Anderson takes out Atlas with the op from long, but there's a flank coming through, and it's Riker to find the final kill, and that's going to be a 10-6 lead now for the Guardians. A big win, as the Pigeons will now find themselves having to take an eco. And the Guardians are now just 2 rounds away from match point and 3 rounds away from taking the lead as they enter double digits on the scoreboard. Poseidon is having a game. 19-11 is 6 kills higher than the next highest, which is tied for their teammate Snarly and also Zamal. A very massive play there with the Judge to help lock down that A site. And I think that that's kind of the struggle for the Pigeons, is we've seen them able to make a little bit of contact, get a little bit of info, and we saw them able to play off of that early on in this half when the gun difference was a little bit, more in their favor, but now that it's buys for both sides, the gunplay is just working out for the Guardians. An operator on Atlas is going to secure the first kill over in A lobby. Pigeons pushing up towards mid are going to have to face the operator on Atlas again, as Atlas has TP'd over towards that C-Link side. First shot does miss, though. Aldrone comes out to clear a garage, and then a good swing off of Slammed. Able to use the fact that their teammate destroyed the Owl Drone to play off of it well. Riker comes out, sliding out with an Outlaw and finds 2. Okay, Cobra gonna take out Poseidon, but Atlas's operator's too much, and you can tell the Guardians are feeling themselves a little bit there. I don't know what that was from Riker. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Sliding with the Outlaw to find 2. And that's gonna be 11-6 now. 1 round away from match point. 2 rounds away from winning, and it looks like the Guardians are probably going to march towards that end to this map, as they did pretty dominantly take that round. Again, it was against an eco, though. Pigeons now have guns to work with. It's a pretty equal buy. Full buy from both sides. Pigeons have 2 Odins and an operator, so they are definitely going for money, hoping that the more expensive weaponry will result in a round win. A lot of firing going on in that A lobby. The Guardians pushing back pretty heavy there, and that does push some of those Pigeons players back, and they're going to work their way up towards mid more so now. They do have a player lurking up maybe a little bit towards C lobby, but you can see how much space Cypher's taken, so Guardians are not going to be worried about that, especially knowing it's Poseidon that's there, so you don't got to be afraid. Riker is going to take out Koff. As they push up A lobby, they find a pick, and this A lobby fight continues. And Riker's able to take out another to take out Zamal before getting traded back by Coburg. So it's a 4v3, player advantage for the Guardians, and it does look like the Pigeons still want to try to hit A. That Odin not able to do much. The op shot misses. That's kind of been the story for Anderson. You're playing Chamber, you got to make that operator work, and Anderson really has not been able to do that this whole time. It's a 1v2, Cuz and Coburg. Odin in the hands of the Neon Cuz. Coburg's health is low. They're kind of just stalled out here. It looks like they might be saving. They're making the call to save, it looks like, from within A long. I mean, it's a 2v4. They're probably not going to win it. I don't blame them, but you don't see this a lot. Question is, will they get away with it? Well, we'll find out. Poseidon's going to be the first to see these players saving, and they're able to take out Coburg and swing out and take out Cuz, who's firing with the Odin. And Poseidon continues to have a game, 21-12 now. Absolutely decimating the Pigeons here. And they are now on match point. 1 round away now from taking their first map win in North American Challengers. Unless you count the qualifiers and the Ascension, but I don't. I think we can count this. Pigeons are going to be aggressing, all of them fast rush in towards A, it looks like. You're running double duelist, let's play aggressive. Slammed though, going to take out Coburg, who tries to use the From the Shadows to get in their backline. It's not going to work out. A site slowly being taken. Hunter's Fury is good. It's doing some good damage, but it's not enough to get a kill. Cuz has managed to dash into backside and does get a kill. Cuz finds another, and Anderson finally finds a kill with an operator. The Tour de Force finds a kill. I think that was observer lag. Atlas not firing there. I don't think that that's actually what happened. Pigeons are in a 4v2, and Atlas is able to take out Koff. It's now a 3v2. Tour de Force. Oh, it could have been an op battle, but Atlas swings out of the way. Poseidon coming from heaven. Makes their presence known. And Zamal's going to take Poseidon out. It's just down to Atlas. He wants to save the operator. Cuz wants to prevent that. And observer lag again, but Atlas will take out Anderson before falling to Cuz. Hopefully the observer does not disconnect. That did happen. That did happen last time. That wherever the producer's studio is for Ace, like, their internet must have gone out because both streams went down. Not streams, but the, like, both observers disconnected. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. At the very least, hopefully we get to see the end of this map. The Guardians 1 round away still, and they still have a decent amount of money. They've built up quite a bit over the course of that lengthy win streak. Anderson with the operator trying to do some damage. Both players wallbang each other. So the op battle does not go either party's way. Looks like maybe it was actually a leg shot on the side of Anderson. They're able to get a leg shot off. So a little bit more damage done to the Guardians, but didn't matter too much. Riker has a bit of a fight in A lobby and whiffs the shot. Zamal going to punish as Riker tries to escape. That does put the Pigeons up now, 5-4. The player count. So they do have really good positioning here in towards Garage. They can absolutely take C. Cage triggered. They found my Anderson, nothing but a headhunter. Not gonna find the head. Poseidon finds it instead. Anderson will fall. It's now a 4v4. Spike will go down on C though. And the retake will have to wait a little bit. for Snarly to come over, but Zamal's managed to take out Slammed in the meantime, being aggressive. The Dimensional Drift is expended. It is used to insert over towards the long. Poseidon's retaking from Garage, and we know Poseidon's shots are good. Poseidon finds one, Atlas finds another. Cuz takes out Poseidon. It's just down to Cuz. It's a 1v2 after Snarly takes out their teammate, and Cuz takes out Atlas and Snarly to make it a 3K. And the Pigeons will find themselves with an 8th round win off of a beautiful clutch from Cuz, but the Guardians, they gotta lock in. Getting a little too complicit, I think. They were feeling themselves. You don't want to let it slip out of your hands. I think I saw a similar thing happen with Sleepers against Core on map 2 a few days ago. They did win it, but after dominating that first map, the second map started off really well for Sleepers as well, and then you could kind of see them get a little bit cocky with it, and it ended up going OT. So, understanding to continue playing for the win. Zamal has managed to insert themselves pretty deep here in a lobby, and Atlas nearly pushed into their crosshair, but did not. Atlas is noted, though. The op shot goes through, but it's through a wall, and Zamal's able to take out Atlas before the TP can come through. That's going to open up A just a little bit. There is still Snarly here, so there is somebody here to note the presence, and what will likely end up being an A hit. Recon Dart is good. Ping Snarly. Really good Paranoia allows Slam to take out Zamal, though, so that keeps it even, and then Snarly takes out Cuz and Anderson. 2v4 now to keep the Pigeons' dreams alive on this map, and they will not be able to do so as Slam finds the final 2 players. 3 kills for Slammed, and that is a 13-8 victory for the Guardians as they win their first map in North American Valorant Challengers. They've got now a 1-0 lead in the series. Poseidon went 23-14. Unbelievable. If we go ahead and take a look here. Do have the match put in, thankfully. So 23-14, a 269 ACS, 1.46 rating, only a 28% headshot. That's actually kind of low for a player getting 23 kills. Actually, the Guardians as a whole kind of have low headshot percentages, 28, 31, 11, 14. You don't see that a lot, but it's the winning team regardless. We do see, again, Poseidon's just dominating. Snarly had a really good game as well, 17-12. The cast all around is pretty good. I mean, that's what you're going to see from the winning team. I think for Pigeons, you can kind of see where the struggle point is just a little bit. I mean, Cuz and Zamal did pretty good. They're both on duelists, though. That's what you're expecting to happen. Obviously, that's kind of what you want your duelist to do is you know, get kills. I will say though, the kind of the weaker point is probably Coburg and Cove, which I'm kind of surprised I'm saying that because Coburg was really like kind of in my head the best player coming into this, just based on rating and my own personal past experience of seeing them play when I've casted them before. But they did not perform quite as well as I expected. I mean, given they're on Omen. Cove also just didn't perform super well. Obviously, it's never down to just one or two players. It's a team game. It's the team fight. I do think Anderson, 13-16, Anderson definitely could have been doing a little bit more. I think that operator was not as effective as it could have been. That definitely could have helped out quite a bit. I will note, by the way, I didn't even realize this. The Guardians have beaten the Pigeons previously. It was a 3-map series, and it was a different squad. This one had Duck on it, and Sorax and Boomy and Foreign. This is a very old roster. But that's the old Guardians roster. Now this is, I don't want to say it's like the improved, but this is the Guardians roster we're currently working with. So it's a different team really, and we just saw them kind of dominate Pigeons there on Haven. I mean, 13-8's not super dominant, but that first half looked really good from the Guardians. Pigeons only got 4 rounds on each respective half. That's pretty good. And it does look like Haven was Pigeons map pick. So map 2 is going to be Corrode, which is the Guardians map pick. So if you are the Pigeons, you're kind of in a tough spot here. I'm glad that they have these map picks for the B stream. They did not have this a few days ago. Split will be the decider if we go there, but I'm going to be honest, I don't think it's going to. I feel like the Guardians look pretty good. They looked pretty good on Pigeons map pick, and they definitely looked pretty good. And I definitely expect them to look pretty good on their own map pick. If we look a little bit at their match history here, whoops, wrong thing. They did play Haven against NRG, went 7-13. They also played Split, which could be a potential map 3 against NRG, and went 5-13. But of course, that's NRG Academy. That's probably top 3 teams in this Challengers bracket. The one map that they lost to Calamity in Back to Basics 11 was Corrode. The one map they won against Calamity in Back to... Oh my god, I'm sick. Okay, give me a break. They won 13-11. So they've got a bit of experience there. Let's see what this roster is. Besides that, okay, it's the same roster pretty much. So, and they also beat Cryptic, Corrode. They do seem to really like Corrode. At least in their most recent showing this past month. And they also played on it back in December as well. They definitely seem to like Corrode. They seem to do pretty well on Corrode as well. They beat UC Irvine. So I do think that the Guardians are in a pretty good spot here. When it comes to Pigeons, they did lose 11-13 on Corrode against Winthrop, but that's Winthrop. That's a pretty good team. I won't, hold that against them too much. Seems like they don't really like playing Corrode. They have not played it a whole lot. The last time they played it, that wasn't against Winthrop. They went 14-12 OT. Yeah, it does not look like they like Corrode very much. There's not a lot of it. They did win 13-10 on January 2nd on Corrode, 13-2. That's Rutgers Academy, though. That's not a very super powerful team. In December, they lost 1-13. Okay. So, yeah, definitely not going to expect super big things from them going into this map, too. And then they also played Corrode against the Guardians. Again, this is a different roster than we're seeing currently, but regardless, they did play Corrode against Guardians previously, and the Guardians did win. So there is that as well. And just a reminder, after this, I'm going to be watch partying the Sleepers match. Because I like Sleepers. There's no association there. I feel like, I don't know. I know Duck. Duck's pretty good. He used to be on Guardians. He's a very good player. Sorex also used to be on Guardians. Also a very good player. Yeah, these two are very good. I like watching them. Plus, I think Shopify is an interesting team, given that I think they're the only team in this tournament that's like owned by an org that's owned by a content creator currently, which used to be the thing in Challengers. Started with DSG and then Moist, and then Total Troops was going to be bought by XQC at one point, I think, back in 2023. And then that didn't end up happening. And honestly, for XQC, that was probably a good choice. Nobody really does that anymore. But Shopify is owned by, I think it's like co-owned by Moist Esports or something. I don't really know the whole story. So there's still a content creator back team in this. So I think it'll be an interesting match. I also think it's going to be closer than people think. Obviously, a lot of people think Shopify is going to win, but I think Sleepers is a very, very good team. I think it's a surprisingly good team. And I would not be surprised if they are able to take it. Let me see if we can get an update on this match here. We do have it going. What's happening? We do have it going 11-11. It's tied right now.
Not fair at all, but it is fair when it comes to
Here, let me do this. That on the second monitor.
In an anchor spot, getting under the 3K. We need to see that Thrifty happen again.
A lot of shares.
This is very close.
Side, so
I guess, yeah, these two do seem like a pretty close matchup.
Off a Thrifty, but it's Need 2 more for the win, and now Winthrop could be taking a lead here. Moves with the offensive op. It's just going to be very passive in mid. It's about farming
Ooh.
orbs and
Sim was
really leveled up
Sim was on Moist Moguls back when that was a team in 2023, and they were probably a top 3 team in Challengers at the time, and that was a very competitive Challengers. That was back when teams actually like put money into their teams and stuff. And I thought they were gonna make Ascension, and then they kind of fizzled out, and then for whatever reason they merged with Shopify. I feel like that was a horrible decision. I think the team was pretty good. But anyways, my point is, Sim almost made it to Ascension back in 2023. And I think that
The Aldrons seeing for
he's definitely one of the better duelists in Challengers right now.
Side, who is still on there's 1v1 there, but Winthrop have left mid open, so flank watch will ensue. So will Sim going in. There's some interruptions between him and the team, and everyone cannot see, and that messes up Sim. He's not able to entry, and Winthrop still ahead. Sad not only have Jerwin with an upgrade, and he lingers. Winthrop wrapping around through the backside while Winthrop pushing through the front, and it's all red for Winthrop, leaving Welly with nothing.
Jerwin had a chance. It's all about hitting that.
Man,
first
do you just
shot,
jump
that
off
first
here?
shot. It's not going to come through. The side of Winthrop, these freezes into hits. It's getting a bit too much for Sad here. Seems like all they need is a numbers advantage on the site. Things will look good. If you're confused as to how Recoil would have died before in mid, that could be a free replay for you. Kind of crazy, but I talked about it. Now we're on 12. Watch the barracks come up after this replay, and you can see some of the ultimates that are available for the side of Winthrop. It should be scary here. Eco should be up for the side of Sad.
Does this go OT is the question. But it's a question I'm not going to be answering. We do have the second map now starting, Corrode, for the Guardians here. Let's take a look at this comp. We do have double duelist, Jet and NAchallengers. Same comp for Pigeons that they ran on Haven, which is interesting. Guardians are going double controller, Omen Viper, solo duelist is going to be Riker on Waylay. And then they're also running Chamber Sentinel, and then also running Sova Initiator. I do kind of question this comp on Corrode. I don't necessarily know how I feel about it. I definitely like double controller more here, given the like defensive sided nature of the map. I think double controller kind of takes advantage of that. They're starting on offense, the Guardians are, so you know, we're probably going to see a lot of lurking through mid. You do see a decent amount of double duelists on this map with like a Yoru and a Neon, or a Yoru and a Waylay. But again, this double duelist comp where it's 2 dive duelists, I think is a little misguided. The reason you go for like a secondary duelist like ISO Reyna or Yoru is because you kind of get a little bit of extra, maybe not Reyna, you don't usually use Reyna, but like ISO or Yoru, you get a little bit of extra util there that can almost be used like initiating util. Both ISO and Yoru are kind of initiator hybrids in the way that they can be utilized. When you're running double duelists like this, you're kind of just banking on being able to be aggressive, which on your offense is like good, but when you're on defense, that's when it starts to look a little bit iffy. At least in my opinion. I don't love this comp, but you never know, it could work out. I definitely favor the Guardians comp here. Just I think double controller's a little bit more in the meta, and I trust it a little bit more, whereas like Pigeons are running the same comp they run on Haven on Corrode's a little interesting. They're very different maps. But anyways, very quick aggression in towards B. Waylay dashes in. Riker manages to get on site and take out Anderson, and that's going to be a free site. Spike does get to go down, and that does mean it's going to be a 5v4 post plant for the Guardians very quickly off to the races here on map 2. These Pigeons are likely going to find themselves down here. Coburg is very low on HP coming in from CT here. The other 3 on Pigeons are all coming in from mid. Start to make their way through that back site. Cuz manages to get on the site. Atlas, though, going to take out Cuz and Zamal. Clough is able to take out Poseidon, but will fall to Riker. Oh my god. Sorry. Sam takes out Coburg. I'm sick. Hold on. Wow, this is not fun. But Guardians get a round win. They start off with a win, get to go into their anti-eco. Yeah, that was just a very quick, very fast aggression in towards that B side of the map, and it worked out. It paid off. They were able to get those kills early. Riker was able to entry quickly. I am interested to see if they're able to kind of keep that aggression. And again, they're running double controllers, so they can work the map a little bit. They don't need to be fast. They don't need to be aggressive. But given the fact that that Pigeons kind of lack a lot of that stall util, given that really the only stall agent they have is Chamber on Sentinel, but even then, Chamber is, you know, a little bit more of a duelist hybrid than anything, so you do lose out on a lot of that stall util you'd get from like a Cypher or Killjoy, so for the Guardians, they can be a little bit more aggressive given the lack of stall util on their opponent's side. Oh, both Riker, or sorry, oh my god, Zamal is going to take out Slammed and Riker. I was going to say both Kov and Zamal have been pinged out and are going to get taken out by Riker, but they didn't. Snarly is able to trade them both back, though, by taking out Zamal and Cuz, and then it's going to be a 3v1 pretty quickly here, as it's just down to Anderson in a 1v3. And all you have is that Headhunter. Oh, nice shot onto Atlas, but Snarly will shut them down. 3 kills for Snarly on the round after getting those 2 trade picks earlier on in the site take, and that's going to be 2-0 win for the Guardians. I will say, though, they did lose all but 2 of their players. They lost the majority of their players. They did get the spike down, though. But, you know, on an anti-eco, losing the majority of your players, not the best thing in the world. And so for Pigeons, that's kind of a win in a way, because now they're going to have a pretty massive gun advantage here as they move into their bonus or anti-bonus. Well, the Guardians take bonus. So the Pigeons are in a pretty good spot here to take this round. Again, they would be regardless, but being able to take out the majority of your opponent's players there as they're about to move into bonus is a very good way to keep yourselves in it. Zamal is going to just find the 2 kills very quickly, peeking out in towards A main. The Guardians now start to back out a little bit. They did not have a contingency plan. They were just all in A main. Anderson has found a really good flank. Spotted, though, doesn't matter. Slammed will still fall, and Snarly's going to swing out after and also fall. It's just down to Poseidon. The top player, MVP from Haven, caught out by the recon dart, hesitated there a little bit and shooting it for some reason, and now going to get taken out by Kof. And that is going to make it a flawless round win for Pigeons. I did think, you know, I thought Pigeons was going to take it. Guardians were working with pretty weak weaponry there. I did not expect Pigeons to take it flawlessly. So that's pretty good for Pigeons, not so good for Guardians. If they'd been able to do some good damage there, that definitely could have aided them a little bit as we move into the first full buy from both sides. But instead, the Pigeons are going to have a lot of momentum to work with in terms of their economy. So the Guardians do really have to win this, or else the Pigeons will be off to a really good start. Anderson going to break the recon dart, but does get spotted by it. Atlas going to push up here a little bit in towards A main, inserting themselves. There are 2 players here. Cuz and Anderson. Anderson's going to be the first to see the presence. Atlas will take them out. It is traded back by Cuz. Trades do favor the offense, though, so it's a little bit better for the Guardians. As they now force the Pigeons to spread themselves thin on this defense, but Zamal is able to take out Poseidon. Riker pushing up through mid is spotted by the Owl drone. Riker double dash out on the waylay, and now the paranoia comes out as well. Koff doesn't get hit by it, though, and they're able to take out Riker and Slammed. And Snarly, oh, doesn't matter, gonna take out Zamal and Koff. It's a 1v2 now, was a 1v4, but this is very winnable. Players' positions are unknown to Snarly. A little bit afraid about the backstab, but both of these players looks like are gonna be leaning more towards the CT side on A.
30 seconds left.
Snarly making their way in towards the site. Tap the spike plant. Off of that, Pigeons start running in, looking to get the kill. Snarly hears him. They're aware of how low Snarly's HP is. And Snarly's shots need to be good, and they just aren't quite good enough. And so Cuz takes Snarly out, shuts down the potential clutch, and the Pigeons win it. It's a really bad loss for the Guardians because they have no money now. The Pigeons have a lot of money now. So their momentum is going to look pretty good moving forward. They can take a round or two of losses and still be able to bounce back now. So the Guardians have a bit of a hill to climb, especially given the fact that they have to take an eco now. I imagine... we won't see the timeout quite yet, but I do think that if they don't look good here on this round, even though it's an eco, the timeout might come out just to talk.
Don't miss me too much.
Guardians start this round on their eco, making their way up mid, and immediately Atlas is taken out by Anderson, but Riker is able to take advantage of the paranoia utilized against Anderson to find a kill, so that does mean it's a 4v4 as it's traded back. A lot of this mid's just been given up to the Guardians. But Zamal is watching this link entrance. Oh, a headshot onto Zamal. The health is low, and the spray through the box is good as Riker finishes off Zamal after getting a really nice head tap there. To start off, it is a trade, though. And Kohlberg's able to take out Slammed and Poseidon. It's now a 1v3 for Riker. They have recovered the Vandal. So this is pretty winnable. Cuz is spotted. Ooh, the stun is good. Not going to be able to play off of it, and Riker's able to find a really good timing there. It's a 1v2. Kohlberg going to win the fight, though. 3 kills for Kohlberg on the round. 3 kills for Riker as well, but it's Pigeons who take it. And that's going to make it a 3-2 lead now for Pigeons. I will say that was a pretty decent attempt from the Guardians, so probably no need to call a timeout. They're going to get a full buy going, and we'll see if they're able to convert. A little bit worrying, though, if you are the Guardians here. Just kind of the rougher start. Off of winning the pistol and then the anti-eco. Those are 2 rounds where it's like, okay, it's good that you won them, but they don't mean a whole lot in terms of showing how strong of a team you're going to be on a map, given the fact that they are obviously pistol rounds and then against an against an eco, so you have the advantage. Guardians pushing up here in towards B. And Kohlberg's just managed to sit in the smoke, not cleared out, and they're going to find one. Poseidon does take them out, and that does kind of give up this B site a little bit. Although, I thought Riker was going to commit to the double dash, but he did not. He TP'd back, so he is not really all too much cleared out. Atlas does have an operator. Stand still. Snarly's going to be the one to find the kill onto Cuz, swinging into 3 players. Zamal's still here, though, and Anderson's coming from mid. Zamal may have a really good angle here, and they do. They take out Snarly. It's a 2v3 now for the Guardians. Anderson's going to take out Atlas, Poseidon in a 1v3. Now a 1v2 as they take out Zamal. You're aware that there's an operator in play. You got to be worried about it. Ooh, Kof is ready for Poseidon, but Poseidon's going to get the kill regardless. And now Poseidon walks into CT. Anderson could be ready for this. The question is Poseidon, and Poseidon is not. Had the advantage there in terms of the fact that Pigeons Anderson was not smoked in, or scoped in, not smoked in. But regardless, Pigeons take it, and I would call a timeout here if I'm Alliance Guardians, but they're not going to do so. We'll see what their plan is here in the meantime. Perhaps they don't want to call it before going into an eco, but Pigeons are kind of running away with it here, as they've just done a really good job of stopping anything Alliance Guardians try to do. A lot of it's coming down to some of these gunfights as well. The Guardians were winning on Haven. They're not winning here. Atlas is going to find a kill at the Tour de Force onto Anderson. Big opening pick there for the eco round. The Guardians. Kof, though, going to be ready to try and trade it back, holding a main here. Riker's going to be the first to be spotted. The Sheriff shot is good, though. Kof whiffs, and that's going to be punished. Making it a 5v3. This is very winnable now. Kohlberg in this corner. Do you get cleared out? Not quite yet. Not quite yet. And now finally taken out by the Tour de Force, but Zamal's managed to come in for backup and take out Poseidon. So it's a 2v2. Space not really gained too much here on A. Riker has picked up the operator. looking to do some damage here on A. Atlas is rotating all the way over to B through attacker spawn. I mean, Riker's still here, but Pigeons have really no reason to peek that might push them into them.
30 seconds left.
Plant's coming down now on B. That's not quite heard by the positioning of Pigeons. Now they'll know. Riker is heard here. Oh, and unscopes just in the nick of time for Cuz to get the kill. So bad timing there does result in a player advantage now for Pigeons. Granted, this was an eco, so this is going pretty well for the Guardians so far. Both of these players are going to be coming from main. Atlas coming in for the retake from CT. Their position not expected. They had the opportunity, but the second shot's not quite good enough. They're moving a little too much. 3 kills for Atlas, but it's not going to be enough. Zamal takes them out and defuses the spike. It was very close to being a very nice clutch, but the Guardians do not get away with it. So it's 5 rounds now for the Pigeons and only 2 for the Guardians. Now a timeout's going to be taken as we move into what will be a bye round for the Guardians and an opportunity to prevent Pigeons from tying up. Or sorry, ensuring that the second half will at least be tied up, if not the Pigeons with the lead. So timeout's going to be taken. I do think the Guardians are probably just playing into the Pigeons a little too much. They're not working the map a whole lot. You're running double controller. You can go for some lurks here and there. They end up just kind of all pushing towards one site. And then if it doesn't go well for them, they're kind of just stuck where it's like one person is left alone, something like that. I do think if the Guardians switch it up a little bit in terms of playing a little bit slower, working the map a little bit more, they might have a bit more success. Pigeons are not... I think the Pigeons are just doing a good job of making sure that the Guardians don't gain much space. They're also winning gunfights that they weren't winning on Haven. I think that's a big factor as well. The Pigeons seem to be much more locked in than they were in the previous map. The Guardians do have a Viper's Pit to utilize. That could be a free round win if they're able to get onto site to use it. The Pigeons have been doing a pretty good job of preventing those post-plant scenarios, but if they can get there, they have it. The Pigeons do have 4 ultimates to utilize themselves. In the Blade Storm, Overdrive, Hunter's Fury, and From the Shadows, and those could definitely be lethal. Guardians do make their way over towards split push, actually. Spike is leaning towards B, though. And Viper's going to be left over towards A. So this is what I'm talking about. Working the map, lurking a little bit, playing a little bit slower. You can see the Pigeons are ready to be aggressive themselves. Snarly might be ready for this. Oh, nice shot on Cuz to prevent the side kill, but Zamal is there to trade it back. 4v4, though. Oh, op shot whiff from Anderson, and that gives an opening. Riker tries to punish, but does get taken out by the op. Slam does manage to TP in regardless. And take out Zamal. From the Shadows going to be expended because A site's open. Spike's going to go down on A. That's what the lurk gives you. That's what working the map gives you. Atlas is still here, though, over on B with an operator. And they're going to find a kill. Ooh, good kill from Coburg onto Atlas, catching the slow rotation back over to A. Viper's Pit does now come out. Ooh, Slam takes advantage of the one-way as the smoke drops down and Link. Coburg is caught out. It's just down to Cuff now. Has an Odin. These are paper wolves. Recon dart into the Viper's Pit. Doesn't see much. The Odin spam through the wall. It doesn't hit much. And Poseidon swings. Gonna take out Cuff, prevent the defusal. And that does mean that after the timeout, the Guardians do bounce back pretty effectively. Obviously, part of that was due to the fact that they had the Viper's Pit there, helped them win the round. But they also just did a really good job initially. I think they worked the map really, really well, right? The only reason they won that is because, or the only reason they were even able to get the Viper's Pit down is because they were able to plant on A. Not just because they had the From the Shadows ult, but also because a really good lurk job was done by Poseidon, is able to get all the way into A, clear out a lot of space for the Guardians that they could then play off of. I think that that's kind of the thing I was talking about. That's probably something that the coach talked about, right? Working the map a little bit more, playing a little slower, figuring out where your opponents are and where they are not. That's the key for the Guardians right now, given that their initial attempt at just being aggressive had not panned out. They're going to aggress into A here. They do spot one, and Slammed is going to take them out. There is a player on site now from Cuz who was in Link, but did manage to sneak past utilizing the Viper's Wall. Riker takes out Jamal, who was in Link, so that's good. Cuz somehow manages to find two with the Bucky before falling. That keeps it a little bit closer. It's now a 3v2. Pigeons are on an eco, though, off of losing that previous round. Riker is going to take Anderson out. Just barely unscoped from the head tap. Or sorry, headhunter. It's just down to Kolberg here in a 1v3. Owl drone going to be expended. Kolberg decides, all right, time to execute. Starts rushing in. Paranoia hits nobody, and Poseidon finishes them off. 5-4 now as the Alliance Guardians climb back into this. And again, Pigeons only got 5 rounds, so there's a chance the Alliance Guardians could take the lead going into the next half if they get a really good win streak going here. Which is not, impossible. Pigeons just had a 5-round win streak. If the Guardians have one of their own, that would give them the lead going into the next half. We will see, though. Pigeons were just on an eco, so that's part of probably why they were not successful in winning there. The Guardians, however, have built up some momentum, and I do think that they did show some pretty good potential in terms of figuring out their opponent. We'll see as they aggress towards B how this ends up going. Owl Drone followed by the Paranoia. And then the ult, but it doesn't hit Cuz. Kolberg wins the fight against Riker regardless. Cuz manages to take out Slammed as well. Poseidon gets a trade pick. Atlas takes out Zamal. It's a 3v3. Kolberg's still here. They know that. Poseidon wants to finish them off, and they do. It's a 3v2. Spike will go down. And now the Guardians get it at post-plant. I think one thing we saw the Guardians be really, really good at on Haven is these post-plant scenarios. And the Pigeons have allowed the Guardians to get into one of them here. Kof jiggle peeking. Operator is going to be spotted. Kof knows that there's at least one player playing for main. It's all 3 of them. Kof doesn't know that, though. Still has to take his time. Player spotted. Crouches down. Tries to get behind the wall, but Snarly does enough damage. Kof will fall. It's going to be tied now 5-5. And the Guardians have a chance here to take the lead going to the next half. At the very least, though, they can get to that 6th round and prevent the Pigeons from taking the lead going to the next half. Which, given how much it looked like the Pigeons were going to dominate this half, it's looking pretty good right now for the Guardians. Pigeons have to take an eco half buy here. They do not have money to utilize. 1 round left after this in the half, so they do want to be able to buy next round. Although they are expending quite a bit of money this time around regardless. The Guardians are going to head their way up in towards B very quickly. Did a good job of Paranoia hitting the player that was pushing out. The Hunter's Fury is expended, though, and it doesn't hit anybody. And unlike some of the previous rounds, the Guardians do not have many contingency plans. They do not have good lurks that can give them an immediate rotate. No longer have any ultimates to work with either. The overdrive is in the hands of the Pigeons. And Neon very much so was waiting to utilize that, I guarantee you, had that B site been committed to. The Guardians slow down now. They're spreading out, trying to work their way over towards A and mid. Poseidon is still here in B main, looking to take the fight with Cuz. Cuz's stun is good, and it does force the snakebite out of the hands of Poseidon, so that does do a really good job in terms of getting some util out of the hands of the Guardians there. Guardians are worked up in towards A. There's 3 players here, though. The Pigeons are ready for this. Question is the weaker buy going to be enough?
30 seconds left.
Riker takes out Anderson. 5v4 now. Snarly takes out Kof. Kolberg with nothing but a sheriff. Going to get shut down by Atlas. And that is A site open. Spike's going to go down. And there you have it. Thank you, Witsy, for the follow. I appreciate it. I do believe this will be a 2-0. That is my prediction. I did not necessarily have it being a 2-0 coming into this. I didn't really know what to expect from Pigeons, but... Or Guardians, to be honest. I didn't know if they were going to have a good bounce back. Energy didn't look great when they were playing them. Atlas takes out Cuz. It's a 4v1 now. And Zamal will fall. It's a 5. Wait, Zamal will fall. No, Zamal will get a kill. Poseidon will then cause Zamal to fall. It's 6 rounds now. So after winning 5 rounds in a row, the Pigeons just get completely shut down. They're not even going to go into the next half with the lead. And the Guardians have an opportunity here to get a 5-round streak of their own to get themselves the lead going into the next half. Keep in mind, Pigeons are running a double dive duelist composition here that is going to lend its hand a little bit to that offensive side. So when we do switch sides, the Pigeons may look a little bit better here. But Guardians are also running a double controller comp, which may lend its hand a little bit more to that defensive half. Especially given the fact that they also still have a Sentinel in that chamber, so they didn't sacrifice the Sentinel to get a double controller going. They've got a double controller and a Sentinel, so their defense is going to be hard to penetrate. And I do think that for Pigeons, if they can get this round, that does put them in a bit of a better spot here, given the offensive side and nature of their composition. But they do really want this round. I mean, you want every round, it's Valorant, but Guardians start this round off playing a little bit slower. They're working their way up through mid. Slammed is going to get a nice peek onto Zamal, and that's going to open up that A-link if they want it. Which looks like they might. They actually smoke off that top mid, and it's a good bait to get Kulf in there, and Riker's going to punish. Cuz is holding a judge, though, and that's going to find one. Pulls out the overdrive. We're seeing it expended now, looking for more. Is it going to find more? Starly's very exposed here, and it will find more. Now turns their attention towards main, but the ultimate, the tour de force from Atlas is too much to overcome, and Cuz will fall. The one way from Slammed is enough to find Kohlberg's feet and the kill. It's now going to be a 3v1. And it does look like the Guardians, and they will go into the second half with a 7-5 lead after a really nice bounce back. They lost 5 in a row, took a timeout, and then they won 5 in a row. The Guardians showing that adaptation I think we saw from them in the qualifiers. Obviously, this is a bit of a different roster than the team that qualified for Challengers, but regardless, one thing that they did pretty well during the qualifiers and then the ascension to get here when they had to fight against Burger Boys is they did a really, really good job of adapting to their opponent. It was a lot of that mid-round calling that I think they did a good job of. And we're seeing them be able to reproduce that here now against Pigeons. Even though it's a different team for the most part, a lot of these players are different. Riker's really the only one still standing from that original roster. Regardless, maybe that Riker's all they need as they're still dominating. Slam's going to take out Cuz. It's now a 5v4, and shot in the back is Zamal. Riker is just talking about going to take Zamal out. It's now going to be a 5v3. The pistol not going well for Pigeons. Really needed this if they wanted to make this double dive duelist comp work, but the 2 players they lose initially to start out before they've even dove into a site is the duelists. Fortunately for them, they do get that A site given up as the Guardians were playing aggressive. Slam takes out Anderson. It's now going to be a 5v2. Kulf can't find anything. It's just down to Kohlberg. Can you at least find a kill? You cannot. Slammed will find 3 on the round to make it 8-5 and a flawless pistol round victory to carry that momentum from that first half into the second. And the Pigeons now in a very tough spot. I do think Anderson does need to luck, and I think that's something on Haven that was a bit of a weak point, was having Anderson on the operator so much, not able to find those kills, especially on that defensive half, and I do think that we're now seeing that here on Corrode pay a price as well in not necessarily having the aim. I do think Guardians are winning a lot of these gunfights, and that is making a factor. I think that first half, during that 5-round win streak, we saw the Pigeons just winning gunfights, and sometimes that's all it takes, and that was winning them rounds. Guardians are now the ones winning the gunfights, and it feels like Pigeons can't respond to that. And already, we do see Anderson fall. 4v5 now for the Pigeons as they re-aggress over towards A. It's going to be a chamber setup here, as well as Slammed. Slammed will take out Kohlberg. 5v3 now for this defense. Slam will take out Zamal. Coming from behind is Cuz with nothing but a classic though, and it's not going to be enough. Atlas going to take out Kolf, but a third is found for Slammed, and it's another flawless round. Not a single kill found, and the spike doesn't even go down. The Pigeons are now going to be against a bonus that is going to be pretty strong here. The Guardians do get to keep quite a bit of their weaponry from the previous round, and that does mean that Pigeons are going to struggle a little bit here. They do have, obviously, better guns regardless. They should be able to take it. They do have Kolf on the Odin. I will say, you know, it looked like Odin was going to be a really annoying gun to have to deal with in ranked that everybody was going to be using towards the end of last VCT season. But I feel like it kind of fell out of the favor for a lot of people. And we'll see if it's going to find impact here. The Guardians are playing aggressive up mid, and it is punished. Slammed will fall to Cuz. Riker does have a Vandal, though. Ooh, Snarly's gonna get sprayed down with that Odin. Cuz is sprayed through the smoke. Sorry, Cuz is able to spray through the smoke to take out Riker. Poseidon, who's peeking out a B, is taken out. The dismantling slowly, one by one, is good, and it is a flawless win for Pigeons. Okay, so after losing the pistol flawlessly, and then losing the eco against anti-eco flawlessly, the Pigeons decide they'll do it themselves. And they take a flawless win on their bye round against the bonus. Guardians now going to be on a bye. Now we get into the real gameplay. We do have Atlas with an operator and no shield. That's an interesting choice. I'm not sure I agree with it. They are completely giving up mid in favor for a heavy 4-player A defense. I'm not sure why, but they are very much so anticipating a heavy A, potentially mid to A. Looks like it's not the worst call in the world. They do have a player lurking up towards B, but a lot of these players are mid and A. Atlas whiffs an op shot on a jump peeking Anderson. Does look like the Pigeons are going to be making their way over towards B, potentially through top mid there. And we do see Starling now rotating over towards B. There's still 3 players here, though, to help defend. The spike has not yet gone down. Now it's going down. Shock Dart's going to do some damage to Kolf. Slammed is able to take out Cuz. Odin spam coming through the wall, and it's good. Kolf takes out Slammed. 4v4. Atlas so far away still from the site. Snarly's able to take out Coburg. In the corner is Zamal, and Poseidon's able to get the kill. Recon darts for either side spot a lot of these players, and Riker's going to take out Kolf. Anderson, the remaining player, to 1v4. Poseidon going to shut them down. And off of losing their bonus flawlessly, the Guardians bounce back regardless and have a near flawless round, only losing 1 player, as they do give up that B site and play retake very well. I did not expect that to go as well for them, to be honest. I thought that stacking so heavily towards A and then playing retake on B was not going to work out for them. But Pigeons did not play a very good post plant, which is kind of a stark contrast to the Guardians, who had a really, really good post plant there for a lot of their time on offense on both Corrode and on Haven. They just, once they got that spike down, they won the round. That has not been the case for Pigeons. We'll see, maybe they can switch it up here. The Odin is now in the hands of Snarly, and he's willing to spam through it, be a little bit annoying himself. Anderson takes out Atlas for an easy pick on towards A. That kind of opens it up. Off of that, Slam does TP, make sure that he's on the site, ready to defend it. Player has inserted themselves into A link. Bit of stalling out here. Let's see, the Guardians definitely thinking this is a B rotate here, but it isn't. Slam trying to re-clear A main, punished. Anderson will find the kill. That is A site left open. If Pigeons want it, they can have it. But they're not moving. They know the way that the Guardians like to re-clear, so they're hoping that they can get some kills. But the kills are not coming through. Coburg is still in B main. Now they back out. With 30 seconds left, it does look like A site will now be hit. It is open. They're going to take their time here still, though, making sure that they clear it out, do their due diligence, but there's not going to be anybody for them to clear out. Some util expended here to take this site that they're not going to have for defending the spike. And it looks like the Guardians might be making the decision to save. And that is what they are doing. Okay, they stacked the wrong site and they decide it's time to save in a 3v5. I don't know how I feel about that. I guess they are pretty far away from A, so I understand why it's happening. I do still think, though, given the lack of proven ability to play post-plant, I would have expected the Guardians to at least try to maybe get a kill or two. But it is what it is. So the Pigeons are able to get around here. That's going to make it 7-10. The Guardians are still in these double digits. They're 2 rounds away from match point, 1 round away from, after that, winning the game, winning the series. So for Pigeons, they do need to lock in and get some wins going. I do think that that round, again, was a good example of how they should be playing. They're playing a little bit more patiently. I think that's the thing with Corrode. It is a defense-sided map. You gotta play the map a little bit. You gotta work around it a little bit. It's kind of like Split in some of the way that it's formed. Obviously, the mid is very different from Split. But I think both A and B, in just the choke point entrances, are very akin to that B garage on Split. And so, because of that, you do have to play the map quite a bit. And I do think that Pigeons did a really good job of that there. They're waiting for the Guardians to push into them. And then when the Guardians did push into them, they punished. This time around, though, the Guardians realized, okay, that's what lost us the round. We're not going to do that. Jump peek coming out from Snarly to watch down that bottom mid is going to get out an op shot, but it doesn't find anything. And then Riker is able to push out a B and find a kill onto Coburg. So the little bit of aggression, a little bit of pushing and pulling from the Guardians is good this time around. Ooh, Anderson wins the op fight against Atlas. I think that's the first time that's happened. And that's going to be a huge opening there to give a site to the Pigeons. Operator's still here. Or sorry, not Operator. Odin is still here. And Starly's going to use it. Anderson will fall. Slammed able to play around the smoke to take out Cuz. Zamal's able to take out Snarly, though. Poseidon does take out Zamal. It's now going to be a 1v3 for Koff in this post plant. Can't win it, and Riker takes out Koff, and that's exactly what I was talking about. The post plant just does not look good from Pigeons a lot of the time. At least not today. And the Guardians are able to get away with a win in this round because of it, and they are now 1 round away from match point, 2 rounds away from winning the series in a 2-0 fashion, which I think, you know, given that their last opponent was Energy Academy, I can understand why they looked not great. Energy Academy is probably a top 3 team in Challengers right now. But we do see the Guardians against a more equal opponent, maybe even just a more average representation of some of the players here in Challengers, and the Guardians are performing. They won 13-8 against the Pigeons on Haven, and they're very close to winning 13-8 again on Corrode to get their first series win in Challengers. We'll see if Pigeons can respond, though. Odin from Snarly from top mid does not find anything. There is an op spamming through the smoke looking for something. Doesn't find anything. Actually, Koff and Anderson did take a decent amount of damage there. Atlas not going to find the kill with the operator on these players pushing in through B main. Riker double dashes out, spots the presence, decides to TP back. So Maul going to be spraying at Snarly. A bit of a spray through the smoke, spray through the wall fight here in mid. The Odin's just going to be used to spam down through these smokes in this wall. Anderson has snuck past the smoke, looking for something. All of these players for Pigeons are now making their way over towards A. Atlas takes out Anderson, who snuck past that smoke in mid. Slam's going to take out Cuz. Slam's also going to take out Zamal. The Hunter's Fury is good for 1, but it's a 2v4. And Pigeons are 1 round away from finding themselves against match point.
30 seconds left.
Spike goes down. The shock dart doesn't hit anything. This is still winnable. The positioning is good here. Coburg finds 1, but Atlas is going to trade it back. It's a 1v3 now from Pigeons. holding it down and getting hindered, and that's not going to do much for you. So Snarly's able to take out Kolf, and that's going to be match point now, series point now for Alliance Guardians, as they are now just one round away from taking map 2 13-7. After taking Haven 13-8, they're looking pretty good here on map 2. And this, keep in mind, Haven was Pigeons map pick, so this is the Guardians map pick. It's not super surprising that they're able to take it the way that they are. They've also had much more success on Corrode in recent history than Pigeons have. Pigeons are forcing up here, but you can see their buy. It's not the strongest. They're actually... Anderson's going to use the Tour de Force and not force up a gun.
You want to play? Let's play.
Which is interesting. Oh, the Odin spam from top mid is good. Cuz and Kof are both very low on HP. Zamal is able to take out Snarly, but is traded back by Slam through the smoke. B is going to be hit through mid. Not entirely sure that the Guardians are ready for such fast aggression, and they're not. Coburg and Zamal each find one. It's a 3v2 now. Sorry, 4v2 now. Pigeons are up very good right now. Slammed is in this B main. Spots the jet, but Pigeons may have just won themselves a ticket into this match. Riker is all the way over on the other side of the map. It does not look like this is going to be won by the Guardians. Definitely not now. Zamal's going to take out Slammed, and Riker's probably going to make the call to save. Maybe not. Play for exits, it looks like. I'm going to find one. Nothing else, though. So the Pigeons do get back in this. They do get their 8th round. I will say, though... Ooh, Anderson falls. That could mean... I guess he didn't really come in with any guns, so maybe he didn't have an op or anything. But he might have picked up a gun there that he just lost. Regardless, he has an operator now. We kind of see a mirror here in terms of buys. 2 Vandals. 2 Phantoms. 2 Vandals for Pigeons. 2 Phantoms for Guardians. 1 Phantom for the Pigeons. 1 Vandal for the Guardians. And then an operator and an Odin for both teams. Oh, the sliver of the body not going to be enough. Atlas is not able to find the kill there. And that engagement in B main. And now the Pigeons are redirecting over towards A. Riker's here as well as Slammed. They're going to see the hit coming. Anderson is able to take out Slam, but Riker is able to trade it back. However, Riker does get down to 4 HP and is going to be finished off by the Shock Dart. Kolf takes out Snarly as well. And now it's another 2v4 that the defense finds themselves in. The op shot is better from Atlas. The op duel is won by Atlas as Anderson falls. It's now a 2v3 retake. Atlas tried to use the Headhunter to win the fight on site, but is not able to do so. Now just trying to get away with their life to save the operator, but Cuz chases them down, and all 5 players will fall for the Guardians. It is now 12-9. The Pigeons are very much so still in this, and the operator was picked up. So Anderson still has an op. Tour de Force can be used and will be used by the Guardians, though. And they're taking an eco. So that means that this win could, or sorry, not this win, this round could just be given up to the Pigeons. And a bit of a comeback, maybe. Although, again, when your opponent's on 12 rounds, all it takes is 1 slip. Anderson takes out Riker. It's now a 5v4. Pretty much exactly where Pigeons want to be here on this anti-eco. Pigeons work their way over towards B. The Guardians move themselves all the way over to A, so this is going to be a site given up. The trademark will go off to alert the Guardians, but it's only Atlas here. And all he has is a Tour de Force. And Cuz from on top of Hut's going to take him out. So that does make it a 5v3 here. As Pigeons will get the spike down. And now they just need to play a good post plant, which should not be difficult with this much of a player and gun advantage. It looks like Guardian's going to make the call to just try to die to spike if they can. And watch the exits. So, kind of a big bounce back here for Pigeons. Poseidon takes out Cuz. Now a 4v3. Again, not going to matter. So, you get an exit frag. There's that. Viper's Pit's going to be online. Hunter's Fury is going to be online for the Guardians. There's a Hunter's Fury, however, for Pigeons as well. And this is kind of the round. If the Guardians lose this round, there's a very real possibility we go into overtime. And it looks like the Guardians acknowledge that. They're going to go ahead and take a timeout. Don't blame them. They want to think about how they put an end to what has been a bit of a comeback here from Pigeons. Thoughts on Fortnite? Yeah, that's alright, I guess. Anyways. I do think that the Guardians kind of have just been struggling in terms of, again, going for some of those initial engagements, pushing out of those main entrances, and then getting punished for that. I think Pigeons are doing a good job of waiting for the Guardians to show themselves. And the Guardians are really good at retake. I said this before. Pigeons are not so great at post plant. So if the Guardians can force the Pigeons to play post plant, and then go for those retakes, like if they stack A and then play retake over on B, something like that, or stack B, play retake over on A, I do think that that could work for the Guardians. I don't know if I'd go for this at this point when it's this close. I might just try to play a more defaulty type defensive setup. But again, Pigeons do sometimes tend to struggle in that post plant, and I do think that Guardians could take advantage of that. Hunter's Fury is immediately expended by the offense, and it finds nothing. A counter's Hunter's Fury comes out, and it does end up pinging the offensive Sova, so both Sovas get pinged once. Oh, Poseidon in the corner sees the gun sticking out and decides to play patiently, but Cuz manages to take them out in the process. Coburg takes out Snarly. Alice's operator is good for one, but Coburg takes out Riker. It's a 2v4 now. I almost thought it was a 2v3. 2v4 now. And at this point, this round's probably over. You want to save the operator. You're not going to have money for next round. We could be seeing an OT. Oh, nice shot there from Atlas. We could be seeing an OT match here, as the Guardians struggle to close it out after getting to match point. This is not really what was expected. I mean, after winning 5 rounds at the end of... Oh, okay. Coburg dies to Spike, and Kof dies as well. So, actually, all but one of Pigeon's players dies. But they do have money, so it's not too big of a concern. After winning... I mean, okay, so Guardians won Pistol and then Anti-Eco in the first half. And then Pigeons won 5 in a row. And the Guardians returned with a 5-round win streak of their own, which turned into a 7-round win streak after winning Pistol and Anti-Eco again coming into this half. And then, since then, they've had 3 defusals to win rounds. Again, those retakes have looked good, but that's about it. In terms of being able to put something up, they have not won because they prevented that spike from going down. And that's where they're struggling, because if Pigeons can just clean up that hole in playing post like they did in the previous round, they have been successful. Jump peek from top mid does spot these players in bottom mid. And Pigeons is now aggressing, turning their attention over towards B. So Malt's going to take out Riker, and that does immediately open up that B site. Poseidon takes out Zamaldo. It's tied up 4v4. Slam takes out Coburg. Viper's Pit has gone down reflexively. The defense has gotten that Viper's Pit down. Snarly takes out Kolf. Cuz takes out Snarly. It's a 2v3 now for Pigeons. Spike is down, but not planted. It's got to be picked up.
30 seconds.
And again, this Viper's Pit is still here on site. It doesn't cover much of the site, so that doesn't mean Spike can still go down. It's tapped. Atlas coming from behind, though. Back is turned and Cuz will fall. One player remaining stands between Alliance Guardians and their first win in North American Challengers. 10 seconds remaining, time ticking down, and Slammed will take out Anderson to make it 13-11 Alliance Guardians as they win their first match in North American Valorant Challengers. Proving themselves, redeeming themselves after losing to Energy Academy a few days ago pretty handily in favor of NRG. They managed to get away with a pretty dominant win here for the Guardians. Big win. I thought they were going to win coming into it. I didn't expect it to be as close of a map 2 there. I'll be honest. Thank you, Jojo. I appreciate it. I will move my camera down a little bit. There we go. And so the next match I'm going to watch is not EG versus YFP. We're going to do Sleepers versus who's Sleepers playing? Shopify Rebellion, because I think, first of all, I want Sleepers to win. I'm rooting for Sleepers, but also I think it's going to be an exciting match. The mainstream, which is where that match is going to be, is not yet finished. They're very close. After a very close map 1, I think it went OT. It's 10-4 now. We're sad.
Box, you really need to, confirm that pick and just survive. I think that's what the anchors on B really need to do as defenders, is keep the smoke.
Interesting. I thought it was going to be way closer. That first map looked so close.
They're not very hard to find.
Yeah, first map ended 14-12 in favor of SAD.
That should have been kind of marked from Winthrop.
That's what I'm saying, and I actually like the fact that
this is good though. We need it to end quickly. Big win for Guardians though. Big win for Guardians. Let me actually
let that clock
here. Oh, that's the wrong one. I was like, wait, they went to overtime on Corrode? Wait. No, it's this one. Yeah, so 13-8 and then 13-11. Across all maps, Poseidon 37 and 25, 213 ACS, a 1.26 rating. I do think Poseidon, especially on Haven, was definitely a big force there. When we went to Corrode, it was definitely Atlas and Riker and Slam. Like the rest of the team really started to step up compared to Haven, where it felt like, especially the duelists were a little bit, lower. Especially considering they started on offense, it's a little bit strange that they were a little bit lower on the list in terms of performers. But yeah, I mean, as we switch sides, the duelists locked in. Riker and Atlas did a really good job. This is what you really like to see, to show like good team play, is kill consistency. They're all above 30 kills. They're all within, a few kills of one another. That is a team that was able to win gunfights when they needed to, no matter who it was in those positions. That is a good team. If you look at Pigeons, right, Koff was a little bit more struggling. We had him have his moments. We saw him have his moments every now and again, but he definitely struggled a little bit. Anderson performed decently on Haven, but he was also supposed to be doing well with the operator and was not able to do so as effectively as he could have. And I think that started to be the weak point there. I do think Pigeons look pretty decent. I don't think that they're like a, bottom 1, bottom 2 team or anything like that. But I do think that they're probably not going to be, I think clearly they're not in the same league as the Guardians, which I was expecting the Guardians to win. I didn't expect them to kind of win as dominantly as they did, especially on that first map. But we will switch to Sleepers and Shopify Rebellion when that game starts.
Not a single defensive round for Winthrop, but that first blood to get the morale going yet again. No control for U-Haul. Winthrop is just going to hold the perimeter in showers in heaven. Once the smoke dissipates, we'll see if Sad will be caught out in the open. This is where the op can really get some magic going. He is smoked off. That'll go away in a second. And Fair needs to pop off. And he's got a crossfire, but Sad still need to plant. They got a minute. They can play the patient game. It's
I will say, by the way, I'm sick.
Desperation and look at the
My voice is dying.
They have a reason to be, but they just got to focus on those fundamentals.
I think I'm going to go grab some water really quickly, and then I'll be back.
Kind of working. 2 players still so far away from the site. 3v4 for now. They have an advantage before things finally break down. Plant comes in. Molly there in the smoke to kind of cover. Brilliant play from Sim. Not going to really find the spray, though. The smoke covers all chances for W to get an advantage.
Sad just have to hold the line through U-Haul. Big play from Jerwin, taking down the duelist. And now
I'll be
they
back.
have even odds. And Sad slowly take over. They're in the driver's seat. Jerwin caught with Util moves in STG. Rookie and the captain. They need to work together. The smoke is separating them. They need to infiltrate. Time is running out. And Payne delivers. It's a 1v1 to decide if Sad take the series. And Stellar just needs to play his life. Play cool. STG looking the wrong way. And Stellar, as usual, 13-4. A convincing victory for Sad.
Yeah, we were not persuaded before with the OT. This time, Sad just bring the tears to this match. That is tough for the side for WU. That is strong for the side of Sad. What an amazing game. What amazing plays. Noise cuts, executes from this team. The op also looked good to be online. I'm liking what I see from Sad. Another team joining that 2-0 bracket, and they look strong.
Absolutely, and it's been so cool to see how Sad are shaping up their roster. They got people with a lot of TAC FPS experience like Stellar, Jerwin. You have the star power, the clutch potential, and they're bringing on 2 rookies, Payne and Zaj, who haven't played challengers, and they're so flexible. You know exactly why Zaj is in the lineup. You can flex to literally any roles. Secondary duelist. Payne is consistent. He knows his role, doesn't push his limits, and just overall, yeah, things could be cleaner, but on their map pick with their game plans, Sad executed, and that's just a gap in the map pool that Winthrop have to assess going forward. But their Abyss looked good, especially Winthrop know how to play in deficits and know how to come back and keep their composure. So there's a lot more to Winthrop than what we're seeing.
Yeah, I want to see the Sad team though, and even the Winthrop team when they're in the business, when they have that gap, when they have momentum, really push it and try to close out the game. I feel like in challengers, especially in North America, you give teams a little bit of a chance, they start to come back. I'm loving these timeouts from the coaches. I'm loving what we see overall as well. We get to see even more. We'll be right back with a breakdown of what we just saw.
All right, I'm back. I'm so sorry. I am very sick. So I was just trying to get myself in it. Thank you, Mario. I appreciate it. Okay. Let's talk about sleepers. Let's talk about sleepers. So, all right, let me close all this. So, sleepers played against Core a few days ago. 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 3 days ago, 3 days ago. Sleepers played against Core 3 days ago. And map 1 went 13-1. Now, unfortunately, I didn't really get to see it because there were some tech issues, and so the stream wasn't working like on their end, which is really unfortunate. So by the time the stream came back, it was already 10-1, and so I didn't really get to see why they were so dominant on Abyss. But that was Core's map pick, mind you, which is kind of insane to think about. And then Sleepers beat Core 14-12 on map 2. I definitely think Sleepers are going to be more inclined to pick Abyss, I'll tell you that. They looked really, really good. In particular, there's some players you got to look at. Salada is a Clove 1 trick, but they went 42 and 32. Absolutely dominant, 290 ACS. Sorex went really well, did really well as well. I believe both Sorex and Duck were on, both Sorex and Duck were on Alliance Guardians actually when they first qualified for challengers. So that's something to note as well, is they do have some experience in terms of challengers caliber competition. I definitely would not have expected them to have dominated Core the way that they did. Core was very much so anticipated to win that one. I didn't know Sleepers. The only reason I'm rooting for Sleepers is obviously because I'm sleepy, and then Sleepers, it just kind of seemed like my Discord name is literally Sleepers. Like I felt like it had to happen. And so that's why I was rooting for them. But I did not have the biggest expectations for them just because I hadn't really heard of them. I hadn't really seen very much of them. They went kind of insane. Now, a lot of people will be willing to say, and I wouldn't super blame them or fault them for saying this, that Core was running with a sub. So there is that. Alexis is a sub for Core. They don't have that sub anymore. It's not going to matter. Obviously, they're not playing Core right now. But when they did beat Core, Core did have a sub. Now, was that sub the top performer for Core during the map that they got destroyed on? Yes. Was that sub second frag across the whole series? Yes. So do I think that the fact that they had a sub necessarily excuses the loss? Not really. But I do think that that's something to note when it comes to Sleepers. They beat Core, but Core had a sub, so there is that. However, 13-1 is not explained by just having a sub. I will say that. When it comes to Shopify Rebellion Black, this is an established team. This is like a near tier 2 org. Like that's the level of what's the word I'm looking for? Like power we're talking about here. They went to the Sen Invitational. They beat Sentinels. They beat Furia. I mean, those are tier 1 teams, right? This is a tier 2 borderline tier 1 team. This is a challengers caliber team handily. They've been in challengers for a really long time. They were they've gone through some iterations. They were Moist Shopify at one point as well. This roster was not good. I'll just say it. Moist Shopify was not good. Before they were Moist Shopify, most of the core was just Moist Esports, Moist Moguls, whatever they were called. And that roster was nearly like a tier 1 caliber roster. They destroyed the roster merged it with Shopify. I did not agree with that decision at all. I think it was a bad choice. And the results kind of prove that they did not do well following that. And last season, they did pretty okay. I mean, you can see that they beat Winthrop, they beat Nightblood Gaming, they beat M80. These are all like, pretty decent teams. They struggled a little bit during stage 2. They, lost to Core, who Sleepers just beat. They lost to Winthrop, who they had beaten previously, right? They definitely struggled a little bit last season, right? In BEC, they got eliminated pretty quickly in the closed qualifier, taken out by Qbert Academy. This is a team that I think is pretty good. Like, it's a pretty good team. I think that that's fair to say. They beat Sentinels, right? Like, this is a pretty good team. But they're still a challengers team. And as good as they are, I do think that Sleepers, definitely the underdog coming into it, but I do think that they have more of a chance than people would think, especially when you consider just how good Sleepers was against Core. I mean, 13-1. I don't like if there's nothing you can say to excuse a 13-1. And Core, like, look, Core's not a great team. I'm not gonna like sugarcoat it. They're not a great team, right? They've lost a lot. They lost to Furia, but they played Furia, right? Like, this is an established team. They beat Envy last stage. That's a tier 1 team. They beat Winthrop. Like, this is not a bad team. They've beaten Shopify Rebellion, right? Like, this is a decent team. So to get decimated the way that they did against Sleepers, that says something about Sleepers. It says more about Sleepers than I think it does about Core. Again, they had a sub. I'll give them that. But I think that Sleepers has more of a chance, and I think this match is going to be closer than people are willing to give them credit for, just given everything. Yo, what's up, Hostway? Was in fact a W win. It was in fact a W win. I saw Discord. I will do all that after stream. Yeah, I'm doing all this while I'm sick, by the way. I'm very sick. I haven't been sick in like over a year, and of course I'm sick now. I'm casting. I wanted to do this watch party so badly. I woke up and I'm sick, and then I'm casting this weekend, and I'm casting next weekend. I'm gonna lose my mind. Hopefully I don't die. But yeah, no, I think that this is a very winnable match for Sleepers. Don't think you can sleep on Sleepers, guys. You cannot sleep on Sleepers. They beat Core. That's saying something. And now they're gonna beat. Who are they facing? They're gonna beat Shopify. I don't know why I couldn't remember. Let me think. Alliance Guardians. Who are Alliance Guardians gonna end up playing? Obviously, I think it's gonna be one of these teams, right? I guess it'll depend on round differential. We'll see after. I do think that the Guardians are like a top 8 at least. They can probably be higher than that, like top 6 maybe. And that's me being like, that's me giving them a lot, if that makes sense. That's me not giving them a lot. That's me holding back, okay? Because I don't want to be too biased, Bro, you can't pin your own message. Okay. Let me see if there's like clips and stuff from the first series, not the one that I just watched, the other one. There are some. Here for Sleepy Win. You're about to watch Sleepers win, baby.
This punch very hard with this, and you don't get to see it too often on attack. Sash, though, you always can depend on him to anchor near spawn, especially that left side. He'll get first blood, but there's more on his plate. 3 about to swing, and the recon is gonna get sad on the back foot.
Here though, and you talked about the Marshall Key. Talk to me about it a bit more.
Okay, I feel like that was kind of like a normal anti-eco. It's like a Hoshway clip right there. Get it? Because you posted that clip, but it was against Pistols.
On the high ground, getting ahead of the game as Recoil waits for the call. And also, where is Sim? He needs to be the one that makes that space. He's taken a while to come from mid, and Winthrop are running out of time. They're running out of warm bodies too, and Moops has it up. This is very difficult. A Hunter's Fury for Welly is gonna disrupt things even more, and it's Ash with the 3K.
Sorry, I muted your stream. I'm glad you didn't hear. Okay. Why are you glad you didn't hear what I said? I didn't say anything bad. Huh? What? That's kind of messed up, man. You just don't like hearing me talk?
They're not going to be on it, and also the grab well creates some amazing delays. Stellar going for a big heroic play. Cape on his back. Shut down by recoil, and Winthrop pull it off.
It's a
To be as quiet as possible. Fair is always watching the flank, and he'll have recoil too. So Payne has a little.
Dude, there are no clips from the second map. Oh my god.
This is sad. I could get away with the map to be as quiet as possible.
Dude, that's kind of crazy.
My personal, he my chosen one of this league. He's the underrated talent in my opinion. Honestly, just peep his Twitter. You will understand. Look at his frag montages. They are so crazy. Like the movement, the aim, and I think
Yeah, bro, we got Duck and we got Sorex, bro. That's XAG right there.
There's Leo, there's Tanza, there's Sorex. All these players have such crazy stats, and I think just overall, this team is their name is not ironic. I'll just say it like that. They're not a sleeper team. They're actually just sick as hell, and I'm excited to see them play against SRB.
I think what I'm excited about is every year on these more unknown teams.
This is a real roster,
players, especially within like the stage 1 early parts of this, that you kind of really get surprised.
Okay,
about.
I'm gonna chill out a lot more during this one.
Throughout the year, even sometimes on some of these
Alliance was good, but like I talk way too much,
so I'm really, even if
and
we're kind of
my voice is gonna kill itself if I keep talking.
On the other end,
I mean, I'm gonna keep
really
talking.
excited
Like I don't
how
want to talk too
Sleepers is
much.
gonna be going up against the
This
other
one
team.
I'm just
But, Roy,
watching
you were
because they have
talking about
casters, so I don't have to do it.
Let's talk about him, because I feel like when I started looking at this Sleepers team, his was the first name and like the first impression that I really got of like, okay, wow, actually do not sleep on this team.
Yeah, I mean, his stats are crazy. There's just no other way to put it.
I'm
Like,
just not
he's
realizing
going
how
to be
sick I am.
consistently putting
I
up
couldn't
these
really tell
numbers,
while I
but
was
we've
just like
only really
chilling,
seen the
or
close
not while I was
out of
chilling,
him
while I
as
was
well, so I'm
casting,
kind of excited to see
like
if
solo
he's gonna
casting.
be diversifying
I
his map
am
a little bit. We did see, I think, one
dying.
Waylon maybe in the last 30 days, last 60 days.
My head feels so
I
weird,
think overall
man.
he's going to be flexing from that controller role to the duelist role. So expect super.
I also like
flexibility
did
from him,
not sleep at
expect
all last night. I
high,
also haven't
crazy
eaten anything.
mechanical moments
I should.
out of
Nah,
this
it's fine.
IM.
Yeah, I mean,
I have
like
water.
you touched on, he
I have water. I've
has
been drinking
only
a lot of
shown
water.
flow so far, and I'm hoping like he does go into more flexible, mostly just because personally I don't like where a Clove is a solo controller, especially on maps like Abyss.
I feel like if I eat anything, it's gonna hurt.
It can just be really hard, but with their playstyle, what they like to do, they like to fight everything. Whenever
I
someone
did
takes
take,
base, they're fighting. They're like
I did
constantly
mess
moving
up,
around the map, which
and I
think is
took
why
an
the Clove works,
ibuprofen,
especially
and I'm
on
not
maps
supposed to
like
have
Abyss. Normally,
ibuprofen
you have to have your Clove playing mid so
because
that you can
of
smoke both sides. But with this
ulcerative colitis. It can like make it bad. But I didn't know what else to take because I was in a lot of pain and I was trying to sleep earlier. And then I took another one when I got up because I just didn't think about it the second time. But I did just take a Tylenol. I'm allowed to have Tylenol. I can have Tylenol. So I took Tylenol. That's not going to counteract the ibuprofen, but I took another painkiller, hopefully.
Raleigh sort of match kind of play out, and it's a team too that Emily I think is going to be one that really scales. This Blue Water match was just absolutely crazy, and I'm looking for how they're going to be able to just kind of
I was watching this team play a little bit this past few days.
I'm expecting this org to dominate, right? So
This is a good team.
Live up to that.
This is a good team. I mean, Nature and Xander are like, you know, established veteran players. Let's be honest, this is a giant, massive hill that Sleepers has to climb. But I'm not worried. I'm not worried. And you know I'm not worried because I believe in the team.
Everything else seems to fall apart as they don't have the foundation to fall back on. You know, that team chemistry is just not there yet. So as soon as their game plan goes out the window, they start making a bunch of solo plays. And for them, that's the reason why they won some rounds, but that's also a lot of the reason why they lost a lot of those rounds, especially in those close matches that we saw against Blue Otter. It was kind of like it either made or break the round when it got towards the end of the games. And I just think as soon as they have a little bit more time to get that team chem down, get that foundation down, they'll kind of start frying.
And I think that's really the key thing, is that this is really just a temporary problem, right? Like they're not going to have these problems forever. And I feel like with every match, with every more data that they get, more, you know, more review, more concrete things for them to work on, they're only going to get better. Where I'm at is I was kind of curious to see the duelist debut for Ion, and based on what we saw on the last match, it looked great. He was popping off. He looked very comfortable. I had questions in terms of how comfortable he was going to be, how how his movement was going to be, how the waylay tech was going to unfold as well. And honestly, all of it looked great on the eye test. He was performing well. He was disruptive. He was doing exactly what duelists should be doing. It honestly just feels like he's been a duelist for years. So it's nice to see having that on their team as well. And I'm looking at continually seeing the newer.
I think Sleepers. I think it's a 3-map series. Okay, that's my prediction. I don't know if Sleepers wins, but I think it's a 3-map series. That's what I'll say.
We didn't just see the one duelist, but the second one as well with Satellite being
that
the
is what I'll
second.
say.
And I really loved how they're able to work together. Emily, Satellite, even though we had so much conversation about Ion, Satellite was popping off on this Yoru.
No, he really was. And yeah, so far all we've seen is that Yoru. So I'm excited to see if maybe there's a little bit of switch up today. But I mean, it's worked in both scenarios and both styles and sides that we've kind of seen from SRB. You know, we saw it work when he is playing really well with his team, when they have like those set game plans and ideas going to every round. But we've also seen it work when it comes down to their solo hero play. Like he was excelling in those especially.
As soon as you said we've only seen the Yoru, I was like, wait a second, this double duelist, the one Yoru, is this just like NV 2.0? I don't know, but Satellite, I've loved what we've gotten.
Wait,
so
is this
far,
just
and I
Exter?
think paired up with Ion, like, the duo has just been really refreshing. I think that's been really nice.
hate
And
Exter.
SRB, Roy, I think too, like you said, with more time, like the team should
I'm just kidding. I do think Exter ruined Yoru though.
And another thing to kind of for us to consider as well is Effie's hasn't really been a coach that's been like, he hasn't really run double duelists very often in almost any of the previous versions of SRG, right? So it's kind of new to him as well. So not only will the players be learning, not only will the coach be learning, but as they kind of get on the same page, they kind of get on board with the ideas that Ion's bringing, the ideas that Satellite's going to be bringing. You know, obviously Nature and Xander have their own experiences with many different experience and powerful rosters. It's just going to take time. It's really just a temporary problem. And I think at any point in time, whether it's this match, next week, in 2 weeks, we're going to see a level from this team that all of us are
You think about it,
expecting, and
Eddie's
all of us will
Exter's
be happy to
disciple?
see.
No. Eddie's not Exter's disciple. Eddie is
we've talked so much about Ion.
Zip Tie's
Let's look at our
disciple.
duelist head-to-head going on into today. I feel like we've seen so much.
And that's a those who know type of thing.
Across the board, and it's been so
Zip Tie's the
flashy for this
real
much praise
Yoru
we've
one
had for
trick.
Ion,
Exter's a
and
fraud.
deservedly so. Again, Roy, we talked about a lot of stats earlier, and you just can't dismiss those. And it's the same thing with Leo.
Same thing with Leo.
Talking about everything.
Same thing with almost every single player.
Oh,
on this
sorry, I
roster. think
forgot.
this
I forgot
head-to-head
you're
is
the
really
mentor.
interesting. For me, the kind of the key point and kind of the reason why I like this head-to-head is.
Isn't it
there's a
crazy that
really
Eddie
big
has like the
experience
same amount of
gap between
time
these two teams.
in
Like, there's
Yoru
really
as
no
like
other way to
pro
put it when it comes
players?
to coaches, when it comes to the players on the team. But to see
that's kinda
the way
wild.
that Sleepers will fare against this team, and to also see the way SRB is going to respond to teams that maybe don't match them on a strategic level, but mechanically they're right there, right next to each other. So I think it'll be interesting to see the way that.
Dude, I have so
Sleepers
many
will evolve the rounds,
notifications.
the way they're going to try to dismantle the SRB ideas and kind of
What
how
the
they
hell?
maneuver their late rounds against very experienced players.
I can't remember if I took my medication or not. I'm just gonna assume that I did.
Especially too, since we did get to see a Blue Otter and their chaotic play style, bring it.
And if I
really,
didn't,
really
I guess
close
I'll
up
die.
against SRB, taking it to overtime for both maps. So it is possible, especially with the potential we see in the fragging department from this team, to be able to take this win here, which I think is really, really exciting. Going into the map picks and bans, though, again, we're getting a smidge more information from these teams. I think I was a little surprised to see after the 13-1 that EP delivered, they're going to ban out Abyss, and it's going to be Corrode Emily to be kicking off the series, picked up by SRB.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm honestly surprised too, but also you have to think like
Corrode is split bind. Okay, we have map picks. Corrode split bind. Let's think about this. They beat Shopify beat Blue Water 15-13 on split, 14-12 on bind. Okay. What about Corrode? They beat Sentinel 16-14. Okay, you know what though? Their wins on these maps are really close. That's good for us. For Sleepers. Not us. I'm not a part of Sleepers. I don't no association. 13-5. I don't know anything about this team. I'm just going to assume that they're really good because that helps my case here. 13-6. Okay. So the wins recently for Sleepers have been more dominant on Corrode than for Shopify. But, you know, Shopify's playing Sentinels, so it's a little different.
So I'm kind of
But
curious to see what
I
Sleepers are up to
believe-
on the attack side. And then when it comes to that split, we saw SRB playing it. We saw
I
the way they
believe-
looked on it. There was clearly some holes. There's clearly a little bit of discomfort happening around. So I think it makes sense why EP would pick it. They want to see they want to see the way they want to expose, the way that SRB is playing that map.
It makes sense that EP would pick it.
To go to a bind in this series.
Around, so I think it makes sense why EP would pick it. They want to see the way they want to expose, the way that SRB is playing that map, and maybe.
Hello?
Up, which assumingly is what we're going to see on that split, I think is going to be especially exciting. Heading into the series, though, our expectations, again, it's SRB, you have this coaching staff behind them. You have a lot of these players, really talented players that we've gotten to see up against a relatively unknown team, but still getting into the predictions. Never count out the underdogs. Unfortunately, Winthrop University kind of ruined my plan because I was just going to say, well, you guys are always wrong, so I'll pick the other way. I was wrong. But you know what? Might as well just go for broke here. I love
Let's
the
see
underdog
this.
story. And hey, if teams are going to be taking wins...
Does
off
MLE
of
play
SRB,
anymore?
I think
Does
it's
anybody
gonna be
know?
earlier on in the season rather than later. So this is where I'm going to predict those upsets.
Fair enough. Honestly, I'm kind of upset with myself that I picked SRB. I feel like I'm a little
No, not
disappointed.
really.
Usually, I like to go for the underdogs.
I
like to go for the
remember
upcoming players and kind of
back
build
in the
their narrative.
day.
So, I'm sad
Dude,
to pick
Sierra's a real one
SRB,
right
but
there.
I feel like, you know
That's
what,
a real
all
one
the
right
things we
there.
talked
That's a
about, the
nowhere.
experience,
That
the
is a
double
nowhere,
coaches
bro.
for SRB,
That's a
there's so
nowhere.
much to work
Because
with,
you know what's
and
gonna
with
happen?
time,
Sierra's gonna get it
that
right, and then
powerhouse that a lot of us
everybody's
are
gonna be
expecting,
vindicated.
despite their,
Or
their
wait,
first showing,
no.
even though it's still a 2-0.
So what am I-
Obviously,
Proven
that just speaks to the
wrong?
level of
No, there
expectations
was a
we have
different
for
word I
these
was looking
losses.
for, but pretend that didn't happen. No, everyone's gonna be
No
embarrassed
fun over there as well. SRB.
because
going
they
to
didn't get it
nice
right.
damage.
No,
Think about it.
Like I said, like I think Rory's right. Like every match they're gonna get better is the hope, and it's honestly what should be happening there because it's not like they have these really
I like
like
if MLE still
weak,
plays. Yeah.
game plans going into
I
it.
looked
It's
it
just
up. She hasn't
they
played since
kind of
October, and it
struggle
was
with their team
milk
and
tea
that
boards,
can
so.
only improve by the more that they play together. And when I'm looking at a team like EP, while I think they
Her
could
last
put
time playing on, like, a
Orange in the bucket or
team
whatever the
team.
saying is, I don't know tools.
Close enough.
Yeah, close
Was
enough. I think that SRB will be the team to kind of shut it down. But again,
March
SRB has
of
such close matches.
2025.
2-0s, double or both games going into OT because they had a hard time closing.
Other
out
than
and they
that,
didn't
she plays an
have
MTB,
anything to fall
and that's
back
it.
on. So I think if EP can kind of disrupt their game plan early on, we can kind of maybe see that.
I respect that,
follow-up
though.
that we saw last week. Just earlier on in the
Production's
game,
more
giving
fun
EP a
and
higher
easier.
chance of maybe securing a map or even winning it all.
See, that's what I'm talking about, Emily. That's what I'm talking about. You know, just root for the underdogs. Yeah, I think this will be. We also, you know, we have to talk with the caster curse. Have to make sure we're not doing any of that out here, right? So I'm truly a team player taking one for the team here. I definitely think though that regardless, it's going to be interesting because as said, both of these teams are 1-0. One's going to be ending off 2-0 for the week after this. As for us though, we're going to have to wait a minute until the match is ready. We're just waiting for all of our players to get into the lobby. But
I
this
don't
is the
care what you're
opportunity
waiting
to get your
for. I'm mad. Dude, yeah, when it was Guardians versus Energy, I was actually getting pissed off at the casters. Like, they actually seemed so biased in favor of Energy, it wasn't even funny, man. Like, they were so clearly, like, they predicted that Energy was going to win, so they really wanted Energy to win. Like, it was so obvious that that's what was happening. It pissed me off so much. Like, they were just like, they would hype up everything Energy did, and then if Guardians won around, they're like, oh, wow, they actually did something. Well, anyways. That shit was pissing me off. Hopefully they're not like that for Sleepers this time. Not that the casters aren't good. They're good. Don't get me wrong. Hey, Josue, you could work for free doing graphic design for Division 1. You want to do that? That sounds like fun. Okay, you'll let me have free. What do you mean? You don't want to work for free for an org that's making, you know, money? You know, they're actually making money and they want you to work for them for free. You want that? Oh, the casters get paid though. Production gets paid. So, anyways. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, what comps should we be expecting? We're going into Corrode. Clove is always going to be a staple. Salada is a Clove one trick. Probably the best Clove one trick I've ever seen. ISO, Waylay, Clove, Fade, Viper. This is going to be interesting. Double controller, double duelist. Initiator on Corrode. I don't remember what side they're starting on. They have it here. I think they're starting on attack, so that's good. There is that. I don't know what we're waiting for. All right, players get in the lobby. Hey, the timer's up. So I don't want to be that guy, but the timer's up. So, so the timer's up. I mean, come on. I've never been a part of a production that started after the timer ended. Looking like Project Alliance. No. We always start on time, bro. As soon as the timer ends. And at the very least, even if we weren't going to start on time, we wouldn't let the timer run out. We would add like 10 minutes before. This is how it feels. It doesn't feel so great, does it? Maybe we should, nah, never mind. I don't want to fix production. That's too much work. Actually, if Insight does everything for us, like, we don't even need to do anything.
So Roy could show us some of these crazy Salada clips, even more so.
Okay. Composition. Double controller, double initiator, solo duelist. Interesting. You see a lot of double controller, double duelist. You see a lot of double controller, initiator, sentinel duelist. You do not see a lot of double controller, double initiator duelist. Also, we got EP Tanza. Let's fucking go. Let's go.
A ton of util to work with.
EP Tanza on ISO. It's so, we're so up.
For sleepers. So
We are so up right now. I'm serious.
Yeah, I mean, I expect them to have a really strong attack half here because going on defense, having a Clove as your kind of main other anchor besides the Viper is gonna be tough. You don't have a blind to kind of delay them to allow your team to flood in. All you have is your smokes and just hopefully you can shoot them running in. And you're right, on the side of Shopify Rebellion, they do have that little added boost with the KO and Sova, having that util to play off of, getting that info, using the KO flashes to kind of follow up and set up your Waylay for success. But I don't know, it's gonna be a tough one.
I mean, hey, pressure builds diamonds, right? But heading to the map, it's time to see if Sleepers can get this upset or if it's going to be SRB living up to the reputation. Let's head to Corrode and get to the match with your casters, Shayo and Lemon Kiwi.
It's about that time. SRB versus Sleepers. It might be one of the matches that just shows us a very big upset, but a match that's exciting. We're starting on Corrode. Don't usually see it as a first mapper, Kiwi. This is about to be a fun one.
Yeah, SRB are going up against an all-rookie squad, but could have been cleaner from SRB yesterday.
Look, they may all be rookies,
I know
but you haven't seen what Sleepers is made of. Okay? You may be questioning the Clove pick in a double controller setup. You aren't ready for Salada on Clove. You've been sleeping on Sleepers.
Double controller
Get ready.
for both teams as well, but the double initiator coming in from the side of SRB should be
I think the illness is hitting me. I'm not gonna lie.
Asian to be able to just break down executes on this map. Let's tap in with it. 5 man ready to go through.
Yes. See, bang. Solana first pick.
Looking good for the side of VP.
Well, that is a jump scare for EXO. Just wanted to jump spot, and here is the flood. Satellite holds his zone perfectly. A 2-for-1. That makes the job easier for SRB.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We get the plant down. We get the plant down.
Coming through that mid cut.
2v3 post. Just lock in, stay locked.
In with the paranoia. If they take a fight and choke, that'll go well for them. But EP don't want anywhere near that.
Link control already there. Tonza gonna be the first contact. Ion gets that hinder down, but past that, what could the rest of the team do?
Okay. 2v2.
Okay, 2 versus 2, not too bad.
Okay, they're just copying me. Casters are just copying me. Like, okay.
Contact here. Rancelato's just trying to bunker down with that crossfire. Beautiful shot.
Win
And
it.
the montages are great. Can you finish off some?
Yes!
Yes, he
Let's
can.
go!
And that is a pistol for the sleeper.
We take those. Was it closer than I would want? Yes, but do I care? No. We take those.
Up in the business, and yeah,
Sleepers are up right now.
when Roy was actually showing us what she said, Roy was showing us some of these clips from Solana. This individual, this unit of a player is so good at just transferring kills left to right, being able to keep
Oh my
that
god,
crosshair
they're actually
steady
glazing the
as he
team
shoots.
that's
It's amazing.
not favored to win. This is awesome.
Well, 3 and
This
0.
never
Roy
happens
invested
in
those
Challengers
stocks
casting.
pretty early, and they're paying off. We'll see how the match end, though. What's interesting is that this is SRB's map pick, but Sleepers actually picked Corrode against Core. They won an OT. Same thing with Split. That's Sleepers map pick. SRB picked that against Blue Water. So both these teams are comfortable in the current.
Yes.
It's about execution, and Ion
Yes.
does just that
Okay, Loki, how does that kill? That seemed like kind of far away to get that kill there, but I don't care.
You would expect just that.
Fast and Furious, always breaking the laws of physics, and it seems like EP are doing the same thing, taking a page out of that fast.
They're just calling them EP.
As soon as possible, no one breaking.
Like, they know that it's Sleepers, not EP, right?
Over for the one side, and Sorax is holding the flank as well. The approach from EP from the side.
I don't think they do.
From the side, from the back, everywhere just looks good. The flank's covered. The entry's nice. They're looking strong so far. I know it's just an anti-eco, but the protocols look really, really solid.
And Sorax.
Okay.
Got a lot of orbs going too, so the Vipers could be
Ooh,
ult on
I don't like that we lost a
that
lot of there, but it's okay.
I like
We can
that
lose
they're
one.
just coming in with that
We can lose
confidence.
one
SRB have a
because
lot
we're
to
about to be
prove
so up.
after kind of
Watch.
reconstructing their identity with this new roster. They got a lot of big names, some excitement behind them. I know even just hearing the desk yesterday talk at length about Exa and really all the veterans on this squad, and now it's about just building that chemistry going
Hey,
forward. But it
veterans,
kind
that
of
sounds like
reminds
old people to
of
me.
this NB
What are you,
play
25,
style of just
26?
very puggy, very
I mean, come on.
scrappy. They got a lot of duelists. They know how to frag. They got the mechanics, but do they have the depth of strategy to go up against?
Clock's
the
ticking,
minds of
pal.
SRB?
This will
Tech
be the
pause.
tester kind of that round. I do see the clock frozen for now though, so either attack timeout or attack the check. We'll just see what it is in a second. I'll talk about the comps a little bit more and what could happen as well in terms of overflowing, wins for the side of
Why is
EP.
there a tech
Solana
pause?
getting that ultimate
Oh,
online,
I know what it
entry,
is.
that much
SRB's
more
like, there's no way that we lose to Sleepers. There's got to be something wrong with my computer.
But being able to just enable your other duelists to go in, Tonza with the shield and you're hindered, almost unstoppable. So when these ultimates are online for the side of EP, it might get too crazy for SRB to handle.
And just some notes from what I noticed from SRB yesterday. They won both their maps against Blue Water in OT, and I think synchronization is still being perfected.
In
between
OT.
Satellite and Ion on those
They've been
other
struggling.
duelists.
EPB
Now,
core
Ion seems to
1301. It wasn't even
prefer this more
close
chaotic, fast play style
on map
than
1,
this
and then
of
map
the
2 is a little
NB.
closer. But we don't talk about map 2. 1301 on map 1.
Step behind, so that can be exposed. I think
Oh,
Nature
fucking-
didn't have the best of day
Oh, wait, I
one,
forgot what
but
team I was.
There's something to build off of.
Let's
there.
go. Wait.
Yeah, look at this build that Tonza's rocking with.
Oh my God. 2 for 1. We take those.
That wall stops the Odin spray, gives you an angle onto the Odin as well. That's some very...
See, that's not just using ISO because you want to use ISO. That's using ISO because you know how to use ISO. That's something you only get if you're a knower like Sleepers are.
He's absolutely right. It's aggressive. It's that envy style. It's the we want to scrap with you first.
Envy style, you hear that? And you know what Envy did? They ascended. They won Challengers. The whole America's region, they won. And that's what Sleepers is going to do. Just watch.
Personal on B as well. Nobody is on this site and they have the lead.
SRP are so paranoid about planks, like actually checking his own spawn, and maybe also adjusting the fact they were at a man disadvantage before that. Just wanting to give that space, let EP come in and play for retake. Exa gonna be in a good spot, but this flank is forming. Xander and Ion creeping in. Paranoia too, but this is taking a lot of time.
Lots of time. They have so much control on so many sides of the map. They kind of understand that.
I don't think we're planted for ourselves, which is a little worrying, but that's okay.
And that needs to kind of kick into gear very soon, or the spike's going to be ticking down. And EP also just cleared through mid, and anchoring within the site is Sorix. It's a good hunt, especially from EP, but it doesn't matter.
What?
Access going for the ace. Ion robs him, but it's a team effort. I was worried if they had enough time to do it, and they pull it off.
It's okay.
It's huge. I mean,
we got the spike down. We killed 2 of them. Now we go on a buy and we lock in. I know it's very easy to see around Lost and go, oh no, things are going poorly, but you have to understand when it comes to a team like Sleepers, you can never, you don't want to find yourself sleeping on them. I'm serious. Like, pun intended, but also like it's real. When you least expect it, bam. Now watch.
Enable their players on site. This
Watch and learn.
Kind of switch up I'm liking to see from SRB.
Sleeper is already being conditioned that it seems to be Exa being solo on that side, Nature with the Odin in mid, but he needs to kind of assess how the A site's going to go. They're going to leverage that Viper wall to cut off that A link, and chasing down this Omen as a Prowler and some util. SRB just holding back where they can. Good refract and a follow-up from Tom.
No! What is that?
And Xander gets the mop out and cleans him up, and that's enough for SRB to get back on their feet.
Mop making the floor look shiny, and it looks like it's so slippery that EP end up falling over 3K for Xander.
Why are we putting a wall up if we're just going to push through it?
What a man, what a way to hold things down, a way to lay dash, ISO shield inside that Viper smoke as well. EMEA could be jealous of us in the way we handle our tech pauses, by the way. A very fast one to start off, but might be doubling down on them. Before, it was a mic issue. It might be the same here. The comms should have been looking good on EP there. Execution, though, a problem. They can supplement some of those issues now with Tanza's ultimate, though, right? Already have that entire just 1v1 chamber online. Should be good to watch and see exactly where they throw it.
Especially if Exa keeps his wall up over at B, you can just try to pull. You know he's going to be somewhere on the site, but I don't know what kind of style Tanza wants to play, to go for a blind kill contract, or what information they can really get off of Duct. If he throws a haunt in, he seems to be very proficient with those lineups. So EP just need to be careful of how they flood in, because Xander kind of farmed them.
Yeah, got to be very, very careful. I mean, that's one of the things with SRB. Some of their defensive lines will always be changing. Before, they really wanted to hold just elbow and wanted to test how EP pushed it forward. Understood there's so much util being thrown. Immediately, Xander gives up elbow, shows presence, ends up at yard. So there'll be another adjustment as well. EP will always be wondering exactly where Xander is. The questions are always changing for the side of the defense for SRB. Really cool push forward, though. I want to know, when it comes to Corrode,
dude, what? Why are there tech
walking
pauses,
down? What is
man?
the expertise you have on this map when you dabble in it?
I just like playing the left side of the map.
I'll bet you it's SRB in their like their facility or whatever it's called, their compound,
I don't like that.
all playing together, and their computers are having issues. I bet you that's
there's
it.
So many corners to check, but I don't know. And then there's a lot of Odin abusers or chambers to worry about. What about you, though?
I'm a veto, like, max slider. I say slider in terms of the fact that I'm TPing across this map like I'm moonwalking. Like, I love veto on this map. Not sure if you've dabbled with veto on this map, but I'm also a big ISO enjoyer. I like the fact that everything, like you're talking about, the Odin, can just be completely blocked out by his contingency. You know, you just end up...
He already has kill contract, too.
Forward. There's nothing they can do.
It's pretty big.
Speaking of that ISO, I mean, Envy knew all about that. They showed us so much of like that Yoru ISO. And just to speak about Ion's knowledge of how to play against an ISO, it's not an ISO Yoru, but it's just the fact that you probably can't bring out an op as easily if EP are going to be playing this from front to back. So that's why I like the Outlaw purchase of Ion having the 2 bullets instead of just the 1. I don't think you need to not buy the op at all, but it is a consideration going up against an ISO.
Yeah, I like that you bring up the op. It's a lot of impact on this map. Another form of impact on the map too are some of the more consistent things you see inside the team, right? If everything has, you know, super bright colors and it's all different, if you're looking at different, I don't know, species of birds, The one thing they all have is wings, and some birds are faster than others depending on how fast they fly. The wing speed for teams, or how fast the bird is itself, if I guess they were racing, if that's how we quantify these teams, I think is the Viper player on each roster. There's always a Viper on this map. How the Viper plays as well is kind of huge. Exa and Sorex, the matchup here should be really fun to watch. Both players are very, very great.
Playing on different sides of the world too. I think it's West Coast versus East Coast, so just figuring out some ping stuff right now, y'all. But back from SRB on their first.
Oh my god, I'm like, the casters are dying now too?
What kind of Omen play Xander would go with the TP? Because we've already seen just how exposed both spawns have been. Of, I guess, actual sentinels, although Viper kind of cosplays as one, how much that flank can be abused, and if Xander is really gonna go for it this early in the map.
Yeah, Xander's also a really cool key to understand how much of a difference.
Just wanted to chill and watch some Sleepers Valorant.
Right? You have Salada on one side who has a lot of aggression. You're able to have fast fights, use Clove's ultimate as well to get a refight.
Is that a crime?
There as well, lots more distraction.
Is it a crime to want to watch some Sleepers Val?
Paranoia is huge. Omen.
I guess so.
Or one of the agents of Valorant that have an ultimate ability as something you can use every single round. That Paranoia, give it to Harbor actually. Let's take Omen's Paranoia, give it to Harbor as just a common ability, or even his ultimate. His ultimate is kind of a pseudo-para anyways, but it's nuts in the way that Xander can just affect the map passively through util, and Salada has to kind of work for that in rifling. It's a really cool relationship. Both those smokers, the dome smokers, will end up sharing as this map goes on. And then the last thing I want to talk about is just Ion himself. You mentioned Ion a little bit. I mean, could be playing inside tier 1 right now, just too young. What a problem to have in approaching the game. His Waylay versus Leo's Waylay. I feel like Ion is such a nice little always helping out his team inside those retakes.
You guys
end up actually enabling ISO, but sometimes ISO will enable Leo. It's really interesting watching Waylay in a double.
Has ever been to the store?
That helps, or have someone that throws that hinder and takes the fight themselves.
And the Dusk pointed out that difference of experience and perhaps execution of just SRB having these long resumes of all these orgs, all these games, all these opportunities they've had, and now coming together as these pieces of a puzzle. And maybe it does just take time for that to grow, but Challengers has had curses of teams that have been destined for greatness on paper, but has not delivered on those fronts. So it is that is something to build off of, while as teams like EB, I feel like we've also underrated premier teams or just teams that are puggy or don't have.
You guys fans of
I'm thinking about like Burger Boys or others, like even
Dan Henschel.
Consider puggy before they showed us how structured they were. I think sleepers are very.
This is the orange man.
Very hyped.
There's also alternatively
absolutely the big thing too when it comes to experience for premier.
Carrot man.
Towards the very opposite side too. Tier 1, right? Look at someone like Nature, one of the last people to mention.
I don't know what I'm doing. Bro, I'm sick. I can't think of anything.
I mean,
what am I supposed to do?
Still a genius. This guy with the head-to-head with Duck right now when it comes to initiators as well, it's very good for the execute. Sova, so good at controlling mid with the dart. Odin spamming.
What if it's production?
Drone, so good at controlling things and letting slower duelists get in the business. The tempo Sova offers is huge. You have to just be so good in prep. Ultimate's also different. Duck can just enable Yoru's with Fade to be able to have a super combo with the ultimate. Can enable Waylay to get in there, and you have no idea where she's dashing above you. It's nuts, the potential for both these rosters with both these compositions, what each team can do.
Here's what's happening with YFP and EG Academy.
Is the trends or how fluid Satellite and Xander are going to be around the map, because right now I've just kind of solo on the left side of the map, and
Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Where are you?
Oh, they started.
Supplementing with smoke, so it's about how SRB are going to support each other going forward, and how they sync up. Because I don't doubt.
Hey, where's the observer?
It's just the timing of it that was a little off yesterday.
We're right back in to the matchup. Team comp Tom versus team comp Jerry. Right, you got the big cat sitting nice and tall on the side of SRB. Lots of potential with the util, and then a little mouse running around with double duelists trying to get onto the side and feel the big cheese, and Leo It's a nice chop.
What?
Satellite stops things down with a few mouse shots after the fact the flash comes in, and he's actually holding this down really well with the cost of the ultimate.
That's that support. The knife hits Exa, brings the wall down. The EPs start to flood in, but Xander reestablishes the smoke and kind of messes up the flood here for Sleepers, especially when their front line fell over that quickly. They got the kill onto Exa, but the backup for SRB is so quick because they're mostly sitting in mid, ready to pivot to wherever.
Yeah, the tip of the spear goes dull now with Salada and Leo down. Look at Xander moving forward, getting a grasp on the handle of his weapon as well, and breaking that shaft absolutely in half. Nothing left.
So yeah,
for
Tika.
TP to poke with. Just Tonza left with what? A stinger. You'll have Spike. What does that pizza box do really? Okay.
W flash.
Taps the punch a little bit. It's spicy, but cheese falls off the crust. I mean, it's kind of tough. 3-2 SRB in the lead.
Why is we talking about pizza? Is he hungry?
So yeah, Xander flanked.
Cheese falling off the crust? What are we talking about?
He did it with his feet, just very silently. But that's something Sleepers are gonna have to take note of. Who's gonna be watching for that? And you also still want to be decisive on where you're going and communicate the game plan while not being overly cautious either. There needs to be a balance, but you cannot be exposed by Xander like that all the time.
You might see a pattern develop because like Sleepers need to stick together to make sure, you know, their death ball looks so good. Faye needs to be there too. The only person really I see lurking is, you know what, hold off on that for a second. Big type of like Osboss play from the backside of this A main. It's kind of red a lot of the times. We're gonna conversion pass over to the left side though. It looks like something's going on here. Everyone's trying to come in. It's chaos on the
Okay, Tonza used kill contract and missed, but then he got 2 kills anyway, so who
The
cares?
only people left on site.
Yeah, the Nightfall from Duck hit 2 people from SRB in the entrance. Kill contract was more towards a link, and I don't think
Nice.
it even told anyone. So now Exa 1v3. A very hyped up player coming up from APAC, but just can't handle
Let's
the
go.
swing from Salada. That guy's got sick mechanics.
He's shooting good. Rarely misses, and at the same time, yeah, it was the kill contract that went in. Did miss, but Tonza's almost up to another one. Almost basically halfway there. Needs one more kill. 3-3, and what we thought would be a match that was kind of one-sided towards SRB. There is a level of aggression here from Team Sleepers that is hard to control. So many duelists and pseudo-duelist type agents on one team comp. You can really push down on attack and take these sites. The big thing, though, is I'm not sure what you do on defense here to equal things out. You need at least 6-7 rounds on this side to try to take that lead.
Tyler kind of missed
Okay.
there, so he has to use both. And
I
that
see.
kind of flustered Sleepers into peeking into an op. At least it's traded, and the op is not recoverable from SRB. But Nature can get involved and maybe pepper them down with an Odin. Sleepers are actually gonna change their minds and leave.
Yeah, it's
0
kind of
point.
unfortunate when you have a divey comp like this that needs the util. A knife scan can slow you down. 4-man scan there from the side of Satellite makes these guys rethink their plan.
Salada can be the tip of that spear, especially with the ult to be aggressive, but this team kind of floods in all together, and Tonza can help with that.
Dude, the amount of times that they just like pull their guns out, I'd be so like stressed out if I was their coach.
2 of them are. Just have to be careful how Exa tries to cut them off, and is very low on fuel, so Sleepers could feel like it's a moment to go in.
Not sure how far this snake bite will delay, but running right into the spray of Nature is huge. 2 picked up, so a lot of going in.
Nice.
From the other side, Duck actually ends up railing these guys down. It's huge. Space game inside Arts. But
That's so
body
big.
might fall off a lot I'm not sure has the time to get a kill there. Down to a 2v2.
At least he broke the crosshairs and contributed to kills for Sleepers, just deciding to go in after his ult got procced. So now with the pit online, it's going to be a difficult fortress. You do have a knife from Satellite. If you could try to hit that. Don't think it connected. Looks like Sorik is okay. And up and above, Duck watches over, looking for the ace. And Xander is amongst the smoke. And he's starting to dwindle in a second. And Sorik just has to play their life. Xander takes the pit down. The spike is ticking. And all Duck has to do is be patient.
Let's freaking go. Duck ace, baby. That's what I'm talking about, bro.
So strong on this map.
Let's pretend everybody didn't die.
Inside that round too. Let's just keep the ace where we found it. Maybe not pick that weapon back up. Nope. Instantly revise. What a round from Sleepers.
What around from Duck?
It got chaotic too, and they starting to break down B.
Like Nature wanted to use the Odin. Bang, Odin. Bang, Odin.
disrespecting SRB. I like that because you're going up against such a formidable team. And with the
This is huge.
competition
This
that
is
Sleepers are running,
Shopify's
there's
map
a
pick.
lot of running,
Okay,
gunning.
I am a
It
little
seems
worried
like
that the only reason we
Abyss
chose Abyss is because they like destroyed core on Abyss, and like I'm a little worried that it won't be the same story this time around. So I really do want them to win this map. I said I think it's a 3-map series, and I still think that, to be honest.
Strengthen the extremities, strengthen the sights. They've lost that mid-top player, or top-mid player. And now late is open as well, as you have to go to yard to defend A main. Tanza has found a route to come in. That double tap still active. The shield will last the whole way through. Molly works it out. Knife comes in. Dash will get interrupted. Hunter's Fury's there too. It's tough. You're slow. There's no chance to be found. The ground electrified. Everybody combo down. Just one.
Hi, Emily.
To stop the 50 disaster on the site. Duck will quack no more. Xander.
Nice. Let's go. Okay, 3v2.
Possible past that. Another 2v3 in the favor of EP.
Yeah, good Hunter's Fury from nature.
So funny they keep calling them EP. I don't know if they know their real name is Sleepers.
And be in positions to trade with each
I mean,
other.
we'll take
Now,
it.
Sleepers though weren't safe enough for a plant until now. Here's the approach. SRB have the Odin. They'll get Sleepers dancing here in a second, while Ion at close range with the Stinger could do a lot of damage. But Sleepers, they're bailing each other out. They have mollies and they got crossfires. It's gonna be hard for SRB to overcome this. Wait a minute, dashing in, starts to make space. Ion does get the upgraded Vandal. Nature is making space. The bulldozer! Sorix does not have sight on the
Yes!
That
Let's go!
is cool.
Dude,
Sleepers.
Duck with the ace in the previous round, Sorix with the final kill. The ex-Guardians are doing crazy things right now.
Somehow they find a way to keep poking with that spear. So much util dumped on that site, and yeah,
This is awesome,
You're
bro.
kind of losing momentum. You're kind of losing the game plan in some of these fights. Take that time out, get some advice, rock it back down again. They have what it takes, kind of, to get the courage to fight.
5-stream streak, holy shit.
As well could go really well if they supplement it with those conversion passes.
W soft to
This could
serve.
go any which way. Still, I'm liking the style of Sleepers though.
Yeah, with the information that you have on the SRB side, like the knife tells you numbers. The
SRB
recons
beat
are getting shot down
Sentinels,
or not
by the
based on
way,
nature.
and we beating
SRB
them
have
right now.
numbers, but not location. So Ion is diving in.
That's
not
crazy.
Seeing anyone, and you're not having that overwhelming pressure from Ion because he's just looking for targets and based on the scoreboard isn't finding them in the best of
Not like I
scenarios.
didn't think
So
we were capable or anything.
Sleepers,
Like
they
obviously we
execute
will.
quickly. If SRB
Obviously
can
I
have better
knew,
play towards the
but
right
like
side of the map, you can force
still.
the Sleepers to pivot, and there could be some cutoff opportunities from SRB through mid, but they seem to be neglecting that more to reinforce the perimeter.
Yeah, honestly. And that reinforcement of the perimeter is just one of the things they're just getting pulled to. Could be something else after this if EP decide to switch it up. I think Sleepers might be looking for a Baskin Robbins sponsorship as well. They've got like 32 flavors of attacking with these double duelists. Like sometimes it's Leo double diving in, giving Tanza space. In
Okay.
that round, Tanza shielding up, giving Leo the space to dive in. He dives, Tanza comes out again. I'm looking at cookies and cream. I'm looking at Rocky Road. It's looking like a rainbow, orange sherbet types of deliciousness from the side of Sleepers and the way they attack this link. I'm loving this team right now, and SRB needs to nip this in the bud before I get a brain freeze, because honestly, if these guys keep up this aggression, SRB will be left ice cold on this defense side. Remember, the win con for Sleepers here is to get at least 6 rounds on attack.
And SRB just can't
I don't know, the wordplay might be a little too much.
Guns, so this is already just not a good game for them, as SRB just taking that space in mid, trying to set up Ion and quickly
Team
dash
full of
it
sleeps
out.
being
And
watched
then they
and
back
streamed by
secure
a
the
sleep
perimeter
while I
and
gonna
leaving
go to
nature
sleep,
and
but
started in mid. And
while I
Sleepers
want to
wanna
go
know,
to sleep,
SRB are
but
default.
instead I go to work.
Now they have the option.
Damn,
Dash
wait,
first,
that's like
shield up. They
poetry.
barely used any util to gain that mid control and shove these guys back on the site. That being said, got to be careful here. Yes, you have an eco. Yes, you have one of the best sites and spaces to use these weapons. Can you convert these kills?
Like the Prowler with the dashes from the Waylay. Sleepers definitely know how to make the space. Can they keep it? And Nature does get spotted. I like this duo ship from SRB. They're stacked together.
Wait, they're ulting.
Rotator still behind. Nightfall from Doug. Sleepers trying to get ahead of this fight while they have the numbers. And SRB are going to be victims to the zone. And if they don't take shelter quite soon.
Wah!
So wait, there's some
No, stop. Calm down. Is
is doing work. Turns the tables back in the defense's favor, but Sorix calms them all down. This is all about the spike, and NAchallengers just doesn't have time to pull this off. So Sleepers bunker down 1 versus 1. Xander.
Yes! Dude, that was way too close. That was way too close. That was way too close, bro. It's okay. We got 6 rounds. We got 6 fucking rounds. 1 more. We have the lead going to the next half. 2 more. We're up 8 at least going to the next half. 3 more. This is how math works. 3 more. We're so up. We are so up right now.
That Waylay ult from Ion to try to go for another win again. The timeout was used for this round specifically. Maybe the plan was to even use that ult in the last one. How do you get the next 3 rounds though? That's the question.
Want to play modded lethal later tonight? I'm very sick. I kind of want to rest after this. But maybe. Ask me when you're doing it and I'll let you know.
I'm surprised SRB are just leaving Xander to be solo. A lot of trust in him, but rotations are coming in quick.
Dude, no, that's the second whiff kill contract. I wanted to see it.
So, well, it's information for him to know, I guess.
Yeah, he's in a really good spot. Flank here from Ion as well. So this time, if SRB lose this round, they're going to be in a big load of trouble. They're actually trying to rotate out.
Yes. 4v4. Yeah. 4v3. 3v3. 3v3.
Are so stacked together, but Xander's going to beat them to the punch. He's teleported over to B.
Oh my god, there's no way they expect this.
Already have a read on it.
Fuck, they expect it.
Yes! He's paranoid. He loses that. The Odin just too slow. And Ion could put a stop to this. He's in a good spot for at least 1. And no one for the util.
Okay, 2v1. Oh my god, he's so far away. We have so much time.
Only up by 1. At least they'll get the plant. They know that Xander's across the world.
Oh my god. Dude, that's so fucking smart to pivot back over to A. To be fair, they thought they were going to catch Shopify off guard and then they didn't. But still, like, because it worked out, look at how much time has to be taken to rotate here. Like, this is so big.
Are insane for Sleepers. Now, SRB, the hopes for this entire side land in a 1v2 clutch. What seems to be an impossible situation. Xander, we'll get onto the spike, we'll get onto site, but what can he do?
And just Sleepers play so hidden in these post-plant scenarios. The Molly is not on the spike, and at least Sleepers realize that, and now they're desperate.
Yes!
Sorix saves it for Sleepers.
Okay, I hate that these are coming down to 1 player every time, but I don't care. I don't care. We're winning.
With a big surprise, I don't know, smile, grin, weird look on my face, completely unexpected. To the side of Sleepers, and I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Also, I need to like stay quiet because I'm gonna rip out my vocal cords.
You know, whoever's IGLing and calling the mid round right now, that was huge.
Oh, another tech pause. I'm shocked.
You understand there's still an embed inside the site, an anchor. You end up pushing back over in the link. Get the trade.
I'm so surprised. I can't believe that SRB would call another tech pause.
The rotations look good.
I don't know that it's SRB. I'm just and if it isn't, that's my bad.
Yeah, and look at the amount of deaths that Sorix has. This is not Flame. This is a compliment, guys. He is living so late into these rounds, and the post plants always have some kind of smoke, some molly, some util to delay. SRB have to tap the spike just to get Sleeper's attention. So it's these post plants are so strong. The A hits are consistent. SRB need to come up with a way to reinforce that, and their plan is, well, if we can't fight them through the front, we'll try to hit them from the flank. And there's some potential there, but it also takes time to go all the way through mid and to abuse a link, to go through spawn. So it's, I think it's a
dude, what are these tech pauses though? Like, we were going, we were smooth, we were grooving. They're trying to put a stop to our momentum, bro.
It's really huge when you are entering with someone else as well. When you're pairing utility, it just seems like Sleepers is doing better. They have better timing because they have better teamwork right now. Leo and Tonzo are working really good at getting in together. Salada and Duck are making space for everyone else. And you mentioned Sorix living all the time. Sorix is doing a really good job at watching his team, seeing exactly what space needs to be filled in terms of gaps, and then being there at those gaps to cover those flanks from SRB, to cover the X factor that could kind of shine out from the side of Xander. Sorix doing a really good job at winning inside the clutch. I'm liking what I'm seeing here.
And this is SRB's map pick, but just a reminder that Sleepers picked this map as well against Core and won it in OT. And I know a lot of people were surprised about Sleepers taking a win against Core. It is so early in the season, though, that everyone's still piecing up their rosters together. Who knows how much time really everyone's had, especially in the new year. So
let me think.
Sleepers with that first win against Core kind of gave everyone an alert that this is a team to take seriously.
Absolutely.
I've been knowing day one. See, this is the thing people don't know about me, bro. I be on this shit frame one. They should hire me as a scout because. Are you kidding me? What am I supposed to do for 3 minutes? I don't know what to do while I wait. Let me see something. What happened to the music? Wait, hold on. EG versus YFP is 1-0 right now. I don't know who's up. Give me a second. EG? No, YFP. YFP won split 13-4. Okay, but it's lucky carried by Burbza and Jack. And Stallion. I mostly just mean their bottom two didn't do great. I have nothing against YFP, the players, but I don't want them to do well because of the org. Not that I have anything against the org, really. I'm not trying to say anything crazy. I'm not trying to start anything. It's just they were making fun of Polars for always being a jinx or something, and like you know, how do I have a missed call? What? I showed a notification I have a missed call. My phone wasn't ringing. Okay. Dude, what keeps causing these tech pauses? It's actually crazy. I was watching VCT Pacific last night. No tech pauses. No tech pauses. It was insane. I guess I don't know why I would expect there to be tech pauses. It's not EMEA, but...
We are back 7-3 for EP at the moment. The Sleepers boys are looking really good so far.
7-3. We're going to the next step with the lead. Let's just make it bigger. Let's make it bigger.
Sleepers
Team.
are at war. They're walking as an army, as a stack together. No one can stop them, and especially with the ISO, that shield at the front. Well, there's layers, there's complexities to Sleepers, but they're all stuck together, and SRB haven't been able to crack the code, if you will. They're trying to flank, and they're leaving Xander on his own, but he just has a little pistol. He's trying to hide in the smoke. Tonta hunts him down, and that's all it takes behind the Prowler. Duck gives magic to Sleepers, and they're so aggressive on the take, but it's the post plants too. Like, Sleepers also go into hide and go.
It's really interesting on this eco too. They just use this new.
I don't know why it keeps lagging.
Up on the site, disrespected multiple times as well. So they have no idea where they're hitting from. It's very tough for Xander or anyone on eco to be able to do anything. Rest of this map, or rest of this round, pretty much is going to be just seeing if SRB can find some value, get some kills to get the eco not going completely out of hand for the side of Sleepers, but they're not finding too much. Exa does get one. Sorex is about to find another here. Satellite, cool pick and a few kills all around. Everything should be fine for the side of Sleepers now. 8-3, huge advantage. This is what you want to see when you have this level of competition.
Okay, good. Viper didn't leave either.
All this
Okay,
aggression is turning into really good rounds.
8-3, bro.
You would think this would
One
be a
more,
definite
we go
win, but
9-3
not
into the
really
next
when you
half.
have this
Huge.
win streak.
This is
Regardless,
so
last
huge right
round
now.
of the half
This is
too, and
SRB's
the
map
fact
pick,
they're
bro.
playing down in
We're doing
0-2,
exactly what
I
we
don't
did to
think a
Core.
kill
We're
contract
decimating them on their
has
map
been
pick.
signed yet, but
This is
that doesn't
insane.
matter when you frag actually in the game with the team. It's almost like
Viper's Pit.
a part of the stack that is bulldozing down the A side pretty much every
What's the
round
clue
so
called
far.
again?
There was some
I remember,
initial hits at
hold on.
B, kind of exploiting Exa, and then
Not dead yet.
Sleepers realized, well, A has been stronger for them, but now
We have
we're at
Viper's
a
Pit. We have
more
not dead
normal
yet.
default for Sleepers.
Not the plan for Sleepers either. They're not really reacting to any of you. They'll have their own plan down. That plan is to stop aggression. Satellite with the peaks. Nature with the sprays. Things are looking good. No one needs to pray at all on the side of SRB. The plan is going well.
Yeah, just SRB pushed a link and caught Sleepers asleep at the wheel. And
Oh, we're
Satellite
body
got
spraying.
the
Oh,
second
you're down 4-8 to a team of rookies and you're body spraying. Okay, we're in their heads, bro. We're so in their heads. Like, who do you think you are, pal?
They have shut Sleepers down. Now it's their turn to take control on Corrode. People will call it a defensive map, but I feel like the attackers end up
Somebody's
deciding
a
on the
little
tempo
angry.
ways and where to actually strike. Yes, some of these sites can be shaped to where defenders kind of can hold it much better, especially as twos, but the attackers can really take their time nitpicking and splitting the map apart is the word I'm looking for, gaining advantages before they even hit the site.
Looks like Duck has some plans for mid, and you have a wall right at the front door from Sorex to maybe allow a deep walk up through mid for Sleepers. So I feel like they got some shenanigans up their sleeve. I don't know.
Deploying drone.
Attacking wall going straight for A. Very close cutoff towards the elbow. I wonder how you can use this on the other side. You can actually go all the way up elbow. They would never know if you slow down and then drop the wall later. Interesting, but choose to disrespect all Uto, push towards the site. Big scan as they move to take everything for themselves.
Two within the site. It's gonna be tough, and Tonza takes the brunt of the damage with the shield.
Yes!
Oh my God.
Yo, that undercut is crazy, bro.
Beautifully. And Nature is left to pick up the pieces in a 1 versus 4.
Oh my God, they're vulnerable. They can't move. They're dead. They're lost. Oh, it's so
Look how
good.
good Tonza is for the environment, right? Reduces the enemy's HP.
Dude, this is awesome.
Uses that gun over and over again and recycles that shield.
This must be how it felt to, like, be in early on Envy, bro.
On attack, on defense can hold it down as well, as long as Leo's by his side.
That's basically what's happening right now. Dude, if we beat Shopify, this is a top 4 team, at least. I'm serious.
Like multiple times. And more than enough planet armor for the rest of the team. Let's look at the buys. Oh, we got some Bucky action. What is Leo cooking up? Oh, I'm looking for this mid push, but
Come
also
on.
the offensive smoke from SRB is what kind of limits the aggression in mid from Sleepers.
Well, with a Bucky can basically be equivalent to like anybody with the most expensive gun on the planet. That double dash shot to be able to refract as well is just so huge. We'll see where Leo ends up here on the retake. Actually just choosing the close angle of Link for now. The attack wall here again, they're slowly going to push up with it. SRB on this eco. The death ball, I guess they want to be strong as 5. No lurks, no big brain plays starting just yet.
As safe as you can be for Tonza.
How did all of those miss?
Through. Nothing on the recon because Sleepers can just escape and
Yes.
he's behind, and Tonza does more than that. He doesn't just defend, he attacks, and SRB already down 1.
Yes.
And now it's just the farm show featuring Sleepers.
Flawless anti-eco.
Dude, oh my God. Yo, this team beat Sentinels? How? 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 Think about that. The SRB beat Sentinels. Think about that, bro. What was Sentinels doing?
Inside the green room, it was all
How?
about, yo, this team from SRB could pick up an operator. They could kind of walk with this forward and stop the death ball coming in from Team Sleepers. The issue is there's an ISO. When you're trying to op that shield, it gets really awkward. You end up sometimes getting baited into some of the most horrible positions against that piece of utility. It's hard to counter. Sleepers using things so well in the last half, doubling down on this half as well. This round the most important for SRB to win.
This doesn't doesn't feel like SRB ever have fights or engagements on their terms. Sleepers know how to escape and disengage, get information first, then fight. And it's kind of leveraging Satellite. And he only has 4 assists, and you're looking for those flashes, those knives, and still nothing there. Sleepers hide away. Nature, though, spamming through the smoke, gets rewarded.
Okay, it's bonus, it's bonus.
Gives them a link access. Try and convert.
Just get a killer too.
Sometimes
I'm
that
happy.
takes a bit of luck. The question is this 4-leaf clover reusable? Can they replicate how they just ended up attacking the middle? Again,
Yes.
Shotgun shot from Leo. He cannot miss.
How do you destabilize a Bucky at the front door? I mean, Xander doesn't have paranoia. You have Satellite with the flash, and Sleepers gonna refract. At least SRB know they can commit into this fight, and now Sleepers have upgrades on their weapons.
Nice.
Satellite just spams through the wall. Not even gonna go for flashes. You're just gonna go for Plan B.
Plan B, get it? Because they're going to
Why
A.
not
Oh,
B?
I mean B. Fuck.
Any chance for SRB?
One
Push this
job.
one back.
I'm sick. You have to give me. You have to give me a little bit, please.
30 seconds left.
On the side of Sleepers. Still a long road to go. Still have to make it to sight. The art hold from Sorax might just be
Come
enough
on.
to make a difference in making this retake easier for the side of Sleepers.
At the ready, Sorax
Planted.
kind of force them within the site, staring into our souls, but then they end them too. Sorax waits for Leo to get into position. SRB playing from main.
Oh,
The gun's
Extra was
taken
so
out.
low.
Now out of
That was
fuel,
such an
out of
easy
options.
kill. He's at
SRB just playing
7.
time. They've really slowed it down. I like that. And wait, some spam coming out as Sleepers try to get vision. Now they're within the site. The spike gets tapped, looking at mid, but everyone from SRB is in main. And
Yes.
spamming through smoke, I guess, wins games. Who needs to see when he can just shoot? Now protecting the spike for one last time, but wait, through all the noise, you didn't hear the defuse get halfway, but all Satellite needed to do
No.
was delay. And
Okay, it's okay.
clutch for
Really good
SRB
bonus.
to get on the
Really
board.
good bonus. That was a really good bonus.
Clove makes, even when they're dead.
Really, really good bonus.
And
We killed
having a
all of
slowdown
them.
The team inside main as well. I mean, at the same time, it's just tough. It's tough on that defensive retake to be able to win it. With
The
those
time was just
bonus
really
weapons.
low.
The goal there for Sleepers is to make sure that you do enough economy damage, and I think that was done. Change some of these weapons into rifles as well. Now it's about trying to finish this game. You don't want to give SRB too much of momentum or too much of a lead to come back into this.
There's not even a momentum round. Like, yeah, you won your buy against, and you won your anti-bonus. Like, that's not like a win.
Like that
And you
SRB
lost all your players. Like, that's low key. Like, you lost a round. That's basically the same
kind of
effect.
cycling in as a team.
Like, look at their buy,
Dashing in
bro.
the
Ion's on a
yellow
fucking
drone with
Bucky.
the pings. No
We
one
win
is
this.
home. And Sorax really knows how to play their life. They got a neighbor though, and a paranoia, and Ion gets ahead of the game. You love to see it. SRB though have to keep the front line strong, because here comes Ion. He's dispatched. SRB just outnumbering Sleepers in these moments. Now there's a crossfire. The post plant holds strong, and it's up to Leo. Conversion pass 1v3. Don't expect that to be invested. SRB.
You save.
I think have all their checks and balances in order.
Yeah, they're chilling. Can foul what they need to foul and just push Sleepers away. One
Uh,
thing I like
okay.
from the difference
Not
between
the
these teams,
round I
Sleepers are
wanted,
the
but
ones
it's
who
okay.
kinda taking over art, trying to fight for length, doing everything and winning on all sides. SRB are specifically.
Maybe we take a timeout. We got
one
2 of them,
thing at
right?
a time. That
It's like,
round's
take
focus,
one,
Art
chill
control.
out, think about our
Easily
life
make the
choices.
plant easier to defend. They're keeping things methodical, keeping it slow. Sleepers still trying to do a lot on all sides, trying to take their ones, trying to get greedy with some of these fights. It might cost them, but they have a bit of a lead to work with to make sure those fights still go in their way.
Good comeback opportunity for SRB. Odin, Hunter's Fury. Sometimes the best way to fight fire with fire is, well, fire.
Fire?
And your own Odin. Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah.
a bucket of water, but there's not really that for a gun. It's just your own Odin. So with kind of this weird buy from Sleepers, I would say SRB have a chance to get a leg up here.
Well, contract available though. We want to see that one land at some point this game.
Nice.
A few scans coming in. Paranoia with the Waylay combination. Not gonna find too much. A knife also dodge. Duck. Not gonna have too much to work with,
Guys,
but
hurry.
the positioning's looking good.
Guys, Duck needs help, please, fast.
To get his one, hold an angle with the sheriff. You've seen SRP staggering before, and he's good
Okay.
for the one. Hunter's Fury. Does exactly what it's supposed to. Clears that lane. Exa being the tip of the spear as the entry of Sleepers has opened up. Be careful of what Leo can do if he wants to activate convergent paths as well. But on this lower buy, it would be a risk. He has that hero rifle. They're taking their time to wait for the smoke to clear. They want this timing to be perfect. And SRB, so don't fully know where the stack is going to be flooding in from. So a lot rides on X's shoulders. He's not going to be able to pierce through a single one. Conversion pass to clean up the round. And Sleepers have up
Yes!
kills. And it's just standard to save the day.
Yes!
But he's going to get camped out. So GG for that.
Yes! What a round, dude. That's an eco.
Useful decisions I've seen as well. They're expecting Leo to hit a double dash.
Oh my god, bro. Sleepers are so up.
For a second, it breaks the crosshairs. People are thinking, oh, he's gonna land and shoot me. Refracts back, double swing. Oh,
Dude, and Full Sense won last night. I can't stop winning, bro. I can't stop winning. Full Sense wins. Guardians win. EP's about to win.
Okay, let's use conversion paths. That failed. Kill contract. You're gone. Swing up.
Sleepers on top, and so is Sleepy, bro. I can't stop winning.
It's just so aggressive. There's bait and switches. Sleepers are all shooters too. Their mechanics have all been solid. I mean, look at the kills. There's not like that shining star. Everyone feels very well rounded. And even on lower buys, Sleepers know where to take fights where they can outnumber SRB and then get the upgrades and then swing the round. So I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of Sleepers. The only thing I could see like experience taking down the rookies is when are Sleepers going to be made to sweat enough to change their game plan? It doesn't feel like the Sleepers are too worried right now.
Yeah, we've seen some like different type beats from Sleepers themselves. Yes, they are the aggro team, but they have noise cutted before. They have experimented with splits. They have worked mid. Their strong suit, though, is just taking the game to your face. That's exactly what they're doing. Solana, so talented. Tonza in the business. But I really want to highlight Leo, both in this last round and in this overall game. The kills will not show you exactly the work he's putting in, but the decisions he's making with his utility.
Stay locked. Stay locked, Sleepers.
Able to go in, but also be able to fight with how Tonza enables you. It's just so valuable to the team. Going in for it again, gets information, chooses to keep scaling. I mean, it's not going to matter. Yes. Disrespects the moment when it matters and when it's needed, and ends up with another kill.
Just a perfect defensive smoke from Sleepers to cut off Ion's double dash and allow that A-Link player to push up and take the 1v1 versus Ion, who obviously isn't expecting to be shot in the back. So liking just that anti-strap from Sleepers. Now you got the null command, SRB definitely hanging back, seeing what this lure from Exa can get them because they're running out of bodies and they're running out of options.
Okay, 3v3. Lock in, stay locked, stay locked.
I remember too that this is SRB's map pick. Sleeper just have the super.
Yes, it is.
Map. I think you were talking about that, Lemon, or how they're picking up everyone else's map pick and just winning. It's kind of insane.
Yeah, Sleepers have also picked Corrode in yesterday's matchup. So I think this map set overall, both teams are very proficient in. It's about that execution and really adapting overall. And you thought that SRB, just all the experience that they had, they'd be able to anti-strat that so well, but definitely suffered in that first half. Trying to make up for it here, but Sleepers have two at the door ready. Owl drone in, sees nothing. So there could be a sense of security as SRB start to converge onto the side. They have 13 seconds. They gotta go when Sleepers know it. They start to show face. The smoke's gonna dissipate at the top of this tower. And Sorix and I are together to dismantle SRB.
That's defeasible. That's defeasible.
That tech pause, and I guess that SRB's heads are made of metal because right now nothing is missing.
Yes, it doesn't matter.
To the side of the Sleepers.
Oh my god, match point, bro.
Economy on the left side for Team SRB looking low. Not sure what they're gonna have.
This is so awesome, bro.
6 to 12 match point.
I'm.
And when
This is so
having
awesome.
A rough day or just a slower start, and it's not even that he's doing anything wrong. It's just Sleepers know how to isolate him away from the rest of the flock. And as much of a goat as Ion is, this is still a new role for him. Although he's probably flexible in the ranked games too. But if you can have Ion have a bad day, you could see how this has really broken apart SRB's chances.
So Ion will be
Come on.
the bigger in this round. Question is, how many more can they replicate from here on out? Spam will come in, conversion pads ready to go, and has to be kind of used unless SRB find a way on attack to gain an advantage. Exa already rattled down with what seems to be that Odin. Having to use a Bulldog now at 56 HP.
That knife really screwed things up.
Solana, please. Oh my god.
Solana has the ult. Could have had Leo dash and refract and info, have Solana go farm, but that knife forced them to go to a plan B.
Dude, the team flash is crazy, bro. Does Satellite even play this agent? I'm serious, bro. He's team flashed his team like 5 times.
This opens things up. A link is exploitable, but is this a pivot opportunity with the spike still in spawn?
They've got time. Question is, how are they going to use it? Again, I like the widespread coverage here from Team Sleepers. Yes, you have less numbers. Okay, let's play into that. Double up on A elbow. The trades matter.
Come on,
here.
man.
And then keep one player all the way on B in art. Just having information is good over here. The trades don't matter as much. You might just want to stop a little bit of a push into it, but you want info as to whether the spike is coming over to B.
Sorix is that type of anchor that'll play their life, but the knife did just expose them, and now you can't use any of the util you have left. Solana could use the ult and win it here. Coming through mid, we'll have to go up against Ion. Convergent pass available, and that's a big win condition for SRB, but you got a marathon, not a sprint ahead of you.
Why do they keep calling everybody's ults convergent paths? I've heard them call kill contract convergent paths. I've heard them call not dead yet convergent paths. They are calling everything convergent path. Oh my god, except for convergent path, please. Yeah. Oh my god. What a retake, dude. Dude, oh my god.
Just one piece of the puzzle.
I'm so dead, bro. This is insane.
One of the biggest upsets we've seen in challengers so far.
Absolutely. 13-6. No, like the win against Core, you're like, okay, keeping an eye on Sleepers, although it was like an OT and you never know what happens in the first week, the first match. But beating SRB, a team that were just Goliath.
Holy shit, bro. That's their map pick. That's SRB's map pick, bro.
Mint win for Sleepers.
It's such a creative way to approach the map as well. Sometimes you have complete aggression from Sleepers. Other times
I can't, bro.
Are too good. We could sit here, and we have for a bit, and talked about all the potential. But let's give the desk a chance. We'll be right back with them to break down this banger of a game.
Dude, this is crazy. 13-6. Let's see. Sorix went 14-8. Tonza went 20-15. Salada went 18-17. Like, this is just a team, bro. Where's Exa, bro? Where's the prodigy from Korea? Think about that. Where is he? He's gone. Where's Ion, bro? He was so there a few days ago. He's gone, bro. We shut them down, bro. They didn't even have a chance. They didn't even have a chance. Your KO's only got 4 assists. KO literally has a free assist button. It's called his fucking signature ability. You just throw that shit. It's a free assist. I'm serious. It gives you an assist every single time. How does bro only have 4 assists? Like, what? I can't, bro. This is insane. Just like a complete dismantling, bro. This is like 13-1 on Abyss is crazy, right? In challengers, I think we can all agree with that. Like, that'd be crazy to go 13-1 against any team in challengers. That's crazy. But it's core. This is an established roster, but it's still like, okay, they're playing with a sub. Maybe they're not all there. It's the first day, whatever. 13-6 Shopify Rebellion. Brother, Xander and Nature have been in challengers for like 3 years. 3, maybe even like 4. Like, insane, bro. Like, this is like their 4th season technically. Like, that's crazy. And I mean, this is a team of people that like are just here. They're just here, bro. Like, Sorix and Duck both qualified for challengers with the Guardians, Alliance Guardians, who won today, by the way. And now they're going 13-6 against Shopify Rebellion Black. look, I don't want to say it, but I think Duck and Sorix may have, like, they made the right choice, you know? They made the right choice leaving the Guardians, you know? Not that the Guardians aren't like a top 8 team, top 6 team. They probably are. But Sleepers are something else, man. Sleepers are something else. 13-6 against Shopify, Josue. 13-6. Shopify beat Sentinels. Shopify beat Sentinels. Sleepers just beat them 13-6 on their map pick. Duck went crazy. Sorix went crazy. Salada went crazy. Tonza went insane on ISO, bro. I love me a good ISO.
Round this time though. But the stand and fight, he's down to 8. There's Alum, that's the Phantom. Brought up by the save.
Having trouble without his right way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time. And isn't by that bite act done. Early drop down, and Ange catches all of it from hell.
Don't sleep on Sleepers is all I can say.
Oh my god, bro. That's the shit I've been saying since day one. They're stealing my... Sierra's so vindicated right now, by the way. She was the only one of their production that said that Sleepers was going to win.
Getting into it, we saw a very different game play out.
The only one who predicted Sleepers.
Looked so good.
Oh, they looked so good. Let's get into it, guys. I'm going to be very honest, okay? I think the irony of all Rebellion Black in the exact same way that Envy beat all of these teams all of last year. If you're Ion, you've got to be frustrated. Like you're on a smart team. Oh, let's run the NRG comp. Let's do all this very smart stuff. And then you're up against EP who are just mech diffing you. They're swinging together. They have perfect spacing. They're running you down. It's, I don't even know. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Sleepers were literally holding hands the entire attacking half, literally walking into their spawn one round that we saw and contacting so much, and it was just so hard for SRB to kind of counter. It caught them off guard. They couldn't find an answer. In those early rounds, they had some rounds where they looked really clean. I want to give them props
god.
For me, SRB looked a lot cleaner on defense than they did in the past day that they played. You know, the anchors were getting a little bit more support. They were fighting together a lot more, but it just wasn't enough because every single time they would get into one of those fights, it was a 5v2 or 5v3 just because of how close EP were together.
Yeah, and this silent death ball style is so hard to play against sometimes because really the only clear counter
Duck
is
with
like,
an ace, bro. Duck with an ace.
Utility, but they don't have like any gadgets to go off of. They don't have any like, you know, cameras, traps, like anything to really trigger it. So they're constantly having to contact against these kids who are super cracked and they're so on point. And the other counter is the operator, but you can't really pull out the operator because you have the fade that's pushing you back on sites, and then you have the ISO shield that's leading the charge with the shield on. So it's like, how do you even really play against it? And for me, the one major takeaway from all of this is this wasn't even really luck at all. This was like straight up outplay, calculated, great team synergy, amazing micro fundamentals, a really good understanding of the timings on all of things and how to swing through smokes based on each other's contact. Like this was just straight up insanely well played by Sleepers.
And I think that's my biggest takeaway.
Dude, Sleepers 2-0.
Is just
Sleepers
how
2-0.
clean it looked, right? Like they knew
Sleepers
what
2-0.
they were going for.
8 out of 9 bonus plans. So, SRB 2 out of 5.
To actually go to repeak and play
2
this
out of 5.
And I think it was just a really, really impressive match from a team that we definitely painted as one that maybe shouldn't be taking this map off of them, Emily.
Yeah, and I mean, look at these first kills, and it's not just the first.
Maybe shouldn't be, brother. This is the best team in challengers. What are you talking about? Maybe shouldn't be.
So well together, they would get those first kills and then kind of steamroll on the site. Even if they lost players, they were getting themselves in a situation where they were always up numbers, even in those post plans. And I just love how willing they were to fight. It was honestly, I haven't seen anything like it in a hot minute.
Especially too, I feel like they were so good at trading off of each other, and if you know their teammate goes down first, and even if it was like there was the one play that it was just like, I'm just gonna repeat this 1v3 because I need to be evening the score. Like there was just no fear, and of course gets the kill, moves on. Like I think it was just so great across the board, especially too, keyword across the board, where we really got to see everybody from EP really have like those step ups and those big moments. Like Zorix was a standout for me, especially early on. Like he constantly was the biggest clutch factor.
Yes, that's really the kind of the yin and yang of this team.
Dude, Sorix, 14-8 is the #1 rated player, by the way.
First kills, you have Tonza leading the charge. You have Leo, who's getting so much success with the opening kills. They're trading very well. They're putting themselves, and then they're
14-8, #1 rated, 1.38 rating.
Where like Sorix, if you just analyze the way he moves around in the pulse plants, like he's mauling from one way and then immediately
he's a different.
catch people off
He's a
guard
different.
1v1s. Like
different.
that level of play is really hard to teach. It's just something that you can only really develop with hours, with studying the game, with playing it a lot, and just putting in hours and hours in the arena. So overall, I'm very impressed with what I just saw from EP.
And to talk a little bit more about a couple of standouts, I mean, we had talked about Salada, or like Roy, you kept showing us like the videos that he was able to put together, but Tonza was someone we didn't talk about quite as much. And like this pairing was so good. And Emily, this ISO was a real thorn in the side of SRB. Like they just couldn't deal with him.
No, they couldn't. And even if they could, we have Salada kind of going up and backing him up and getting those trades. But no, I think the way that they were playing, it was really hard to deal, especially having an ISO with that second level of protection, being able to take those ones and not really get any damage from it if they don't hit the double shots after it. Because with Tonza's aim, like by the time they broke his shield, he was just one-tapping. And then Salada, I'm expecting to see another Twitter highlight reel coming in very, very soon.
It's getting my like and my retweet, that's for sure, if it comes. But it's not only the ISO utility individually that's really, really good from Tonza. It's the way that it's very clear that EP's willing to work around it. Like there's so many moments specifically, I remember like towards the A-Link where they were like, you see a player jiggling, and then Tonza just comes out of nowhere, rips shield, and he's the first one swinging out of nowhere. And it's just like that sort of synergy is really just on point. It's very obvious with the way they want to play. Either the comms are really good, or they just have a fundamental understanding of the way they want to approach the game and how they want to approach some duels. And their execution was just on point.
A really impressive showing coming out from EP. And now heading into the second map of this series, this gets a little scary for SRB and SRB fans out there because we are headed to Split, EP's pick, and this is a known quantity from SRB.
Yes, it is.
See them play here already, but this was one of those overtime maps here, Emily, that we saw up against Blue Otter, and something where there's definitely holes. Whether they've patched them remains to be seen.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll bet you $1 million they haven't patched them.
The benefit of the doubt here because I did like what I saw on Corrode. I just felt like they had a big improvement on their comms just with how they were kind of playing the macro and even their micro decisions. They improved a bit. They were playing a little bit more together, but it just wasn't enough. And going onto a map like Split, I feel like they're going to be a little more prepared for like the contact style if EP plans to continue that.
If Guardians has a million fans, then I am one of them. If Guardians has 10 fans, then I am one of them. If Guardians has only one fan, then that is me. If Guardians has no fans, then that means I am no longer on Earth. If the world is against Guardians, then I am against the world. That's a really great
point. I think the preparation for that kind of style should definitely come into play. And on top of that, you combine that with the fact that
that's cool, man. I would say all of that, but for sleepers.
Really out of whack. Like it's kind of a standard comp. They're swapping the controller for a Clove, and they have the chamber, so it shouldn't be anything that they're kind of unexpected. I feel like they've gotten reps against similar comps before in scrims, surely. Whereas like
why would you not be able to send that in TTS?
In ISO, you know, in scrims and in high level matches, like
it just doesn't want you doing the ones where it like freaks out.
Probably a little bit of like maybe they watched the VODs, they had an idea of like, oh, you know, there's some weaknesses that we can avoid. But as Envy proved to us all of last year, watching and seeing a team play the map is one thing, but experiencing it in the server and playing into the tempo of how that composition plays is an entirely different experience.
Even just going off of the performances we saw on map number 1, even if we are switching from the ISO to the chamber for
Can we get into the match already? I'm ready.
So
I'm ready to go.
Well.
I don't care if SRB's not ready. I'm ready.
Shield, that's annoying. Now it's the kill and just get out of there, right? So I don't know. I am looking forward to some good chamber gameplay there. And when you're seeing like the other standouts for the team, like Sorix just went absolutely crazy last time we saw the Viper over on Split and already had a lot of impact game number 1. So I think SRB definitely have their work cut out ahead of here at them, Emily. Like this should be, I'm excited to see if we get a bounce back, but yeah, do not sleep on sleepers.
No, not at all. And one other thing to point out for Split, I feel like it's a lot easier to kind of op on that map and get away with it, depending on your comp, of course. But I just feel like it's a lot more clumsy and op on Split than it is Corrode. And if that's the case for SRB and they actually bring out that op and kind of put a stop, like Roy was kind of saying, then it could make it a little bit more easier and a little bit more even for them.
And what I find like kind of just unique right now is the fact that we're getting this sort of role reversal from these two teams, right? Where it was EP running the double duelist in the first map, running it down, playing at their own tempo. But now we're kind of seeing like the whole thing just flip completely 180 degrees, right? Where now it's SRB that has a double duelist. They're the ones that are going to want to run it down. They're feeling frustrated from the first map. They're feeling angsty. They want to, get to the action, kind of just give them a little bit of their own medicine. And it's going to make for some very interesting, very fun Valorant, that's for sure.
See, the thing that I'm worried about, though, is yes, they're going to be kind of swapping the roles here, having that double duelist comp. Will they be able to play it as well synced up as EP did? Like, EP just looked like they've been playing together for so long, and it could just be from playing in these small tourneys or playing
EP is on a different fucking level, bro.
And that's something that we kind of
By the way, this is not like a long-established roster. This is like a new roster coming into this. Duck and Sorex were both on Alliance Guardians. I mean, they all like know each other, but like they were both on different teams. I don't know about the other players, but I'm sure they were on different teams too. Like this is a long-established team.
I think though there is
this is not a long-established team versus a team in Shopify that has like veterans on it.
Hopefully, get some time to try and just take down Sleepers from side. But yeah, going into this, Roy, we get
double controller chamber.
Switch ups here.
This is an interesting comp. I don't know if I like this comp from Sleepers, but I'll take it.
They're going to want to regain confidence. They're going to want to regain some of that, just kind of keep EP back and put them back in their chairs, right? You don't want them to run too rampant. So expect
stay locked. Stay locked.
The fade for the information to
always just stay locked.
As well as the trap setups, the plays, the flashiness that you can expect from Ion and Satellite. And for Sleepers, it's going to be a lot of slow play, opping, looking for picks with Chamber, looking for picks with the Sky, with the Waylay. So expect a lot of that. And then when the sides flip, it's going to be all explosive for SRB.
I mean, Sleepers have already redefined our expectations from nap number 1, trying to see if they do it for a second, or can SRB stop the bleeding here and take us into
I'm so ready.
Nap 3. I cannot wait to find out, and I'm sure the casters can't either. Let's send it back over to Shayo and Lemon Kiwi.
Sierra, we can't wait at all. You called it map 1. It might have been nap 1 for the Sleepers. They were kind of in their element. At the same time, you look at SRB, they're trying to get awake in this one. The key for this, Lemon Kiwi, in my opinion, is the fact that Satellite's Yoru can get activated with that op. There is no ISO on the side of Sleepers. That scope can get online.
I'm surprised no
Are you watching Pacific tonight? What matches are tonight?
We had a lot to say about buying last series about it, but how can you not believe in Sleepers, and especially
no, I think because I'm sick, and I'm casting tomorrow. I think I'm gonna.
Probably third best agent. I mean, he's just that
chill
duelist guy, but then he occasionally throws out the chamber. I was definitely expecting the double duelist out of Sleepers. That seems to be their style, and Roy highlighted it well. They definitely have that envy style, but
okay, good trade. Wait, free sight.
But that does open up the site. Looking very inspirational. Exa just has to get vision on it and immediately smoked off. There's a game plan here for Sleepers.
Kind of have a little lurk coming in from the mid side, and Exa is aware of it right now. Talked about the Viper difference between these both these teams. That might make the difference. That being said, almost all here for the retake. Everybody on SRB are aware of the lurk. It's finally found from Sorex. The rest of the people will speed up through spawn. That retake now hitting the B site.
There's the flood while you got that lurk in mid. Occupado, SRB, try to get active, but Sleepers are against the wall, and look how SRB retaliate from that map 1, and now playing from main. It's an awkward spot. Someone's on the spike, and Sleepers gotta take space and just use.
Fuck, man, we were in.
SRB take their first pistol of the series.
Seems some life in the team. We're talking about Ion having experience and fighting teams.
It's okay.
Love to get aggressive.
I think Sorex should have pressured that flank. I think he should push up mid, but that's all hindsight.
To start off from SRB, getting an advantage on defense as well. You might just completely stuff the flame out of EP before they get started.
I like that SRB are trying to maybe match that crazier style. Like Exa is just wide swinging mid, which catches Sorex a bit off guard, delays him from pushing into high ground, which means SRB got to focus in and react quicker. That's maybe what we wanted them to see more of in Corrode, and now you got the deep flash, but SRB with good delay in mid doesn't seem to stop Sleepers, only slow them, but there is some initial damage. Wait, SRB starting to surround this mid side, and Sleepers got to find a a way out of it, and Duck is out of util, and Leo's on an island. Xander's picked up a double kill, and Sleepers have entered the death zone, or maybe a death match, because they aren't killing back though.
Xander with the timing over and over again. The man's clock does not miss a tick. At the same time, the side of Sleepers just looking for something in this round to maybe have a little bit of a chance at affecting SRB's eco. It's not going to come through for now. I think the approach for both these teams really based on momentum so far. We saw how far EP can take a little bit of a lead. We saw how much SRB had the strats and the know-how to kind of climb back. The issue is whoever ends up starting off with the lead ends up taking it. Split is well one of these maps that can be so really want to completely might see it happen here for the side of SRB.
We're not gonna kill there. That's okay. Whatever.
They can win it. They might go all the way up 5 from what I know. It's not gonna come through for now. I think the approach for both these teams
what just happened?
With the lead.
Just tried to force the best opportunity of we got classics, we got kind of bad weapons.
Why did it back up?
Force the most close range situation we could do, which is keep pushing mid. You know, lightning never strikes twice in the same spot. They'll never expect us to push here again. But yeah, I mean, SRB just held their ground.
And you can see what SRB kind of signs up for here as well. I talked a bit about that op going online. We can see remnants of it starting to begin. Satellite, the scope, ready to go. 2 hits.
Man, like
the star man down now, and Sleepers get even more EP in this moment, losing one of the lurks on the map, and at the same time some pressure overall on Split. You need that for information gain from Exa. This is a good round so far for the side of SRB.
Don't want to get over eager here if you're Sorix, because Spike is kind of near you. At least Sleepers are catching up. Sorix initiating like a duelist, trying to follow the footsteps that he heard. Now Rant, guess what? There's a judge. This is no fun for Sleepers to try and address.
Okay, guys, it's a defense-sided map. Always remember, defense-sided map.
Personal can't go towards that other side. Passion. Nature figures it out. Leo had a chance. What a stop from Nature.
Leo just can't stop the ants on top of his hill. What's going on there? This is a weird start for Sleepers for sure. And guess what? It's their map pick. So you thought they would look even
Hey, I did say I thought this was going to be a 3-map series, but...
An SRB, well, they picked Split against Blue Water and won an OT. So again, both these teams have proven experience on this map.
Might be diving into a strap pool that SRB might have set up with the loss last time, which is, okay, we can cheat a lot of space against this team. They're not aware of it. This time, though, that the ISO SRB being able to opt into the
yes, we're just saving
as well makes it so difficult for EP to cheat that space for free. You can't just walk up wherever you want. You will get challenged now. With Tanza falling, I assume that strap book from EP might turn a page. They might find a different way to start to attack these sites. You can't walk anymore.
We were so close.
Has to use util early to get that space.
Okay.
Only 2
it's okay. Just stay locked.
Sleepers. We gotta point out the lows when we were hyping up the highs so much last map. So all good for them. SRB have had very firm control of mid. Sleepers have been trying to take space quickly on A, and then those kind of duels have been awkward.
Defense-sided map. We just gotta lock in. It's all okay.
You know, there's an outlaw in the
Sleepers got
picture,
this.
And B garage
Watch.
can be a little tricky to try and push. Satellite got some nice first bloods.
We're gonna get
just that, so
at least 3 kills here.
Well, that's not a good bird. Bad bird.
Bad bird. You gotta maybe shave the talons off of that one so it can smoothly fly past walls. Man, this map, if this map was a door, this operator, or not even the outlaw, might just be the key to opening things up for SRB. At the same time, the position
nice.
should also be huge. Nice entry from Leo. Stop down, playing off the snake bite. Yeah, Exa might be key number 2, or the latch even. Just this position in mid stops aggression from kind of scaling. And at the same time, you can go to Rafter, drop down, and do so much more. 3K for Exa. Make it 4.
That is huge. What a
Chamber was gone. What is that kill?
And just how Challengers has started out. This is a really sought after talent for Challengers, and now makes a huge round happen for SRB. And I like that SRB are kind of not always fully committing to every contact play they got.
No. We just gotta stay locked. Just stay locked.
Look at these angles and close gaps, kind of bait and switch, like the way that the other person baited out.
It's a good
so
timeout.
Exa could go in and get a 4K
Figure it
on
out.
the low ground. So
It's a defensive map. It's a defensive map. We just need like 4.
Absolutely. I mean,
I think 4 rounds is okay. 5 is preferable. Obviously, more than that is good. But 4 or 5 is like, that's all we need.
Sprinkled it on the sleepers. Now they're looking a bit too EP is my problem. What is the mission here? What is the theme at approaching this map? Are you just trying to find free space and scale on these sites? You will not be able to do that with Exa in mid, with the snake bite available on B, the wall available on towards the A side. You have to unlock mid here. If you're on the side of EP, you have to get Exa off this high pedestal, off this throne at controlling the map. And at the same time, you just have to start to get active in 2s. I mean, we saw such a good job of these guys working with trades, with the ISO in the business. Now Salada and Leo have to get close and personal, get inside these angles, and really open up space for their team.
Okay.
You're going to try and do that with an offensive op, which you definitely don't see every day on Split. But Hanzo will try to open things up for maybe playing A long. But remember, SRB have been tough to push around when it comes to that ramp control. But this is going to be the second round for EP. That's actually a good buy, where it could be even. And Hanzo, what a pick. Smokes come back up. Sleeper's happy with that. They can focus through main. And there's that ant that Leo had issues with last time. His name is Nature. Dashing in, trying to read it, refract. And I like that from Leo. Go for the best opportunity, not just any. All the kills now coming in Sleeper's way.
Fire with fire, scope to scope. The next one gets picked up by Ion regardless. They know someone's deep inside main. Sorex has that angle. Pass it on the site. Good entry from EP. Can you keep it going?
And refract, bait and switch works out again for SRB.
Wait. Lock in.
Ion has to trust the rest of his team to follow up, and so they do.
Yes!
Oh, Tanza takes full advantage.
Stay locked.
The spacing. Xander just can't handle
it. Okay, we're in. We're so in right now.
Big Tanza up with the collateral. He's cooking in that kitchen. And that food is coming out in double time. I mean, this is huge. 2 for 1 there. Changes the entire round. SRB were doing a good job on that retake. A timeout that works. Get the op online first. Open that round with the scope. Close it by just peeking through the same rifle.
Stay locked.
Huge for the side of EP. The question is, how much of a bag do they develop in that timeout? Like, this scope strategy will get countered by SRB as well. They're 3 rounds behind. They've got to be a bit more versatile to approach this map in different ways.
Mid's closed off, and Sleeper's getting to be, is proved to be troublesome when they've ignored the high ground, although in that round it was a lower buy. Just an op that you don't want to mess with. And the fact that it's a Yoru, you can't even fully confirm that, oh, the op is B. It could be anywhere after that teleport.
And we saw the way, you know, that SRB are kind of trying to answer this one. The dismiss of the smoke comes in, right? You're able to just get that one down, a fake smoke from Astra, and then you're on the op online faster. You have the advantage.
Well, that was crazy spray.
And getting into a better angle. It's just huge. GP now have to adapt again. How do we approach? Nothing is starting over in mid, and it's understandable. This round,
oh my god.
Spray. Of course, you don't want to push the Viper strip, but in a regular round, though, you do have to switch things up. Move it past the pit. A huge timing for the entire team.
Sleepers have had good opportunities just spamming through smokes and letting luck do all the talking. And after clearing vents, they're going to follow in those footsteps that Ion left behind, trampling over his corpse. And you got the spike on the right side of the map. Nature has the Odin. In an awkward spot.
And did they see?
Corner. Satellite with the op gets the spike down. That's big. A big challenge for Solana, but tries to just play against the flash. Just play against the Uto thrown his way. 13 seconds. Leo with a nice double. It'll probably just come down to kills unless Sorex can hurry up and play. It's not going to happen with Nature anchoring the site. So will be a save for Sorex.
EP come out with a question with Tanza. Can you fight me?
All right, let my dog out of my room.
100% says SRB.
Dude,
the answer being Satellite.
Defense side of map. I've said we just need 3 rounds. 3 more. We just need 3 more. And we're fine.
This op starts, where it finishes over as well. Nice beginning to that shot too. And then, you know, even with the luck on your side, Satellite is just so good at making a difference. The op shorty combination, it reigns true throughout all areas of Valorant.
And the desk pointed out the best way to counter Sleepers and this formation that they have is an op. And the biggest counter to that was an ISO. And there is no ISO in this picture. So the op is doing a lot of talk in there for Satellite. from that Cubert Academy squad has promoted so many good players, and there's a reason why Shopify Rebellion are investing sleepers, seekers in the flash. Nothing on the site. SRB respecting that wave of util and ultimates. Sleepers have the information, but they still got to get the kills. The spike hasn't even been planted. They don't feel secure at all. The Prowler tries to lead SRB in. Tonza will keep the door closed. Sleepers get proactive, and they find the isolations. SRB hold the corner, but Sleepers, that's all you really needed to get the ball rolling. 4v3, man advantage for Sleepers. The dog still reveals Screen's presence, and SRB don't have a clear way in besides contact, and Sleepers are warmed up, ready to go.
Okay, big bounce back. We only lost 2.
Has to be forced to ultimate. That dimension has no.
Just stay locked. Stay locked.
The E-break is not working on that one. Past that, the rest of the team, because the Yoru's hindered, can't get in either.
Please.
They can see everything, but it's like watching your entire world fall apart from space. You can't really help. You can't do much, and as a result, SRB have a tough time on the retake. EP, another round on the board, a huge round from Leo once again.
Again, we just need 4. I think we just need 4. I think we just need 4 in this offense, and we're fine.
Didn't really net them kills or too much. They still pressed, and that's that kind of aggressive playstyle that I really like from them. To push into screens and do not let SRB's game plan flourish. Speaking of that, Nature has to hold his own, and he's overwhelmed. And we needed to see Duck set his team up for success. Does just that. Now the spike can be safely planted, or so you thought. You have Heaven smoked off, but still, Exa gets his one in.
Come on.
This one's tough, man. I need someone to help Nature on this site. Right now, Nature is just getting, I don't know, like the effects of greenhouse gases on his entire wholesome being. It's so tough. Nature's dying. We need to help him out.
Yes! Yes!
They keep just fracking for more oil, and they're getting out with so much money. Exa might stop the Profits. 3K on both sides of the map. This time, though, a 1v1. Duck, backside, has the map, but does he have the knowledge? Can he navigate towards the
Yes! Oh my god, Duck, you're the fucking GOAT. Holy shit.
Closing in on that lead.
Okay, one more, and I'm like happy. This is a successful half.
We gotta figure out, are we playing for retake? Can we help support Nature? Because he's gonna be a huge part of those retakes.
We're not playing double duelist, so you know we're definitely playing more for that defensive half.
Holds his own. You know, he'll sometimes miss a Prowler.
Just getting 4 or 5, I think, is good.
Miss his shots, and that's what's consistent about Sleepers, at least now. At the beginning, not so much. The break really hurt them, but we'll see if this timeout will hurt them.
Yeah, SRB will tap in and try to find out what's going wrong inside these rounds. We started this game so well. Satellite's op is doing really good.
Okay, we have not dead yet, so Salada can just like run in.
Up the map now. Twice it's been just pick apart Nature, and the weak A-hole they have so far with just one person there. Waylay is so good at just taking out a single side anchor, especially if they're playing close. Past that, sometimes in the op 50-50, Tonza just wins. Even if SRB has an advantage, Tonza's up in the business, and it's just him landing collapse Lemon Kiwi at the very last second to save this team. Right now, EPF stealing the X Factor. What do you think SRB can do? Who can rise up on that side of the team?
I think they have a good power position. SRB have a good power position.
Okay, they're in eco. So this is kind of the free win. This is the 4th round. This is what I was talking about.
Ramp fights, they've lost them.
Hopefully.
So they just ignore smoke and move on, push screens and find other ways. But Sleepers are gonna have to address Heaven eventually. The high ground seems to be not their flavor at all, considering they've tried for male too, and that's failed. Exa has been quite the anchor in mid.
This time, though, things slow down. To the side of you, they want to understand that what.
Oh.
Okay, never mind. I was not about to break it down. It doesn't matter.
Yep, and then Salado just runs in.
Johnson's up in the business with the op as well. Even up against Nico, he cannot miss. The rest of the team come in, make it easy work. A little bit of a cost, but things
easy.
For EP.
Sleepers kind of realize
We got that 4th round. That's what I'm talking about. Now, anything else we get, I'm happy. I'm already happy. I'm already happy. Anything else we get is good.
If they're realizing they're getting overwhelmed by util, you may just want to sit this one out and play for retakes. And
although they are running double controller, double duelist, Shopify is, so their offense is going to be pretty tough.
With Nightfall coming up, they want to fight.
So maybe I want the 5th.
That could be a really powerful ultimate to help SRB.
Maybe even the 6th. I want as many as we can get, actually, is what I've decided. But I am happy with 4.
So far, you look at the mini-map right now. They do have a little bit more support for the side of the A. Bomb, you can see, or the A side itself, you can see Waylay now supporting where Nature's playing. So that's buffed up. But I feel like Sleepers have the read on that. They're kind of aiming towards mid and B. The spike's also down towards market side. They kind of read where I think SRB, or where they think SRB will end up just buffing up the map.
Concealment.
No walk-ups from SRB, just trying to hold true and trying to clear where is this op from Satellite. Trying to peek into an op is really awkward. You got Seekers, you got dashes, you got good mechanics. Sometimes that can just... Braun can win over Brain sometimes. Now Seekers, that'll do all the thinking for you. And Sander gets flash, but he's able to not.
Let's go, Leo. And then one.
And this has been really shaken up and stirred. Sleepers will get a plant, and this could be how they tie the game.
Insane from Leo. Draws off an op shot, picks apart another rifle. This team's looking so on point.
Low though.
Oh, big whiff.
Solana just gets multi-killed
Flawless.
every round. You can't stop this guy. We're gonna be part of a montage, I think, Shire.
We might just be straight to the front page. I mean, honestly, the side of Sleepers, every single person right now is doing enough work to distract 2 people.
It's too easy, man.
Or take 2 people's worth of work from the side of SRB. The wages are not equivalent between both these teams right now. The value of every Sleepers player is just completely off the board. This is kind of nuts from the side of Sleepers, man. I feel like no one's even expected this to happen today. They've not looked like this crazily in the past. We know they are a scrappy team, but this scrappiness has some purpose behind it now. They could really be kind of the next rankers. Looks like almost the next Envy.
Yeah, how are you
Holy.
feeling? Of me, absolutely. Ion sits within the site with the Bucky, expecting that double dash from Leo, seeing if that happens again. The immediate refract. Now you know where Ion is. Convergent paths. You're gonna hit Sleepers where it hurts and delay them on the entry, and I guess just spray and pray. Beautiful triple from Nature.
I don't even understand what I just watched.
There is no dethroning. This is such a lower buy from SRB, mostly Stingers, and then they get to upgrade. Sleepers definitely got caught off guard.
One enemy remaining.
You help Nature and your team will heal. That being said, the match or the round is just not over yet on this half. Sorex can do something with 55 seconds. Find the spike, get an option on the left side. You skip Yoru and you can end up in B very quickly. Chooses kind of to go back down. I feel like SRB know that's the best option as well. Although this kind of does put some question marks up into play, it takes a lot of time, and time is something that Sorex might not have left once he gets that spike.
At least there's an exclamation mark, as it's a ace opportunity for Nature, but he cares about winning the round, not making montages. So they're just gonna babysit the spike.
Nice.
Satellite now falls. This is getting a little sketchy. This is someone definitely in ropes, and it just like that is a thrifty for SRB.
Not great to see, but
Yeah, the adjustments they made after the timeout.
5 rounds is good. 5 rounds is good. Even if we don't win this next round, 5 rounds is pretty decent for split on offense.
Come in to an armada of players on the side of SRB. Top of Rebellion are doing just that, kind of taking a Rebellion against what was a Sleepers win streak. 6-5 though. With having such a big lead at the start, SRB do kind of still push forward towards the win. The question is, are we going to even this one out, or will Shopify have a bit of a lead going into the second half?
Okay.
No op for Satellite this time, but Tons is investing.
We're in a good spot. We just got to stay locked.
The end of this half. Conversion pass towards the back of the site, dogging in, and the Sleepers have so much information to work with, and the opening kill. Solana is just guaranteed that kill every single time he steps foot into the site. Nightfall, retaliation, rebellion ensues. Xander with 2, the pit, the walls come up, and Sleepers just have to play time. They know how to slow it down. Wait a minute, who is that? Satellite also knocking at the front door. Sleepers, they know what to do. It's the end of the round, and follow in Duck's footsteps.
Let's try.
SRB had the manpower.
Okay, it's okay. 5 is not bad. 5 is not
What
bad.
an onslaught of battle, Shio.
Retaliation does come through completely, though, from the side of SRB. I mean, they're going to be celebrating this one. Still had some ults for use towards the end of the day, and I feel like they're finally warmed up in the way they take fights together. That's the first time I've seen the team kind of on the same page, basically kind of almost since that last round when they made the trap play, but that was kind of all freestyling. That was dealing with the utility drop down by Sleepers as well. We swap over to attack. That cohesion is going to be needed in taking sites like A. That's where their sites are set right now.
All right, we just got to stay locked, play the game we've been playing, show what we showed on Corrode, and we're fine.
Lead for split. You know what happens when the defense side gets an advantage. SRB does not want to let that happen.
We'll get to see what this double duelist is made of on the attack on the side that you're expecting them to do better on. Whilst Tanza on the chamber, now he can be a lurk that can be fluid around the map, and imagine if he gets that op on line 2. That's gonna be a hurdle, a hoop for SRB to jump through.
Hurdles, hoops, whatever they are, you need to use your legs to get their eye on. He does jump all the way through. I like the reference. Doc, though, you know how lethal this guy has been on every single site. 3K is just ready to print out. Like, it's, I don't know, just free paper. There's a reference somewhere in there. Exa holding the flank. What can he do? Get 2 with Satellite, and that's 3. Make it 4 for the guy. What is that?
You just got an ace! With everyone swinging at him! With just the ghost! It's just Satellite against the world. The superstar Canadian shows up for SRB against these Zoomers. Holy, what an ace! And that was lightning fast, too.
Genuinely, like we talked about team cohesion, and you just saw it right there. 2 people on the same sight line, them very awkward up-down for Sleepers to be able to peek into. Just makes it so easy for Satellite. That last one, though, the very last final pick for the ace was really, really clean. And what a way to start off a pistol. Satellite also being the one that's online, someone that can hold that operator.
Dude, I'm too sick to go to a map 3, please.
This might be trouble, but Satellite goes down. The dash is in 2. Sleepers have a chance at talking in this round.
Getting their sweet revenge on Satellite before he could gate crash out. Someone's got to recover this spike, and Sleepers didn't even know it was left behind. So, but look at all this headway that Ion's made. Just with a pistol, and now a Bucky on the high ground if he decides to climb up here, but wants the pieces to be in position. Ion being a team player as ever, but he can really sneak up to someone in this smoke. He's got cover. Oh, and he just bypasses a defender.
Yes!
Oh, the timing is horrible for Ion, and now Sleepers have the advantage. They have the high ground. And Xander, he's not done yet. Now through mid, he swings and kills 3. Now another ace opportunity for SRB. Leo and Salada, they gotta do something. Someone's on the spike. It gets halfway. 1v1, and Nature finishes off with SRB.
Dude, that's so sad. We were so. What is this quality, bro?
All the pressure the Sleepers were putting down on the very good re-clears from everyone there too, and a nice last second.
It's okay. It's good eco. Good eco.
Through those smokes, stop the spike from being in a spot to where defusal was possible. Everything from the side of SRB is looking really good right now in terms of versatility.
Hesitated coming off when it was halved. I'm not sure why.
Sticking together, we just got shown that on an anti-eco, they can do really well staying apart as well. 9-5 for the Sleepers. You got to start to think about, how do we take control of this map? Can we get an off-ball line of our own? They're going to start to overextend a little bit. We talked about the puggy style of play. It's looking good for these guys. They might activate it again.
What an aggressive walkdown from Tanza, who can recall out, of course, but 3 people from Sleepers watching mid. And Nature has the Outlaw, and it's usually Satellite that likes to rock those. Now with the Prowler up close, immediate swings, Sleepers got info.
Right there. 3 people in vents. Excellent. Everybody's stunned. Leo goes down. Nobody can swing and help him. There's 3 people in there. Look at this timing from Exa.
Oh!
This round is going crazy.
Wait, huge kill.
Lucky timings depending on what side of the coin you are. And SRB are granted the high ground while Xander could push through Garage. He gets a kill. Then you got the Cosmic Divide to try and even things up. But this next contact play is going to matter as Sleepers have one within the site. Sorix have a play against Xander once they turn against each other, and Nature's in a tough spot. SRB have to get rid of these anchors within the site, finally up the tempo and get down with the spike.
Yeah, just like I should taken off to get rid of a few anchors.
No, I saw it, bro. I saw the vision.
But he gets pulled out of the
Oh
water,
man, dude, I really don't want to do a map 3.
On some of the rounds he gave up to Sleepers in the past. He's finally looking online, understanding the pacing, the fastness of the team he's facing. Looking so good so far. I think Sleepers started that one off really well. Kind of lost control and staying aggressive the entire time. I like the entire kind of noise and the loss of control for the side of SRB. They kind of grab that control back, end up on site, end up winning the round 2.
Yeah, you kind of have to expect the unexpected when going up against Sleepers. Like, you have 3 invents, just people all over the place. It's a deep flash that is going to mark SRB towards a main. Now a slower default from SRB. See how eager Sleepers are going to get now that they're playing from a deficit.
The line of scrimmage for SRB every single round is kind of pushed further and further away. Every time they kind of try to disrespect it or get a little bit of space in the first like 15 seconds, Sleepers end up with a pick. So they're waiting their sweet old timeout. A's kind of been researched by the side of Sleepers from the Tiger from Duck. They're going to push all the way back and maybe lean towards the BB Heaven side.
Tiger?
Their economy is not that good, so they have to stay together, go for some of these closer range engagements and situations.
I don't think I've ever heard anybody call the dog Tiger.
Satellite's dimensional drift here to clear that B site. Not gonna get frivolous with any greediness inside the eco. They're actually showing a lot of respect here to the side of Sleepers, and as a result, they'll get that site and they'll get the spike down.
Would have liked Nature playing it just to get closer to the Nightfall. Still works. They gifted it to Exa, and SRB feel like they've confirmed the round after the dimensional drift. Satellite picking off the high ground, which is not something SRB have right now, but they can watch over and play a distance battle when going up against that eco. Leo is the outlier with the Guardian, which do a lot of damage. He's already peeking at the door, and Sleepers do so all in unison. See if they can outnumber Overwhelm, but smoke now dissipates. And Sleepers try to work together, but SRB are front and center, waiting for Sleepers to walk their direction.
Death by 1,000 cuts is what it feels like for the side of Sleepers, even on the eco. I'm liking the level of respect that Shopify.
All right, not bad, not a bad eco, but I mean, we got to win a lot here.
Double 1 digits at 11. It's huge to have that score up on that board. It only costs the Yoru ultimate as well. And you can see what's coming up soon. Nature's Nightfall is up in the business. We already have Cosmic Divide from Xander as well. That convergent paths might be there from Ion 2 to finish the game if things start to go weary for the team. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ultimates also coming up. A very big flip round is coming soon. A timeout from Team Sleepers is 100% needed because they need to figure out A, how to use these ultimates.
Please,
B,
man, just please.
What is the best setup defensively for this team?
Whatever has been going on for Sleepers, it has not worked out this half, though. Not a single round. Even Tonza.
Think it's possible for Sleepers to win map 3? Yeah.
Aggressive. The first
no.
picks.
I think
swung the rounds in Sleepers' favor.
I think it's possible. I mean, they won map 1 13-6.
From SRB compared to Corrode.
I would not be surprised.
Nature or any kind of concusses coming out of Ions. Sleepers are not having the most advantageous fights, even when they have the numbers, even when they're being stacked together.
What would you do then? Are you like all in if you're the coach on Solada, activating him to see where he can go, or are you all in on Tonza? Maybe rely on the op here on the defense. What would Coach Jen say?
Oh god, there's a reason why.
I think Vine's pretty even. Like looking through the match history, it's pretty equal in terms of like.
Kills on B a lot of those times. He's got the ult. He's just needs.
Neither team seems to like have a super good grasp of Vine.
So duoship matters here, and he's got a friend in Ramps to take that fight. The Prowler reveals them.
I don't know if I'd put money on it. I don't know if I'd put money on it.
Yeah, I like that all in towards a lot of.
I do think they have a chance, but I don't know if it's worth that.
Up inside the top ramp.
Because Shopify's still like.
Trying to find something, not going to see much.
You know, I mean, they beat in tier 1 teams, so.
Someone not trapped on the left side. Yoru TP's out, and they're expecting the pressure from Solada. Doesn't matter. The trade's there. And we're not going to actually see Solada coming back. No chance to go for that ultimate. You're going to have to force
I'm surprised they don't ult there.
Crazy fight at just a minute 10 in. A 1-for-1 for the team.
Yeah, interesting that he doesn't want to proc the ult there, but hopefully just believing in the team at this point. especially with the numbers from SRB coming that direction. Anchoring, though, is Duck, who could really break some timing here if he gets a lucky flash. Here is the ults, and, well, Duck does a good job of anchoring, but he's gone.
Keep it even. Not great on defense,
not going to be used there. No
but it's okay.
Meanwhile, Spike goes down. Wall still up. That divide is really separating the team from getting in. A few more seconds. Nightfall coming in and actually layer on top of it. These guys are in trouble. The only person looking free is on flank. It's Leo.
So yeah, it's a big investment from SRB. 3 versus 3, off in the picture. Tonza swings with it, drops it. A little bit of
no, that was just bad.
Sides, and SRB gets a match point.
Leo needed to win that fight on the flank, and then that's a winnable round.
Head-to-head fight, ends up losing it down. All in from SRB as well. I keep using that word, but that's what each team is doing over and over again. They have no insurance in ramp. The way they put up that cosmic divide means that everybody has to play back sight, and that bet pays off. They're easily able to take that 2v1, and the head-to-head there is one as well, and Leo goes down. That being said, though, that round costed ultimates. Now it's Sleeper's turn. Can they bounce back with the Seekers, with the slowdown on convergence? It's a huge round here.
Solana actually popping the ult this time. There's been a lot of prioritization towards mid from Sleepers, and good information for Ion and the tip of the spear satellite position at the front, but you didn't check your corners. Solana, consistent as ever on the site. A 3K finally responded from Ion, but the damage has been done, and now there's a judge in the equation, which is only going to subtract from SRB's chances.
Okay.
And Sleepers are not done yet.
It's possible.
A record timing round. You talk
just got to stay locked in.
Let's not forget Leo's kind of reign with that saturated.
Got divergent paths. We have the not dead yet. They have no ults.
That lets Solana move.
This is winnable.
Get those shots in. Some of that corrode Sleeper is kind of.
Sorix only has 3 kills. I feel like that's kind of a big factor here. Sorix was had a massive impact on corrode.
Too late now though. 12-6. Another SRB match point. Sleeper's gonna need about what?
He wasn't like top fragging, but like he was doing a lot for the team.
That was Sleepers' first defensive round all halves. So kind of difficult to repeat that success. Okay, I thought Ion would have been clipped on his flight to the back of the site. Gets away with a judge kill. Solana still has not been checked in this corner. A few lapses once again from SRB, and Solana will go for the Uno reverse. He's propped the ult. Speaking of ult, Sleepers are fighting tooth and nail. Everything at SRB's lap, and it's nature to heal SRB one final time. 1v2 double swing.
Let's go. Okay, stay in it, stay locked.
So they continue on.
Duck never misses when it's this one.
It's possible. It's possible.
When the pressure is on the line.
Tour de Force, 1 point away from Viper's Pit.
From SRB, very cool entry, nice distraction, push Tons off the angle, make him TP, make him mess up. Past that though, the flood looks so good. You kind of bait Exa as well to drop down and maybe follow Leo as he refracts back. Everything from Sleepers there was beautiful. It was a nice kind of call and response between both teams, and especially
I feel like refract is like a super annoying ability. The way they just like pulls themselves back.
You can't excuse it though when a convergent path is online. That Bucky's in tow. It could get real hindrances there. Ion finds the kill, and suddenly a snowball effect by
Do not get eco, guys, please.
Well, Satellite will just create his own teammates. Goes in with the clone, makes it pretty foolproof, and love that bait and switch between Ion and Satellite too.
This can't be how the map ends.
And this could be for the big win. They'd have to do it on a thrifty. SRB have pulled off miracles before, and a pit just makes things even easier.
It makes it so easy. Eco weapons inside the pit just absolutely upgrade them. Look at this deep lurk from Xander on side the flank. He is so far inside that spawn. I feel like they know it, but he's not even moving up just yet. He's still just biding his time. They understand that he's flanked right now. We'll clear it, but look at the time it takes. Now that pit is still ticking. They haven't upgraded their weapons, but anyone that enters here will start to lose HP.
In fact, Sleepers just went that deep to check that flame. It's just an IQ play. Convergent pass is going to hinder what's left of the Sleepers, and that buys precious time for SRB. And the Bucky gets to do all the talking, and Sleepers are looking back silent. We're going to map 3.
huge from the side of Shopify.
I did say it was going to be a 3-map series.
The way they start this way so strong, they figure out the way sleepers want to play.
I just thought Corrode looked so strong. I really thought that they could 2-0.
Cool comeback from the boys.
Just being able to make those engagements so much easier. Great util coming from the SRB side. An almost nearly flawless second half. After a 7-5 start for SRB, they go all the way to a 13-7 win. Trading map picks, by the way, which is funny. I already said that both these teams are perfectly fine on the maps that exist, but Bind is the weird one. Both these teams love that double duelist, and that's where that can shine again.
Things are about to get crazy. Bind is one of those maps where, like, even if you look at Envy from the past, it's one of their favorite ones to play. Clove gets crazy with it. I need to prepare myself, so does Lemon Kiwi. We will be right back for a banger map 3.
Okay. Let's take a look. I mean, like, I hate to like put it on one person, and it's a team game. But like Sorex on Corrode, 14-8, top rated player, 84% cast, absolutely made an impact. 0.26 rating, 71 ACS, only 4 kills, only a 45% cast. Like, definitely. And then like Tons is also probably a factor, you know, going from ISO to Chamber is going to be tough, but I feel like Sorex is the biggest kind of point for improvement. Is probably if Sorex can lock in, I think we see kind of a big turnaround there. Sorex wasn't like a massive factor in their previous series. He was once again the highest rated player. Like Sorex is just like a really impactful player. Like when he's playing right, he's having an impact. He's in those moments, keeping the post plant looking good, helping aid in retakes. He's really good at his util usage, those kinds of things. And it feels like that's something that he struggled with a lot there. This time around, he wasn't as useful on split. He wasn't backing his team up as well as he could have, those kinds of things. And I feel like if he's able to lock in on that, that's kind of where we'll see the improvement more than anything, is if he can just continue to back up his team like we saw from him on Corrode, because he just didn't do that at all on split. When it comes to Bind, if you look at the teams here, Sleeper's most recent matches on Bind, they lost 11-13 against Blue Water and Funhaver. On Bind, I mean, that's pretty much it. Like, you have to go quite a bit further back. See Bind again, they did win 13-4 here. They won 13-11 against Boise State. They won 13-9. This is a different, before they were Sleepers, but when we look at Shopify, they did recently, like in North American Challengers, their most recent match, beat Blue Water, but it was 14-12 on Bind, so it went OT, didn't look amazing. And then against 100 Thieves in the Sen Invitational, they lost really badly on Bind. And then they lost 4-13 to SAD in BEC. And then, obviously, if you like go back, this is going back kind of far, but there's definitely like an opening. There's definitely an opening. I do think that there's a good possibility we see Sleepers able to take this. I do think that they can. It's just going to come down to, again, like being able to refine what they had on Corrode on map 1. If Sorex can lock back in, we are looking at I think a win here for Sleepers.
SRB getting 2-0 would be a little too crazy to be ending off week 1 here in Challengers, which is exactly why we're not going to see it. Heading into Split, had some questions if they could patch some previously seen holes in their plan, and sure enough, they have. They're going to take the win, a strong one at that, and take us into a map number 3. Roy, after map number 1, I'm not going to a lot of a different showing coming out in map number 2, which I think is definitely the bout of confidence they needed.
Wait, why are you worried? You voted for Sleepers. We should be the ones that are worried. We're the ones that are stressed out.
My bad.
No, I was worried. Now, the second map was a much better showing from SRB. We got to see kind of the powers of this roster, right? The individual play, the step up in the team play, the combos. A lot of the fundamentals that we expect from this team to be at such a high bar was most certainly displayed here in the second map.
Yeah, I mean, even on their SRB's defense, they did a good job at fighting more. I think Exa did an excellent job towards that mid and ramp area, kind of locking it down with this orb and mollies. And then EP did start to come back a little bit, but I don't think that's anything that they changed. I really think it's just that SRB started like fighting too much on their retakes or like solo. Like they were kind of solo peeking through smokes and kind of doing exactly what EP wanted. We even got to see Satellite whip out the op, which was working for those first few rounds until they started getting countered by the chamber op on the other side. And they kind of just won rounds through that, getting that first pick, following it up with a full-blown exec. And then on attack, they had a lot better structure, I'd say. You saw them get into those post plant positions, always have a mid rewrap to kind of fall back on, and even in their execs, in their post plant. Sorry, wow, I cycled through everything there. You saw them kind of ping ponging, jiggling a lot more, not just swinging up and taking those fights, because honestly, they were losing a lot of those like straight up 1v1. So the fact that they were kind of
I really need them to win here.
On those keys, especially on their retakes.
Otherwise, I just wasted so much time. If sleepers don't win.
Map 2 is we got to see SRB doing a lot of deposits, push and pull, get people into really good positions, the re-wraps.
Like, I'm sick, bro. I could be resting right now, but I wanted to watch sleepers play Valorant.
If they haven't gotten a ton of reps into this style against these, this style of team. So it kind of makes sense to see
they have to win.
EP was dismantled. SRB obviously stepping up in massive moments, but in terms of the first bloods, first kills, it kind of felt even across the board. But I will say that SRB most certainly had the better game plan. They certainly they had an idea of how they were going to abuse the defenses, the lack of utility for AP, and it worked out extremely well.
Yeah, and they just did a really good job at specifically getting those trades this game, which we didn't see a whole lot first game. We saw EP getting like multi-kill after multi-kill after multi-kill. Like it was literally a highlight reel for them. Whereas here, SRB did a really good job at shutting that down. They would get those instant trades without committing too many of their lives to it, and they could just actually play out a round of Valorant rather than from the start, from those first initial contacts, getting mowed down and losing like 2 to 3 players and having to play a 2v5 or a 3v5.
Yeah, I mean, the step up across the board from SRB was really nice to see. And I mean, there's a lot of really big step up performances as well. I mean, Roy, on the one end, we did have Solana that, again, like your boy's putting up some numbers, right? Yep. But just matched in full from the opposing end. Like, this was such a strong look from the players that have SRB.
Yeah, and I kind of want to remind us that Solana at one point was like 1-7 or 1-8 or something crazy. So the fact that he ended at the top of the board just really shows that he kind of stepped it up. But on the other side for SRB, guys, Satellite,
I just sneezed and it hurt really bad.
Step up from him, a monstrous performance. He did so well with the operator. He did so well in terms of having presence around the map. Right, we talked a lot about the operator, that being kind of the counter for sleepers, and then the ISO made it very awkward in the first map. But coming into the second map, where you have Satellite doing a lot of the opping, a lot of the kind of dismantling, there's really no hard counter for sleepers, and they struggled a lot against it.
Yeah, and I think one thing that Satellite capitalized on going into split attack is the fact that, sleepers weren't doing or having the same pack mentality as they were on their defense half on her road. Like, they weren't kind of doing these big team fights because you can't really do that on split unless you know where they're going and you over-rotate or stack something, right? So Satellite definitely did a good job at kind of isolating those fights on site or on ramp or whatever space he was trying to take and punishing it. Like, they weren't getting away with insane stuff like we saw on her road.
And I feel like that's kind of the benefit of having this player on the roster too, right? It's like if Ion's not really feeling it, or if he's not having a good series, like, you have this player to kind of fall back on. And yeah, he might not be on the duelist role on some of the maps, but he is on at least in 2 of the maps that they're playing in this series. So he's going to be a big factor. He certainly was in the second map. And just the pure dismantling that we got to see from Satellite. Fighting fire with fire, it felt like he's opping, he's shorting, he's doing all these things that are typically annoying to play against, and kind of just giving the medicine back to Sleepies.
Yeah, and they really didn't have an answer for that. Like, you can see them just either jumping through a wall or trying to get like that 1v1 with the chamber going, but Satellite just coming out on top of that. And the same thing kind of carried over to when they were attacking. They didn't have an answer for Satellite, just kind of TPing in and all the util supporting behind him. He was getting those first picks and opening up sight for them. And whenever they did try to retake, it just wasn't going their way and they were losing the fights. But also SRB was being smart about it. They weren't just swinging right off the bat and trying to go for the 1v1s that they were losing along her road. know, like I said, they were jiggling. They were kind of playing the map a bit more and trying to team fight them rather than really just take those ones.
And is called out. We don't always get to see the satellite on duelists, but we do for 2 of the 3 of the series. Looking at the last map ahead of us, as we do get our map 3, we'll be heading to Bind. This one is going to be really fun for both the teams. We get to see the double duelists on both. Satellite back on the Euro Roy. I'm expecting something explosive from both sides.
Yes, that's such a good shout, Sierra. That we got to see the turntables on the second map, but the turns will be tabling back into both favors right here, where the double duelists will come out. It was double duelists on the first map for Sleepers, double duelists on the second map for SRB, and now it's both teams running basically a mirror composition. If everything is still the same, I guess we'll find out during the agent select, so I don't want to get too ahead of myself. But if it's very similar to what we saw before, it's really just the controller that's different. The brim for the Clove, not a major difference in terms of the gameplay, but in terms of the duelist presence, it's the same. It's gonna be so fun. We are about to witness a movie, I think.
Yeah, and for the side of SRB, I feel like they're gonna have to really know.
Okay, like, can we get into it? We're gonna witness a movie. Let's put the movie on, please.
Especially if they're running that double duelist with the Waylay on the side.
Please, I'm tired.
Like, there's a lot of times where a Waylay can just catch you off guard and then have the rest of the team capitalize off that. And if they're moving like a pack, they're going to get run down. SRB are going to have to play this a lot smarter and a lot more strategic in order to kind of come out on top of these rounds and not just instantly get mowed down like we saw on Corrode. They're going to have to be willing to give space and willing to go into like a retaking setup, not on site specifically, but just in those extremities, right? They could take long, for example. You could always flash back into it, retake that fight. They could do the same thing for showers, and they're going to have to realize that and kind of just adapt to it, especially because I do see them kind of doing those plays, running it down on them, and SRB just have to be ready for that.
Yeah, very different approaches ahead for what is assumingly going to be very similar compositions as we head into our agent select to get our final confirmation. Last time we seen them, it was a mirror, but a Clove on the side of Sleepers, Master on the opposing end. And looking across the field here, okay, we do get a little bit of a switch up here, Roy, from SRB.
Yep, absolutely. SRB.
Wait, there's just a mirror comp, but with Clove instead of
invitational, so nothing's really changed. It's kind of the same idea. This is exactly what we were expecting, though. So on the defensive side for SRB, I want to see SRB not get too antsy. Yes, they're coming off a really confident second map win. I don't want to see them throwing away the rounds too early, trying to force them out or trying to, prove their confidence and their dominance.
I mean, Tonza's back on Yoru. I feel like this is a win. I feel like this is a win.
Expect a lot of walk-ups. Expect a lot of this sort of, very confident.
This is a win in my eyes, I think. Tonza back on Yoru.
And it's really up to them to see how they dedicated that on the attack side. And when it flips on the defensive side, I mean, it's just a battle for battle, depending on the strategy and the approach.
One final map between these two Sleepers. They definitely came out of the gate strong on the series, but can they close it out? Or is it going to be SRB to end off week 1 of Challengers strong? The map is ready. I am so ready for the chaos ahead. Let's see if Lemon Kiwi and Chio feel the same.
I am not ready for what this match could actually hold. I'm not gonna lie. There's so many options. There's way too many options. These teams are so much better than what we predicted, and the comeback from Shopify Rebellion Black on that split was just amazing comparatively to what we saw on Abyss. Like, what are you thinking about when it comes to this team in general?
Dude, I'm so sick and I'm losing my mind, and I want Sleepers to win, please.
Definitely seems like SRB have the more traditional composition, with the brim and all that. And we were expecting the double duelist. We're expecting absolute cinema, and the desk hyped it up. We're gonna see a movie. Is it gonna be as long as a movie?
Dude, I can't. I'm dying.
13-7. I'm expecting an all-out brawl. No more
Please.
excuses.
If it looks like Sleepers is obviously gonna lose, I'm gonna end because I'm dying.
Position here for Sleepers, but
okay, this is good. This is good. This is good.
That's what matters. With U-Haul control, Sleepers want to pressure backside, and Xander just gets ahead of it, knowing how low Tonza was. I like that reaction, even though it's scary to face a shorty head-on like that. And with the frenzy, Xander is gonna just scrap through all of this nonsense. Sleepers got the spike down. They got a crossfire. That's all they really got going for him.
As Sleepers have a lot of control, though, on both sides of both lamps.
Oh, nice. I don't know how the right click does that, but I'm not going to question it.
Spike is still there. Nature's got some options, left and right. At the same time, Sleepers got some timings, and he's going to try to force one of these.
There we go. There we go. Okay, we're in it. We're in it. We're in it. Stay locked.
Able to hold control, win that round. I said Abyss, it was Corrode on that first map. I'm getting scrambled just like SRB are inside this round. That shower stake as well, everything from the side of Sleepers coming in. I feel like for this map specifically, it just plays into the way Sleepers like to play the game so much better than it does SRB.
And the first pistol win for Sleepers in this whole series, and that definitely helped SRB get early leads when they did that, and that's what led to a pretty one-sided split when it came to the second half at least. But just wait for players like Salada and friends to heat up, and on the anti-eco, you're gonna get just that. Tonzo with the Outlaw, which he's the sniper specialist for the team. Dash in, not too far into U-Haul, respecting what Xander put up in the previous engagement. Okay, well, we gotta check our corners, kids. We can't be doing that, but that's what's important about Sleepers, is that they trade it out and they don't worry too much.
It'll tap it in. It's just about getting a few hot shots here and there, build up the confidence for Sleepers overall. Thing about this map too, specifically for this team, on split, SRB were able to just, you know, interrupt what the Sleepers wanted to do.
I like that. Didn't want to take the 1v2, and then once one of them died in showers, then Salada swung.
Kind of lock down how the team approaches the map with some utility in the way. The team on attack and bind kind of has onus to get to these spots first, really explode much faster, much just in terms of action. Like, you get to control when it starts on the attacking side. It's much harder to interrupt things before it starts. It takes a bigger gamble.
Big 2-0 start. Let's just keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going.
How SRB treats this one. Is it a trap play in showers? Is it like staying in corners, using shotguns because you know people are coming in? There's no ISO. Could be an op. There's so many options.
Nadesk talked about how SRB should approach this when Sleepers are taking up all the space.
I don't know if you do op on bind.
Let them come in.
I feel like it's very hard to pull off.
SRB definitely giving a lot of respect to Sleepers.
In my opinion.
Free, tucking away into showers, giving up U-Haul, and assessing all the alternative options. And there is some pre-existing synergy with Sleepers, whether it's Duck and Sorix from the Alliance Guardians, Sorix and Leo on Happy Esports. There's some time together, and they've clearly built up some strong wins going through the gauntlet of the closed qualifier, but that's all being broken down by one duelist, Ion, with first blood.
Come on, man.
A lot of times you see that smoke kind of pushed down and long. Sometimes, yes, Viper does end up putting it up there too towards actual Octagon. I'm liking the option of SRB choosing the closer one, letting Sleepers get forward like you're talking about, Lemon, and then punishing that when they hear noise, going for the spray, calming to each other, having 2-point positions in defense as well. So you'll notice Satellite now is bolstered up on the B side. We'll hear some information coming on A. Insta 3-man A, and there it is, the TP into heaven. Now this side is bolstered up. A TP from Waylay as well. Just to experiment and go for information. You can go all the way back to the other side of the map, but now there's pressure on the side of Sleepers. These smokes from close.
When you like use the refract like that, does it pull you from all the way on the other side of the map, or does it just like take you back through the TP?
Teleports that they're taking the engagements, but also being cautious
you know what I mean?
around the smokes. You don't know who's lingering, and its Satellite drops down, still adjusts well, spams through the smoke to deny the plant, and Sleepers are just caught with. And, well, I was gonna say that their pants down. I mean, you just take the teleport and get them back on, I guess. But I don't think they like those options, not knowing where Ion is.
Even if they see the TP, Ion's there. X is in the business, has a teammate.
It's okay.
Swinging, SRB, have position, have a game plan, and are kind of pushing that line of scrimmage back. They're not
okay, that was bonus. We have buy now.
The very back portions of sites, so
we take these.
Walk up just a little bit to make
just stay locked.
Easier. Waste a little bit of util.
It's so easy. This is so easy. This is like, I'm not even worried.
Tried B long last time. Could just stick to A. Let's see what happens.
SRB have done a great job of shutting down Leo, who hasn't gotten any kills on these entries. So being able to read where Leo is. And I think SRB adjusted well on split of tracking where Leo was going. And see if they can track where Sleepers are going now. Prowler up shore, and the quick hit from Sleepers. I like this high ground to try and get sights above the smoke, but no, Ion just gives you a haircut. Leo just tries to change it up, doesn't work.
Gotta stay active or you're losing a bit of that hair. Yeah, it's kind of tough. Ion still popping after the fact as well and gets active in it to try to take some more space.
Nice, nice, nice.
Trying to put Duck in a bad position. Sleepers turn it on its head.
Nice.
What is that from Solana?
3v1.
Salada and Duck, like pressure
it's
makes
too easy.
diamonds. They are shining in this round. When you gotta react quick, these Zoomers, they just outgun you, and that'll mean being able to carry all these weapons into the next and start.
I don't know why she keeps saying Zoomers. I'm pretty sure everyone in this, like, unless she just means that they're like fast.
Where you're like, let these guys take space, but kind of give up the ego. Don't let them, you know,
That's probably what
the
she
fight
means.
that they want to take. I mean, Ion does such a good job at diffusing some of that pressure, then jumps in, gives Duck the kill, and then Duck has an easy sideline for the second one to follow up. You let Duck roll, he will waddle all the way to kill 2, 3, 4. We saw an ace beforehand as well. It goes wild. And then after that, Salada's up in a position to play off a teammate. You cannot give these guys an inch. You have to be composed to fight sleepers. I was going to say, too, Exa needs a teammate to get activated here as well, rotating from site to site. You need to stay alive to get some of your heavy hitters on retakes there and ready to fight.
And earn a nightfall so quickly. 5-1 for Duck. That's going to be huge to start getting a win streak going. And Sleepers ahead despite Leo getting first blooded so much. And it's just no hate. It's also great information because he's getting above the smokes. Even if he dies, there's something to work off of there. You got Nightfall and even Salada that I'm sure is going to get.
Please stay locked in.
Got a pretty stable
Please.
maybe not in the
Just keep it going. I don't even care that Leo doesn't have any kills. He's about to get an ace. Watch right now.
Has the chance with closed ult as well to be able to move forward, take space, maybe get a kill, and then just come
right now. Right.
The ace side, I'm liking it a lot.
You missed.
Xander, judge inside lamps might be a bit too much to handle. Leo, will you actually take the bait? You will slow things
Okay, not
down.
an ace, but we'll take it.
Finds more value around this A site. They are just working this thing exactly
Same difference.
in their favor. And Shopify Rebellion are not stopping to take that bait. They're playing Sleeper's game.
And Sleepers are getting good reads on where SRB are hanging back and delaying from, which is pushing through showers. That was huge for Tanza, and he has an op. It's going to be important for the future rounds, although I'm sure it's more awkward on offense.
Are we going to try to hunt them?
Defense, but an important consideration. Sleepers are leveling up, and they're not scared.
I'm liking the option from Tanza too, because I think one of the things SRB was doing really well is taking control of B-Long, taking control of showers. Tanza lets you walk up slowly first, take that long-range sightline, rip Ion, by the way, and then give you control. You don't need Yoru to be on the same speed.
Wait, that was a crazy kill.
As a team that runs A, just a waylay, and then B, Salada. Doesn't matter.
Okay, we're locked in. And now they're on Eco. And we get the timeout out. Oh, this is so good. This is such a good feeling. This is what I felt like map 1.
But this game's so fast. We're already on round 6 between these two teams. We're halfway through the first half.
This is so winnable.
Yeah, if you're SRB, you gotta think like 3 rounds ahead. The economy is weird. What do you use this round to look forward to in the next round? There's ults that you gotta track for Sleepers. The fact that they won a round without even using one, and now you got the dimensional drift that is part of this equation potentially. So Sleepers have a lot of good options, and they don't over-invest. It's almost SRB that over-invests at times, but they're the ones who came out with the split win.
One save right now on an eco. Some of the rounds from SRB on that split on Thrifties were one of the reasons why that map got flipped back towards them once the comeback started from Sleepers. I mean, is the Tanza op the truth here? If you're looking at these two teams, do you think that SRB need to go back into no ego mode or turn on the heat to match Sleepers?
I think play behind the Xander smokes. I think that's what made Leo so awkward. I think that's how you deny sightlines from Tanza on the op, and when you can afford an op by your own, but that's a future thing for SRB to worry about. It's definitely taking one round at a time, because tucking into showers, maybe you could play off the Bucky, but Sleepers aren't also too aggressive. Like, they're not pushing U-Haul blindly into Xander because they want to kill him so bad. They are starting to shoot bodies though, but Sleepers are well balanced so far.
Here's the balance we're talking about as well, right? The long range progress or slow creep up from Tanza. Getting that rifle down. In the past, people just end up spraying, which means, you know, there's angles to check first. Satellites on site. They're trying to trap these guys into actually pushing B and playing into this Bucky.
Knowing SRB being that close, punishing opportunity for Sleepers, but just keeping the distance battle. Big kill for Exa. Sleepers have to rethink this, and now even trying a hookah push, which we haven't seen yet. To be able to shower down a Nightfall is going to hurt SRB if Sleepers invest.
First cerebral round from Sleepers. They're not straight up hitting a site, even with a little bit of exploration. No Viper Wall up for Slaughter to cross, so that was a little bit of an error. And now, on this side, the jump does come in. A flash from Satellite saves him. The pressure from Leo gets that first pick. Smoke's now on the site. This Bucky gets even more dangerous. It's trouble for Sleepers.
Thrifty, or at least a lot of sheriffs are doing work for SRB. A couple of hero vandals, upgrades available, and the fact that Satellite just had someone fall on his lap with the flash. Perfect timing. Lady Luck on SRB's side.
I don't even understand what I just witnessed. That one doesn't count.
Bucky, is there a B word for
that one doesn't count.
Or people? What's the nice B alliteration? Bucky boats, Bucky in the
boats,
Bucky in the business. I don't know what it is, but man, 3 Bucky kills from 3 different players is crazy. I mean, that shotgun's getting recycled, or people are just opting into it. Wild from the side of SR.
Doesn't count. Doesn't count. Doesn't count.
Team that's dashing on you a lot. Just left like a Bucky. It's totally fine.
Watch this bounce back.
Is Nature cooking with the Odin? Yeah, he is an enjoyer of the Odin, but not. Thinking about maybe spamming through if Sleepers were to emerge through B.
Who's next?
Intentional drift. Information now from Tanza with love to the rest of the team. Is this gonna be the Nightfall round?
Face your fear!
There it is, showering through on the elbow side. Still Nature is lurking, is smoked off. It's gonna wait for the team to get into position. SRB surrounding their prey. Sleepers can now get aggressive. They got Solana's ult. They gotta get ahead of this game. They got the spike in time on their side, and Tanza.
Nice. Oh my god, he's insane.
As clinical as ever.
Insanity. It's compass type gameplay. One person is the point.
That's
the
Sleepers, bro.
Moves around it. It's so cool. It's actually Tanza who's in these long range angles waiting for the peak. He ends up getting shots. Everyone he lands gets Solana closer to angles that he's very comfortable at fighting. Tanza gets another pick at a long range angle. He defends elbow, and Solana can swing elbow, get 3. It's such a cool system on the side of Sleepers. They fight so well. They have these long range duelers, and then they have ones that are kind of in the close range action that just work so well. Do they replicate it on A? I mean, this strat seems unstoppable. Which team stops Sleepers?
I don't know. We had that question about the rankers for so long. Oh, nice flash, nice dip, Satellite. That was at least someone's trying to grab the orb. Got a 3-stack from SRB again, just maybe playing behind those smokes and just being as defensive as possible. Don't let Sleepers get an inch and take a mile.
Yeah, before the mistakes that Sleepers made, although it is good, like you were pointing out, staying too long on verticality from Leo.
Nice.
Trying to take U-Haul too fast.
Nice. Oh my.
Make that problem
dude, oh my god. Other than the fact that I'm sick, I'm so up to date.
In the eco, it doesn't matter. This team is so much fun to watch.
And a near flawless, definitely not a flawless now. What are we? A little bit of trolling here, but and the fact that they're just using Leo as a bird, it's a plane, it's Leo, and the real shooters are behind him.
Yeah, the kryptonite Sleepers. It's so tough. The solution, though, the cure might be ultimates from their side to be able to get rounds back in their favor. That being said, 2-6, crazy scoreline to be down on, especially on a map like Bind. You try to catch up here. You have to try to make a difference in this gun round.
Like for retake, if your SRB got the orbital strike, and you see the stack from Sleepers. But I think SRB better be safe than sorry in that point. Look how much map control Sleepers are getting.
Yeah, they understand. Actually sit back. So they're getting so greedy.
What just happened?
No util use. The first prowler here for long. Dashing over the volley.
Oh my god.
Solana activated him. Sleepers, but they're more awake than the team I've.
Yes, Leo takes to the skies just to put Eye on 6 feet.
Producer
under.
lagging?
I mean, Ion got completely jump scared. Sometimes Valorant is a scary game like that, and Solana hasn't been killed to even pop the ult. Like, sleepers are not just sleeping, they're chilling.
It's also really good because it's not just like a, oh, haha, we pushed an angle. That was kind of cerebral. The timing there to get Solana out of hookah, clear octagon as the dash comes in. It's huge. That clone is crazy, though. What the hell? That's wild. Gives him a 2.
Love the garbage time kills. Dropping the op is, at least you deny that. You're farming up ults, that's cool. And sleepers have enough money to buy another op, but you know.
I don't want to talk about that end, but another round win. I'll say that.
More important for Shopify Rebellion as well.
We're so locked in right now.
Rounds on the board, especially just at this point now, 2-7. Yes, you can use 5 vaults and make it 3, but at the same time, sleepers, the job's done. Job is finished. 7 rounds on attack is kind of all they're hoping for. An 8-9 is going to be a crazy bonus they can just use to keep moving. I'm speechless. This is wild. The way they're doing this seems really aggressive without thought, but the timings they're taking are well practiced out. An op could stop them, but they're moving even faster than the scope can track, man. Even in here, Bucky from Exa might be good. Leo trades it out from outside the pit.
And Xander's now rotated in with a Bucky, but you gotta cross some smokes. You're going into the unknown. That's enough of a window for sleepers to plant. Nightfall from Nature. Good investment, sleepers. Now have to await what this dimensional drift will gift SRB, which is apparently not enough of an advantage. Orbital strike to flush out the ramps, but it's just an all-out war, and Ion has done all the work. He is the soldier on duty, and Sorix has to put the cape on his back.
Let's go!
Low enough. Sorix makes it look
Oh
easy.
my god, dude, Sorix is back. Split was just a slow map. He just didn't, he wanted it to be a 3-round series because he wanted Shopify Rebellion to like feel like they had something going, like maybe they had a chance, like maybe they weren't gonna get humiliated by a team full of rookies. But no, that's exactly what's gonna happen.
Capitalize off the space Yoru creates. The timings and the knowledge that all these players have as to how these abilities make space is so great from the side of both SRB and sleepers. It's just sleepers are doing it so well. All that chip damage on that team, Sorix capitalizes. The swing is so good.
What do you think about sleepers' comp on defense? They lack a brim. You're not going to have 1,000 smokes the way SRB are defending right now. How do you think they fare on how do you think sleepers does on defense?
I mean,
wait, they're using both in the first half? Oh, it's so over. Oh my god, that's basically surrendering. Like, you may as well just FF. Maybe they press the timeout button instead of FF.
So advantageous that as well, having that double duelist dive available with Clove 2. You're right, there might be some problems. I think Pistol's really important for SRB to win. If that's a loss, map is over. Past that, retake seems pretty good. Don't use Clove to stall like Brim would, right? Stay in spawns, use Outlaws, use Marshals. When that spike finally goes down, then we play. Then we smoke it down. That's the key. Play for
This is so...
play for showers, ignore short, ignore sands.
This is so good.
Solana is the truth, so I'm believing in the Clove OTP so far, okay?
Yeah.
There's maybe a few cards up his sleeve. Sometimes you just need the ace, and sleepers having a very strong first half. We'll see if the defense changes anything. Prowler, Tanza, trying to fake it out. Exa, just delaying.
Dude, I need to see more fake clones.
Wow, Tanza hit again and over. The fisherman uses bait to find a big pull. Another first blood for Tanza. This 8-2 turning to a 9 very quickly. You might have thought it was an eco from SRB. They're on a full buy here, but it's forced through pain. So light armor across the board and not full util on everyone.
Why are you looking up?
Nature scene 2. This is a tough round for SRB. They've got to put this back.
Just a Nightfall only into U-Haul, so Leo can ignore that and focus on the main area of attack. You expect SRB to be tucked in showers. Solana will call that out and wait for a better engagement. SRB hold their ground. Rotations are in. That's a 4v5 retake for SRB, and the shotgun gimmick kind of works out. But SRB have some damage into them. Convergent paths from Ion. Nature's on the defuse. It's halfway, not being held. Sleepers have to hold as a a squad. The Crossfire SRB are crossing both ways without looking and dashing in. Ion tries to be a hero, and now he's a dead one. And Satellite can't.
That's where your timeout gets you. That's what their timeout got them.
They understand when to give up and try again. Sleepers are working like an 8-man squad. Their first 5 personalities take the site, then their smart brains take over, and they play back. Then they hit the site again. It's like facing 10 players at the same time. How do you strat against this team? It's wild.
Dude, the glazing is crazy. This is awesome.
At the same time, you know, you're up in the business, and suddenly Tons is there with an op. So consistent at holding down these clutches as well.
Shopify Rebellion, by the way, betting odds was favored to win this game. After every single map, Shopify Rebellion was favored to win this game on betting odds.
Stingers and judges and stuff on
now
side. Look. Sleepers, if you would have told me Sleepers up 10-2 on bind against SRB on paper, I would want to be woken up from my coma. I wouldn't think this is real life. But here we are.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, I would have thought that Salada was just dropping a 40 bomb or something. I mean, that is always the win con for this team, and the way he's playing today is just insane. On the right side, Tanza taken down, Satellite finally gone away. That's a very nice pocket play there again. It's nice. We're taking showers. We're putting some pressure down the long. It's good from SRB. 9-3 on the board would be a nice switch, but man, the eco they have, it's tough to get there.
Exa is playing with fire, and you do not have a bucket of water. What happened last time? You peeked and you got shot. Well, you escaped, and Salada's even walking through your molly. That's how much he wants to kill you. Crossfire, SRB doing that push and pull. The Dutch wanted to see the bait and
what just happened?
The trades, the prowler,
dude, the production, man.
Sleepers, it's good. Even numbers, but the site is Sleepers.
What do we do? What was that?
Try to get Sorex this pit, I believe, but it doesn't really matter at this point. Get everything down. Big thing about this team is every time they're in a spot, they just find value. Usually overheats are like a 50-50 guarantee of getting a kill. They find value.
Still looking for those weapon upgrades, and Xander is the only one with one, and you got a split push, but on the flank, this has potential. Sleepers are leading on the front lines, though. They're not going to sit idly. Satellite trying to take a win. Flash out through elbow, nothing. Now he's out in the open. He feels the pressure. He's desperate. He's out in the open, and Sleepers
10-2. Map 3 is 10-2 Sleepers, bro. Oh my god. I can't believe this.
Just can't get rid of him. And if you try to wake up, Tonza just puts you straight.
I can't believe this.
I mean, right now, this team is operating at a very efficient rate, even for themselves. Like, the overheat is double time, and it's finding double the lives on the side of SRB. You saw that complete elbow take as well from the side of Sleepers. You just saw Sorex getting more. Salada pushing in just haphazardly through long, disrespecting walls, finding his one
okay.
before he dies. I mean, now on defense, we talked about...
Dude, Demon 1's playing for Cloud9. That's kind of crazy.
The most important thing. And the approach from SRB is to default a little bit. I wonder where Sleepers take that.
Boxy's okay. Anyways.
I think Xander's job, though, on the offensive rim is to really break up these fights and see if you can outnumber Sleepers in these
Gen X lost the same map 10-2 at the side swap. Oh, come on. That's EMEA. That's not real. That's not real Valorant. It's okay. I'm not worried.
It's kind of troublesome. Not many half shields on the side of SRB, and Sleepers have so many ghosts, or just ghosts in general. When it comes to fighting, they're very accurate. They usually get that first shot down. That's trouble for the side of SRB. Now they're going to be moving in here on sightlines and crossfires that just don't help them at all. There it is. First big chip damage, hindrance up in the business.
Nice, nice.
Straight to the head.
There's one more.
Here, man.
SRB thought they would just be served some kills, and it's Nature doing all the serving here. Okay,
dude, that was such a good decision to fight showers, and then they just like lined up for it.
Gets the plant down. Here comes Duck and Sorex. One piece of util against. Oh, okay. Get some regeneration there. Sleepers as a unit. Ion through U-Haul, first engagement, quick to the trigger. Duck put down for good. A very crucial pistol round for SRB. As Sorex has been discovered, starts to flounder. He's about to drown very soon at 19 HP.
Okay, it's just pistol. I'm not worried.
Important round there for SRB.
It's just pistol. I mean, who needs a pistol win?
have to try to convert that bonus, but at the same time, or
I think,
at the same time,
I mean, pistol's the least important round.
Have been pretty good when they have even the worst weapons.
So,
especially that Bucky on this side of the map. I mean, Halls, Tube inside B, even Octagon. There's so many special things you can do on this side of the map. Seems like there might be a 3 stack towards the A side still. And I don't see the craziest weapons, just a Sheriff. So I'd be saving for some Outlaws, some Ops, stopping and impeding the way that SRB want to play the game.
Yeah, Sleepers are almost at the finish line. The challenge is to not choke. And that can be very difficult for a lot of teams. Leo, refracts out, does take some chip damage, so we'll have to be more.
Just a little bit of damage. I think we just need like 2-3 kills and then we're back on it.
That player in elbow, but it's orb farming season for SRB anyway.
Try to get those ults up halfway over to conversion paths. Gonna be able to take the site, but look who's on it. Just counting really quick. Oh yeah, all of Sleepers.
Even when you sit by SRB, the patience pays off. Usually Sleepers, they're the ones who can kind of do well in these duels when there's no util involved and the quick pivot after that deep.
I thought they were gonna all go flanked through short.
He's cleared the entire site. This is free.
So we get the option of the Marshal to be able to do that. You're giving your enemies, if you die, not the most useful weapon against what is like, you know, rifles and bulldogs and ghosts to the other side of the map. Very good lurk from him, and now playing up close and personal, turning the scope gun into a shotgun and making that dimensional drip done by 1 second faster as well. Barrel to the face.
If there's one thing I don't like about Sleepers, it's how much they right click. It like stresses me out.
I'm gonna have a word with that Marshal. Mine don't do that. So
yeah.
Looking like a flawless one for SRB. Solata going down with the ship. Salute Solata.
Big thing here too. Ion saw him arming those orbs earlier in B long and maybe in showers as well. As they were hitting up the site, I might be even thinking of a completely different round in general. But
I would have liked to at least get a kill there, but whatever.
Now makes it so they can actually roll these rounds.
We'll take it.
With some momentum here.
We will lock in regardless. Watch, we'll flawless win right now. Flawless win right now.
Huge. 10-4, and this is where sometimes teams make crazy comebacks. It's hard to find the mentality to keep pushing forward. Sleepers, though, I don't doubt they have something cooked to get ready for this one.
You can see how the difference in controllers is affecting how Sleepers can defend. SRB, if it's been able to activate Ion 2, he's having a fantastic map 3. He needed him to show up. Prowler, Convergent Paths, SRB are not even seeing their competition. They're just getting spammed through the smoke, and Ion will shift back to make room for success, to make room for SRB to get a plant, and they'll even plant towards showers too, especially where nature is set up. But that's taken a hot second for Xander to get the ball rolling here, and the ball is collapsing. The plant should have happened a little earlier, guys. You let Sleepy come back into this game.
Sleepy.
Oh boy, now it's plan B.
Hold up, this might be just on time for SRB here.
That's the funniest part about doing these watch parties, how often they say Sleepy.
He's in a double TP here with his teammates still on site. It's going to work for now. This TP should be a bit later. Tonsa has his own teleport.
Okay, this is so confusing. A little
showers.
Ring around the rosy. Xander.
He actually can't leave. He needs help.
Nature.
Yes!
The call is coming from inside the site. This is a fumble and a half. SRB. The window was open. It is now closed. 1 versus 2. Nature will get away with this, but now you're gonna get crunched. Actually, Sleepers are gonna play together. Maybe a call. Nope. Safe. Wow. He turned around. There was a chance. Wow. With 4.
Paid roster, by the way. That's losing right now. Just so you know, these guys are professional Valorant players. They get paid to play this game.
Or was it Nature in the end? These rounds are going by so fast that I couldn't even tell who's last alive. It was Nature because the eye was played there to try to help Xander get back onto the site. But, you know, Sorex never showing where he was huge to kind of get the mystery as to where is that final player coming in. Didn't hear anybody walk through. So many questions for Nature. What a good setup for the side of Tonsa as well. Leaving that TP back as they ran all the way to the other side. The coverage for Sleepers is insane. When the round gets crazy, when we get chaotic, these guys just fill up the server in such an amazing way.
Yeah. Wires definitely got crossed on SRB,
Okay,
and
2 more.
one of them got unplugged and the bomb blew up, and not in their favor. So now Sleepers have found their way back into this half. Leos and U-Haul with a judge. SRB just full committing into this showers.
All right, cool. You have showers now.
I liked a lot from SRB in that last round is the way they
You got an ult door, but you're not gonna be able to use that ult because there's only 2 rounds left in this half.
Ran into problems, they immediately pivoted to short and had a gap. A lot of the times, Sleepers are putting a lot of firepower into one of the sides to help their teammates fight. Lots of util on that side to help their teammates fight. They leave gaps on the same side a little bit. And at least on that last round, SRB exploited it. They couldn't finish the round, but they are thinking really well as to how to approach. This time, this Viper Wall all the way up short could be used for a covert mission, but they're making some noise, making themselves known that they have lamps control.
SRB haven't faked too much. They tried to grab the orb, make it look like they left, and Sleepers are going to assess the situation with Ponzo, with the dimensional drift, but it's taking too long for this to develop. SRB are getting proactive, and now the spike is down, but they're all huddled up. They're surrounded by Sleepers. The only chance if Satellite can get a good wrap on Ponzo coming up. Ponzo's watching his back, but he's cloning up. He's facing forward. A chance for Satellite to strike. Nature leads on the front side. Xander holds his own, but only for so long. Sleepers are trading numbers in favor of SRB, and Satellite has the flank activated, so Sorix has his back against the wall. And
Man,
really to
that's okay.
And get this going, so he'll fade into the shadows.
I'm not even worried that we're not gonna win. I just want it to be over, man. I'm so tired and I'm sick and I need to like chill.
How to defuse and the angles needed to move forward and win that round. SRB put a nice little push on the board for a point.
And I'm out of water.
It's a long grind to
What a sad, fucked up life I live.
At the same time, Sleepers
But
liking a few of these ideas.
Guardians won today. Full Sense won today.
Didn't even play for lamps. They just
And Sleepers are about to win, so.
Didn't work out in their way. It seems like.
And this is the price I must pay.
11 and it's working, but it seems like they're like a one-trick Chaos team. Outside of Chaos, it's hard for them to get around on the board, but the Chaos is working very consistently.
It's been cool to see SRB tempo up instead of shy away when you hear that dimensional drift. They're like, let's take a quick fight while they're technically 4v5, I guess, or even worse, depending on what the defending split was. A little desperate double hookah. Oh, actually triple swap there. Okay, refract. Ion will hold, and SRB unaffected.
It's time prodding back in the showers on the side of A as well. Choose not to take it. Lots of good space taken by Satellite. Eco not that good here. Sorek should be the person to watch. Has the rifle. Ion might dash in here. Has a little bit of a refract to go. Sorek does find that first kill. Refract does not come through.
Wondering where the rest of SRB are. Was there a molly thrown from Sorix or something limited the rest of the team? Yeah, there is a molly, so Ion had to go in by himself. But hey, who cares about the space? You shoot better, win game.
What are we doing?
SRB, man, turn that
We just want to give them more kills?
Lucky shot through the smoke there from the side of SRB. Actually takes down the rifle on the team. It's Sorax. Everybody wants to go for the rifle, but Sorax dying means the Viper Wall falls. So now everyone's seen just trying to pick up the weapon that can save the round.
Yo, what's up, Alliance Tourneys?
Well, they can hear exactly where Leo wants
How's it
to go
going?
save. Exa will just put out the Hitman contract on him, and he should be gone in just a few moments.
Well, some people like long walks.
When's your next tournament,
and
pal?
I think looks like
Is SRB coming back from 5'11"? No.
Leo can afford. It's just, you know, gonna hit the morale. Because there's been some body shooting
From 6'11", no.
on this map 3, just to point that out. Some mental or psychic damage being done. But SRB are scratching the surface, definitely, of this second half. 4-1 so far, causing a Sleepers timeout to...
They called a timeout, it's over.
They're going to address this nature.
Sleepers about to dominate.
The Sanders orbital strikes are a lot of good tools on the SRB side.
Have the option of getting Nightfall up as well from Doc, and then Leo also has that conversion paths to use on Bind. It's so good to be able to just get big access into a site fast, break lots of rules of tempo. Still, SRB doing a really good job at changing up the flavors of some of these rounds, really segmenting their attack in multiple ways, running fakes, using the TPs, putting lots of pressure on Showers, putting pressure on Long as well, but then other rounds straight up going through short, ignoring the pressure they put down before. If Sleepers like to make chaos happen in front of their faces in the fights they take, SRB are kind of putting the chaos inside the minds of Sleepers. We have like 6 different strats. Which will we run? What will you do? Keep them on their toes. It's nice from SRB.
SRB still have to double their score, though, to try and come back into this game. So Sleepers, again, the challenge is don't choke, which, you know, they sometimes like to get overly aggressive, like almost overestimate their advantages when they're 5v4. You kill Ion, you start to run down B long, and then there's the firing squad of SRB waiting for you. So that's something to note for Sleepers, and an easy adjustment, I think, for them.
Yeah, that last round was a big mistake, but they called a timeout.
They control when the match gets to timeout. There are no timeouts left for the side of SRB. This is huge. They're all coming in from the side of SRB, and everyone's just kind of avoiding things entirely. Satellite does get the shade on us a lot, but Duck is in a very good spot, being absolutely deaf. It doesn't matter. He hears where the shot's supposed to go.
One more.
Tom's on a strike. What kind of round was that?
One more to be in the top 4.
Nightfall into Showers. Maybe they heard Tons' footsteps or
Oh,
something. I mean, you don't
one
know
more.
Yoru, so he's fine. Nightfall doesn't really help.
Come on, Sleepers.
SRB to go in, then they blind orbital strike
Divergent
to Yoru,
paths,
where nobody
Nightfall.
is, just thinking they had a read on Sleepers' setup. 2 ults for nothing.
We can win this.
And then you have Tonza killing everybody from just being way back.
Look at Deck, bro.
Away from all the action. So
This is why he qualified
yeah, that was a weird one.
to challengers with the Guardians, bro. Because he's something. Every single person on this team is something. They all qualified. Maybe not with each other, but
From the side of SRB, this is match point now, Lemon. If they lose this one, it's all over on this map 3.
All that noise, and for what? SRB kind of got Sleepers all antsy after that one. So look, Sleepers are rotating. They're like, wait, did they just fake us out, do all this noise and leave? And I think even SRB are thinking about their options.
SRB are wondering if they faked it. That's crazy. Yeah. Nah, but conversion pads really slowed them down and kind of tossed a wrench in this round. What do you do here now if you're this team? You have control of Hookah, a little bit of control of Long. No one's up on the A side, so you're kind of fully invested in this one. You have an op online from Tonza to Showers. If one person from EP kind of clears short, it's over here. This wall cycle might actually spell the truth of the round. Yes, might see a TP coming in. No, it expired. It is screaming that we are doing a B kick here. Tonza will stay where he is to stop the TP from coming in. This is trouble for SRB.
Yeah, Nature trying to enable Ion, gets set up on the high ground, the double climb up the Kings of the Hill, and Sleepers have been
okay.
No. They were trying to beat out that shot from Taunta. You don't know where that op is, but it doesn't matter when it's attacking. You just don't peek it, surely. SRB are crazy if they try to peek anyone rotating in, especially when you know the op, again. So it's gonna
and now
effort for SRB.
we're saving.
Long road ahead of them.
It's okay, it's okay. Just one round. We're just one round away.
I feel like they might have even just won that entire fight if they let SRB take the site with Dimensional Drift. I feel like it might have been better if there was more chaos. The fact that they stopped them, let them cut noise, and then SRB did an amazing re-hit, kind of played more into Shopify's favor more than the way Sleepers play. That being said, 7-12, big journey to go. 5 more perfect rounds to hit. And if you look at the ultimate economy between both teams, it looks like there's about to be rifles and just rifles for days. I think it's just Ion who might have a chance at conversion pathing and entering somewhere. Yes, Exa gets that pit online, but I don't think the pit's doing much.
We're one round away. We're one round away. I'm not worried. But it'd be like really good if they could just like close it out. That'd be awesome.
From Sleepers on how they're trying to defend B. They're not as much on heavy.
But I'm not
on the
worried.
front
I
side.
just
Try to
it'd be
more
great if they
passive
could,
towards
you know.
the backline, let SRB kind of dash into them.
The
and
sooner the
space
better, you
out
know what I mean? Because I'm
properly to
tired and
try
I'm
and
sick. It's not so much
cut
like
Ion's
I'm worried we
wings
might
down.
lose.
And also, you know all the ultimates that SRB have, so sometimes you gotta kind of take a seat. And Sleepers are gonna have an easier round now that those ultimates are out of the picture, and we're walking up with an op. I'm scared.
And they see nothing. This is huge. Lots of info. Both sides. No pressure. Some util maybe use the word Showers to hear stuff happening towards Belong, but look at his position from Sleepers. What a decision. And Tonza will permanently be on this angle now. They can instant TP towards that hookah side as well. Everything lies on
huge pick.
Just find that first pick. Exa down. No Viper util found. It's going to be so hard for SRB to dig their way out of this one.
especially with Nature in a spot where he can't really regroup easily. There is time, but that was an X that really needed to get a kill there, because then they could have pivoted to A. You already have Nature clearing out TP side, so SRB are looking for an opportunity in B.
That sleeper setup too is just a full retake B setup. They want control here. Really weird up down. You might sacrifice Tanza, but Leo needs to hit this shot. The timing might just be perfect for Nature. Hindered.
Let's go.
And on the B side, the hit starts to go, but now it's a 5v3 retake.
Got the molly, you got the plant, but sleepers are around the corner. 5v3 retake, and Satellite gets 2 ahead of everyone else, and sleepers still have to go through these choke points. Not gonna be easy, but no Utah left for SRB. Here comes sleepers. They're wide awake, and they're trying to shut these eyes.
Let's go. Let's go, bro. Oh my god. Wait, we did it. Sleepers is crazy. We did it. We all did it, guys. We all did it.
Look so good. What a banger display on Bind.
Oh my god.
A force to be reckoned with. A team that's hard to anti-strat. A team that plays their own game.
This team is going places. Thank you for following Zen's Nation. Sensation. My bad. Thank you so much. Dude, that's insane, bro.
What a team, what a match.
Yeah,
how did we win that, bro?
Of the day. These series of challengers so far.
I'm actually kind of in shock still. Like, beating Core, I was like, whoa, that was crazy. This is insane. Can they put it in?
It's just, well, sleepers
VLR, please.
Hey, I'm one of them, and I can't be asleep for this one at all. If you guys enjoyed what was happening today, that was just the 2 games on broadcast. Jen, how are you feeling about this one? It was amazing breaking this one down with you. I think we just witnessed some history inside CL.
Absolutely, and we're gonna get an interview with sleepers, I guess their second one of challengers, and they had a lot of yapping to say in the game. We'll see what they say to Sierra now that she's right.
Oh. Okay, I'll stick around for that. But can they put the game in VLR, please? Oh my god, bro. VLR can't even do their job when they're supposed to be doing their job. Please. Oh my god. Okay, regardless. Like, Split made me pretty worried, but I also kind of could tell just because it was like Sorix was underperforming. Like, if it's only Sorix, like Sorix was like the only person that was like struggling here. So like, I kind of thought like if we're going into a map 3, like if Sorix just like logs back in, it should be a win. And then it was. And VLR just refuses to do it. Oh, there we go. Okay. I was about to insult them, but now I still want to, but I won't. Okay, Leo is actually like surprisingly not here. It was Duck. Duck went crazy, dude. This is honestly probably the best performance I think I've seen Duck have. Like watching him on the Guardians, he was not like the top performer. He was pretty good. Don't get me wrong. He was definitely a big factor in their qualification for challengers, but he definitely wasn't like the make or break, but he had such a good game. The series overall, Duck leads in rating, 1.14 rating, 213 ECS, 45 kills. Solana went 50 and 51 on the series. Tanza went 49 and 41. I mean, this is just a crazy team. I mean, to have a Clove one trick be successful is hard enough as is. But to do it against Shopify Rebellion is even crazier. I can't believe that. That kind of blows my mind. Let me see. There are some clips to look at, but I feel like by the time I get through all of them, here, we'll do... Like, look at these.
That's a big win condition for SRB, but you got a marathon, not a sprint ahead of you. Solana locks in on Ion. Caught sleeping. And here comes Solana, who still needs to be taken down, but he is the final boss. The ult is procced. It's just Exa. What feels like against the world. Solana.
Like, so, dude, Solana's crazy.
You just Ion has to trust the rest of his team to follow up, and so they do. Colette! Oh, Tanza takes full advantage of the spacing. Xander just can't.
This is a crazy team. They're actually such a good team. I can't.
Trouble without his right way out, but the spike can still be held with just enough time to
All right.
early drop down and Ange catches.
Who are they interviewing?
Maybe a little VCL history in the making here, as Sleepers is going to take down map number 3, buying in the series, and take down SRB 2-1. A team that was very counted out going into this, especially up against these big names on the opposing end. But Emily getting down to it. I mean, don't sleep on Sleepers. Just a crazy match.
No, it really was. I mean, just their attack side alone, having a 10-2 half, they look
Shopify Rebellion Mel from Shopify Rebellion Gold said that Sleepers Val said that Sleepers is Rankers 2.0. Insane potential on this team, every single one of them.
Yes, they will exec and they will take sight, but we've seen
Brother, I've been on this shit day one, frame one.
Slaughter will not stop. Like, we'll just keep going. And
why are people only realizing this now?
Confidence, and it was just so sick to watch.
And that's really the thing that kind of disrupts a lot of these very organized teams, right? Teams that like to play together, they like to do things in a structured capacity. Like, it's this kind of play that really throws us for a loop, where people are challenging very aggressively and relentlessly in spaces that you're typically not so used to. Obviously, these are always viable plays, but to see it consistently happening in these pulse plants, and for them to just be so confident, and honestly, just the way they were maneuvering the space in these pulse plants and in these late rounds was just pure mastery, it felt like. And we call these players rookies, but the way they're playing, it doesn't really feel like it. It feels like they're like seasoned veterans that are very, very mechanically strong.
Yeah, and like, we talk about confidence, we talk about, you know, them playing super structured and well, and honestly, I would be too. Like, I'd be confident pushing anything as long as I had one of my teammates backing me up. I know for sure.
This is just crazy.
Because everyone on that team is mechanically gifted. Like, that is their strength. So why not make a playbook around it just by pushing together? You know that if you go for one and you get punished, someone else is gonna be right there behind you, holding your hand, trading you out, and even getting more.
I honestly, like, I thought, coming into today, I thought Guardians were gonna win, and I thought Sleepers were gonna lose, to be honest. I really did think Sleepers could win. But like, Shopify's a good team. Like, this is a genuinely, like, this is a put together team. You know what I mean?
Going in the direction of SRB, it was just so impressive on the side of
I can't believe that.
on how they're able to bounce back from that, even eyeing up like this Tanza and company. I notably named Tanza because he was the one with the 4K, but came back from a 2v4 scenario. Roy, I feel like the read on the game was just so strong with backed up mechanics like that. Like, I think that there's a lot of potential in this team of those players.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I don't think anyone can even argue that anymore at this point. Yeah. And I just want to say, first of all, shout out to you, Sierra, because you're the only one that actually believed in them and stood on business. I believed in them, but I didn't stand on business. And honestly, shame on me. So I'm back on the train. I'm voting them every single time for the rest of this play. I do not care. But in terms of the gameplay, I mean, they're fun. They're cohesive. They understand their timings. They understand the individual.
I want to see this interview, bro. Hurry up.
Good understanding of how to play.
I need to go. I'm so tired.
It feels like they're isolated, just like the misdirection, the attention, the crossfires. It always felt like there was never a point of the round where they weren't really sure what to do, or they weren't really sure how to get active.
What's going on? Sleepers won. They won. They destroyed Shopify. Their hopes and dreams are done for.
Just with how much of a unit they are together, and you're right, how cohesive.
And now I'm waiting for interview.
They will hold hands an entire map, and it will work out.
Sleepers are gonna get interviewed.
What I saw from NRG when they were playing in their first match.
And then I'm gonna go because I'm very sick and tired.
I love that there's already just so many different teams that we're likening EV2, and the energy into how they're playing so coordinated as well. I've seen in the chat and on Twitter about this Rankers Envy 2.0. That was something we got to talk about earlier, with just like level of aggression in your faceness. I feel like too, that's just an interesting part for this team that Roy again was relatively unknown to us going into the split. And if those are the teams that we're likening them to, first off, huge congrats and kudos to them, because that is big shoes to be living up to. But like that's gonna be a tall task for anyone to be taken down in this split.
Yeah, there's certainly expectations on them now. Like at first, no one really had any expectations. Everybody was sleeping on them, no pun intended. But now I'm kind of curious to see how they're going to deal with the fact that there are expectations. Like taking down SRB, is that going to get in their head? Is that going to make them more confident? There's so many questions for me to answer. But when I look at just like the raw stats, guys, I'm looking at Corrode, right, where Sleepers, they won the bolt pistols, okay? So, all right, there's an argument to be made that, you know, those rounds like help push them past the edge, right? SRB won all pistols, all bonuses in the second map, closed the map out 13-7. But you come on Bind, you see a trade in the pistols, you see SRB on top in the first kills, and then you're wondering, well, okay, now the argument's a little bit different, right? Because now the stats are against Sleepers in this second map, or sorry, in this third map, but yet they put on such a clinic in terms of how they were maneuvering, how they were clawing back, the way they were setting up on defense, the patience, the discipline, their awareness of checking for lurkers and the way they were dealing with lurkers. It honestly was just so on point. I'm incredibly inspired and just impressed.
And what even is this?
A really big multi-pronged approach for the team. I mean, Emily, the team did so good with some of these openers and this pressure putting on. Even if they lost first blood, they trade out. But even then, just the clutch factor with multiple different individuals from the team. But I'm eyeing up Sorex with just only 6 deaths to his name. Like, there were so many different things that they were doing right, which I think was also really nice to see out of this young team.
Yeah, I mean, that's not stuff you can really predict against, right? That's not something that they planned or that they have in their game plan. It's just those players making those micro decisions and it working out for them because they can get away with it. They can go and get multi-kills. They're confident in that. And I also think a lot of the success comes from these maps that they were picking, you know, having that bind, or having the corrode and having the bind, those maps where they can, or where it fits more to their playstyle of being aggressive and being explosive, and also being able to walk up and not have to worry too much about having an op in your face or having like too much of a strategic plan, I guess would be the way to work.
Yeah, this was such a treat of a matchup to watch, and I am really glad to be able to hear from the team now as we have Solana on the line for our post-match interview. Congratulations on the win, 2-0 challengers and take down SRB.
What is happening?
Very much so considered the underdog team going into this game. I want to know if that's something you felt as well and how you're feeling after pulling off this win.
I mean, we like embrace the underdog thing. Like, we like go for it. Like, we don't mind it for the underdogs. Like, it feels like it's less pressure on us, and yeah, you know, we just play.
I mean, definitely going to be a little bit more pressure going on you in the future because we are not going to be counting you out. I mean, how everyone played together was so well coordinated.
This guy only plays Clove, by the way.
About this team for that to happen, because this was unlike anything else we'd seen. This is impressive.
I think the best part of our team is that we have like 5 shooters, like not a single weak link, I'd say, at all. And like even if like some people are having an off game, you know, other people step up, which is like our main strength, I'd say.
Bro, ain't even on the camera.
Did have a moment to shine. Some people have also been talking about this identity for the team, and I don't know how familiar you are with Rankers Envy and their run, but kind of calling out a play style similar to them. Is that maybe something felt like this aggressive play style with very mechanical shooters?
Yeah, I'd say we're similar to them. Like, we play like them. Maybe our comps are a little bit different, but I think that's about it.
Now, going on forward, I would love to give you the floor for why people should be rooting for this team and how you're feeling kind of going into the rest of the stage to make this run.
Could you ask the question again?
Hey, yeah, no worries. I want to know from you about this team and how you're feeling just kind of going into the rest of the stage with this big challengers run ahead of you and seeing some of these really big names in these big teams.
I mean, I think it'll go well. Like, I'm excited to play more matches. Every match I'm excited for. I don't feel like really nervous or anything. I always have fun playing them. And you know, I think we'll go far if we keep grinding, keep consistently playing.
With more performances like this, I definitely hope so. Solana, thank you so much for your time. Congrats on the win.
All right.
Have a good night, okay?
I'm done. I'm done. I'm so sick. I'm so tired. I gotta go. Thanks for watching, guys. Let me see if there's anybody to raid. Hold on. What if I raid?
Rhea. Let's raid Rhea. Actually, wait, I don't know if she's ending or not. Hold on, let me think. Eddie with the 1 bit. Holy shit, dude. That's enough for me to eat tonight. Thanks. Let me... Who do I raid? Nuna? I'll raid Nuna. Water's back on the menu. For real. All right. Thanks for watching, guys. I will be back soon. Tomorrow I'm casting. I'm also casting Saturday. I'm also casting Sunday. So actually, I don't think I'm casting Sunday. I don't know. I'm casting this weekend, so I'm not entirely sure what streams will look like. I might stream later in the days. And then yeah, I'll obviously be back for more Alliance. I might start just like watch partying these and then like watch partying the matches that don't have the mainstream on, because I feel like that's a good use of time. But I don't know. It depends on how I'm feeling. I'm obviously very sick right now, so I'll see how I'm feeling come next week. But thank you guys for watching. I appreciate the support today. Thank you so much, and I'll see you all next time. Goodbye. Go say hi to Nuna for me. Thank you. Goodbye.